160. No one in the Great Sway Kingdom, from the emperor to the ministers behind him, thought that the children's impoliteness was inappropriate. Instead, they all smiled and found it quite interesting. The Great Sway Kingdom's literary style was at its peak. The group of children who came from afar gathered together and whispered to each other. The 3 small green bamboo bookcases were particularly eye-catching. A little girl in a red cotton-padded jacket was the most eye-catching. She had a very anxious look. The smallest child, perhaps because he was unfamiliar with the place and people, was afraid of the Great Sway Emperor's disposition, started to sob on the spot. The Emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom did not show any irritation. He turned his head and chatted with the white-haired minister of the Ministry of Rights. In the end, the students who came from afar to the capital of the Great Sway Kingdom all turned to look at the end of the street. They were reluctant to meet the emperor. Although the emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom did not rush them, they could not keep delaying. One of the 3 deputy hill masters of the new Cliff Academy, a famous scholar in the literary circle of the Great Sway Kingdom, had to apologize to the emperor. He walked out of the group alone to remind the children that they should enter the academy. Fortunately, there were no setbacks. Although the children did not know the etiquette of the imperial court, they were innocent and cute. The Confucian students bowed with their hands folded in front. This made the emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom very happy. He personally rewarded each of the 5 children with a jade pendant of morality and a box of gold dragon ink ingots after entering the academy, except for the wall map that had to be worshipped to the Holy Master. The rest of the formalities that should have taken half a day were simplified. This made Li Baoping and the other 2, who were on high alert, feel relieved. As for Xie and Yulu, they were used to it and were not nervous at all. In the end, the deputy mountain master personally led them to their respective schoolhouses and instructed them on future teaching matters. The 5 of them were assigned to different schoolhouses because the academy occupied a large area. Other than the row upon row of buildings built against the mountain, the entire Donghua Mountain had been given to the Cliff Academy by the Great Sway. Thus, many schoolhouses were not too close to each other. This academy, which the Great Sway dynasty had placed high hopes on, had less than 200 students, but it had 30 teachers of virtue and prestige, whose knowledge was profound. The Minister of Rights of the Great Sway Kingdom held the post of Hillmaster, but it was only in name. The deputy hill master in charge of the specific academic affairs was a former teacher of Cliff Academy and one of the unofficial disciples of the Sage of Literature. His name was Mao Xiaodong, and he had a brandy nose. He was 90 years old, but his complexion was good, and he looked to be in his 50s or 60s. This time, the old man did not show up to welcome them. The reason was that he had to teach in the school and could not delay the students' normal homework. Naturally, the emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom had no objection. It was said that the deputy hill master had a mahogany ferrule on his waist that was engraved with the word rules. It was said that someone had seen with their own eyes that someone had engraved the word "do not exceed" in Xiaozhuan on the ferrule. This time, the Great Sway Kingdom successfully accepted the remnants of the Cliff Academy, which was unexpected. First of all, Emperor Dali was willing to let them go, which was very important. Otherwise, there was no need to talk about anything else. Whether the talented and wise emperor was guilty of Qi Jingchun, or he had other plans, everyone in the Great Sway Kingdom thought that taking over the academy was a good thing. However, the teachers and students of the Cliff Academy, who had started with more than 40 people, were able to leave Dali's territory without a hitch. Their journey was not smooth, but could be said to be fraught with danger. Previously, the new Cliff Academy, after the Great Sway Kingdom had invested so much manpower, material, and financial resources, was still lacking because of the absence of Qi Jingchun, the founder of the academy, and the lack of enough orthodox characters. Therefore, everything seemed to be ready except for the east wind. Then, from today onwards, with the arrival of the 5 students, it could be said that the east wind had entered Donghua Mountain. Halfway up Donghua Mountain, there was a scholar's hall. In the middle hung the portrait of the Confucian sage master. On the left and right were two solemn old men, who deliberately hid their names. On the right was the portrait of the first hill master of the Cliff Academy, Qi Jingchun. In the hall, there was an old man with a mahogany ferrule on his waist. He respectfully offered 3 sticks of incense to the 3 sages. As he held the incense, the old man lowered his head and said quietly, "Literature carries the Tao and passes on the torch." In the old Cliff Academy, where Qi Jingchun was in charge, there was a rule that provided accommodation, but not food. Therefore, in the Cliff Academy of Dali's era, many students from poor families in the north who could enter the academy to study would help the academy copy scriptures to earn money for their meals. Today, in the Great Sui Kingdom, this rule was not abolished, but there was a lot of leeway. First of all, the students in the academy were the local students of the Great Sui Kingdom. Because they were the first batch, the Great Sui Kingdom's imperial court chose to collect materials from nearby places. Therefore, almost all of them were from the aristocratic families of the Great Sui Kingdom. These people did not lack money. Second of all, the new academy treated the students well. Books, brushes, ink, Confucian robes, and many other gifts from the academy were a shocking amount of wealth. Li Huai was the youngest in the group. When they arrived at the dormitory, as his roommates were still in class and had not returned, the child stood alone in the empty house. Li Huai, who had cried once at the foot of the mountain, suddenly squatted on the ground and sobbed. He only felt that he had lost his parents and friends. How could there be such a pitiful child in the world? It was so pitiful that his new clothes were smeared with snot and tears. In the end, Li Huai opened the book box while crying. He only felt relieved after putting on a pair of straw sandals. However, he was afraid that wearing straw sandals would be looked down upon by others, so he put on a new pair of boots again and again. The lonely and helpless child cried again and again. He thought of all the good things about Chun Pingan over and over again. After putting away the book box, Lin Shui went out for a walk alone. The handsome youth with a cold expression walked with firm footsteps. Finally, he found a towering library. Because it was newly built, it emitted a faint woody fragrance. Along the way, he could always hear the familiar sound of reading. Compared to the school in the small town, there were many more sounds of reading. Lin Shi took a deep breath and walked towards the library. He heard that here, it didn't cost a single copper coin to read 10,000 books. Lin Shui suddenly felt a little sad. If that money grubber stayed with them, he would definitely study as hard as he could. After all, that was tantamount to making money. Li Baoping sat in the deserted dormitory. After opening the book box, she found the letter that her youngest martial uncle had written to her. In the letter, he said a lot. He said that he was going home and would help her tell her family that she was safe. He would definitely tell her big brother that she had been very obedient and had endured hardships along the way. He said that he had made a hole in the gold fine copper coin and threaded it with a red thread. In the future, she must wear it around her neck and not lose it. In case she needed money urgently, she could use it to exchange for silver. In the letter, he also said that he had prepared a jade hairpin for her, Lin Shui, and Li Huai as a parting gift. They were respectively engraved with Baoping, Shui, and Huai. Along the way, he hadn't helped much. This was a small token of his appreciation. Don't dislike it. If you don't think it looks good, just hide it. Li Huai was timid. In the future, look for him to play more. Don't let him be bullied in the academy. Lin Shui had a cold personality. Talk to him more. Don't be so distant. Yu Lu's boxing was very powerful. Xie was also an immortal on the mountain. If there was a conflict, Bao Ping, don't rush to the front. You can ask the two of them for help. Don't be embarrassed. Even if you owe them a favor, youngest uncle will help you pay it back in the future. Youngest uncle has left the whetstone called the dragon beheading platform for you in the book box, but remember to find a place with fewer people when you whetstone in the future. Don't scare your classmates. Also, remember to keep the small silver gourd at the end of the letter. He said that the youngest uncle, had left without saying goodbye and didn't enter the academy with them. He wanted to apologize to them. He had come such a long way, but he didn't end it well. It was his fault as the youngest uncle. In the future, all of you must study well. When you are successful in the future, youngest uncle can boast to others that he knows Li Baoping, Li Huai, Lin Shui, and he knows Qin Pingan. There were so many bits and pieces written in the letter, but every word was written meticulously and methodically. It was neither spiritual nor elegant. It was just like the character and temperament of the young man from Clay Bottle Alley. What was right, and what was wrong. Good things should be cherished, no matter how much one cherished them. It was never too much. As she read, the little girl named Li Baoping's tears fell on the letter like the autumn rain of sorrow. It was neither big nor small, but it was sad. The stubborn little girl kept telling herself, "Don't cry, don't cry. If youngest uncle sees it, he will be sad." On the wide street of the capital city of the Great Sway Kingdom, the young man in white chattered and laughed. "Since you are so reluctant, why did you leave secretly?" It was obvious that he was rubbing salt on the wound. Qin Pingan didn't continue after that long look. He kept walking back with a straight face. Cui Dong asked, "You are the youngest uncle. Aren't you afraid that they will be bullied in the academy? At that time, no one will be able to back them up." Qin Pingan didn't say anything. The capital city of the Great Sway Kingdom was so big that the two finally got out of the city before the night curfew. Cui Dong had a pot of wine in his hand. He drank as he walked. He only took a small sip each time, and the wine was not finished even after they got out of the city. A group of elite cavalry rushed out of the city and caught up with the two people on the official road. The leader was the prince of the Great Sway Kingdom, Gao Xian. This time, he didn't have gurus or immortals to protect him. After Gao Xian got off the horse, he came to Qin Pingan and laughed angrily. "You don't even want the reward? Are you trying to frame me as a heartless and unjust person?" Qin Pingan smiled and said, "If you can take care of them for me, that's your reward." Gao Xian shook his head and said, "It's two different things. I won't puff myself up at my own cost because even I can't get involved in the academy. So I won't promise you. Don't worry, my father will definitely take time out of his busy schedule to pay attention to the academy from time to time. So I have to give you the reward I promised. If you don't want it, you have to take it and throw it away." Gao Xian pretended to be fierce and said, "Qin Pingan, I'm the prince of the Great Sway Kingdom. I have to give you some face, right?" Qin Pingan nodded and reached out his hand, saying, "Give it to me." Gao Xian laughed and stretched out a fist. He suddenly released it and slapped Qin Pingan's hand heavily, saying, "From now on, you're my friend. If you come to the capital city of the Great Sway Kingdom in the future, just come to me directly." Qin Pingan was a little stunned. He took back his hand and nodded, saying, "Okay." Gao Xian no longer hesitated and got on the horse again. Because he was in a higher position, Gao Xian bent down and said with a bright smile, "It's a long journey. I've prepared a carriage for you, and it'll be here soon. If you really like to walk, you can sell it for money, but don't sell it cheaply. It's definitely worth the 700 or 800 taels of silver." Gao Xian came and went in a hurry, leading the elite cavalry back to the city. This scene attracted the attention of many passers-by on the official road. Qin Pingan and Cui Dong continued to walk. Cui Dong asked, "You can't figure out why a prince is so polite and enthusiastic to Qin Pingan, right?" Qin Pingan answered, "I can't figure it out, so I won't think too much about it." Cui Dong didn't want to let it go, so he continued to explain, "It's actually not that complicated. Gao Xian's identity is special, and he's close to the Great Sway Kingdom. Moreover, Huangting State is a vassal state of the Great Sui Kingdom. In addition, they must have spies in Dali. It's not difficult for him to know the general experience of your study trip. Moreover, the identities of Bao Ping and the others are more important than you think. So he's willing to be a little friendly to you and cast a long line to catch a big fish. Even if he can't catch it in the end, it's not a loss. Ooh, Chui Dong pursed his lips. If Emperor Dali was replaced by the monarch of any other dynasty, and if Cliff Academy was replaced by any hill master other than Qi Jingchun, they would be like rottenwood struck by lightning, rotting on the spot. Of course, the Great Sui Kingdom has the guts to take over Cliff Academy, which is indeed admirable. Emperor Dali also has mixed feelings about this. You may not believe it, but the Liu dynasty that Uluxi belongs to, although it was recognized as the strongest country in the north of the Aquarius continent before it was destroyed, Emperor Dali only has 3 enemies in his mind. The Liu dynasty emperor is not one of them, but the Great Sui Kingdom's Gao dynasty, whose national strength is slightly inferior, occupies a spot. While Chui Dong was revealing these secrets, Chen Pingan was busy changing into his straw sandals. This made Chui Dong, who was throwing flirtatious glances at a blind person, feel somewhat defeated. Chui Dong asked tentatively, "Mister, when you go back, can you also knit a pair of straw sandals for me? I can also have a small bookcase." Chen Pingan carefully put away the pair of sandals, picked up the big bamboo basket, and continued on his way. He said unhappily, "Wearing straw sandals is not for fun." Chui Dong smiled and said, "I think it's quite fun." Chen Pingan walked along the side of the official road, looked straight ahead, and asked, "Is reading fun?" Chui Dong hesitated for the first time, and finally hung the wine pot on his waist, tied it together with the jade pendant, and held the back of his head with both hands. "Reading, I've never felt fun since I was young." After walking for a long time, in the dusk with the last bit of light, Chen Pingan looked back at the majestic city walls of the Great Sui Kingdom's capital. Chui Dong, who had been silent all the way, suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha! I knew you wouldn't be able to resist." Chen Pingan ignored Chui Dong's sarcasm and asked seriously, "Should I stay in the academy for a few days and see Bao Ping and the others read with my own eyes before leaving?" Chui Dong was a little surprised by this sudden question, and thought for a while. It doesn't matter if you leave now or later. Chui Dong found that Chen Pingan glanced at him with a look of disdain, as if to say, "I asked for nothing, and you said for nothing." Chui Dong was really a little depressed, and said with a face full of grievances, "I'm kind enough to help you out of trouble, mister. Isn't it inappropriate?" Chen Pingan glanced at the wine pot on Chui Dong's waist and quickly withdrew his gaze side, and then walked faster, burying his head in his journey. Chui Dong's expression did not change, but he was shocked. What? Even Chen Pingan had a moment when he wanted to drink. Oh, so this young man already knew the taste of worry. 161. The carriage gifted by Gao Xian arrived late, and arrived at Chen Pingan's side in the late evening. The coachman was the old man with a white face and no beard. He had followed the prince of the Great Sui Kingdom to Lizhu Cave, and had met Chen Pingan twice. However, compared to Gao Xian's enthusiasm, the old man looked indifferent. After handing over the carriage, he walked back to the capital. The old eunuch looked back at Chui Dong. Chui Dong was busy looking at the handsome horse and marveling at it. He did not notice the old man's scrutinizing gaze. Chui Dong jumped into the carriage and took the initiative to take on the responsibility of the coachman. He waved to Chen Pingan and said, "Sir, the carriage is not tampered with. Let's go in peace." Chui Dong slapped himself in the face. "What do you mean go in peace? It's too unlucky. Let's hurry up." Chen Pingan looked around. The sky was dark because of the night ban in the capital. The never-ending flow of people on the official road during the day seemed very deserted. Chen Pingan shook his head and said, "I'm just practicing Zhouzhan." You can just drive. As long as you don't go too fast, I can keep up. Chui Dong knew Chen Pingan's stubborn character, so he did not waste any more time. He slowly drove the carriage, took a sip of wine, and leisurely said in a loud voice, busy with 100 things and 1,000 things to worry about. In the end, everything is over. The weather is cool. What a good autumn. Chun Pingan silently followed behind the carriage, constantly repeating the 6-step zhozhan of the mountain shaking fist manual. He had already memorized the zhozhan and zhozhan. In the middle of the night, Chui Dong had been talking nonsense. He read the Confucian classics, recited poems, and recited all kinds of things. His mouth was not idle. In the end, he even muttered, "I have an old donkey that I never ride." Hearing this, Chen Pingan, who had persisted for nearly 2 hours, let out a breath of turbid air. He stopped walking and said, "I'll get on the carriage and rest for a while." After getting on the carriage and putting the basket on the carriage, Chen Pingan noticed that there was a small mountain of bottles and jars piled up in the corner. However, the light was dim, so he couldn't see what they were. Chui Dong, who was driving the carriage, said with a smile, "There are several jars of good wine, Taoist elixirs for refining qi and healing injuries, and even rouge and face powder. This Gao Xian is really interesting. To be honest, even if we don't talk about the enemy's camp compared to your friend Song Jisen's younger brother, who was my former disciple, Gao Xian is more respectful to the wise." Chun Pingan sat behind Chui Dong, sitting sideways with his legs hanging out. He shook his head and said, "Song Jisen was never my friend." Chui Dong said, "Then Song Jisen, who has now changed his name to Song Mu, will be sad." Before he left Clay Bottle Alley, Qi Jingchun gave Zhao Yao a World Ingchun seal and gave him Song Jisen 6 books, 3 miscellaneous books, arithmetic, chess manuals, essays, and 3 books on basic learning selected by Qi Jingchun. As for Song Jisen, his attitude towards you is very complicated. He probably wanted to feel at ease. So, when he left the last 3 books on the table in the room, intending to give them to you, Chen Pingan. However, people's hearts are complicated. In fact, Song Jisen is well aware that even if you got the key to the house that you left in your courtyard, you would never take the books without permission. However, this didn't affect his conscience. "Teacher, isn't this guy very smart?" Chui Dong said a lot of unknown secrets, but there was one thing he didn't say. He guessed that the books were actually something that Qi Jingchun had predicted early on. Song Jisen would look down on the 3 basic learning books and choose to leave them for Chen Pingan. In terms of playing chess, planning, and calculating, Chui Dong used to think that he was far better than Qi Jingchun. Looking back now, of course, he was very wrong. Chen Pingan said in a low voice, "Song Jisen has always been very smart." Chui Dong asked curiously, "Your relationship with him is so strained because he lied to you and violated your oath?" Chen Pingan didn't say anything. Chui Dong said with a smile, "Don't blame me for talking too much. I'm not trying to absolve Song Jisen. I'm just telling you the truth. No matter right or wrong, Song Jisen has his own reasons for this matter. In fact, the reason is very simple. Song Jisen ate well, dressed well, and lived well. He was better than you in everything. Later, he even had a maid to take care of his daily life. He was proficient in reading, chess, calligraphy, and everything else. But the more he was like this, the bigger the knot in his heart became." Chen Pingan finally said, at that time, he was misunderstood as the illegitimate son of the construction supervisor. Since he was young, he was criticized by the neighbors behind his back. Many people scolded him behind his back. Chui Dong nodded and said, "So, Song Jisen looked at you every day and thought, why do you, Chen Pingan, a poor peasant who almost starved to death, have parents? But Song Jisen, I don't even know my mother's name?" Chui Dong shook his head and said, "The most unbearable thing for Song Jisen is that you, sir, have such a miserable life, but in the eyes of Song Jisen, your neighbor, you seem to be living a happier life than him every day." After eating, you go to sleep. After sleeping, you get up and do things. This makes Song Jisun feel like his heart is scratching his liver. So when he's unhappy, he wants to make you unhappy. He knows what you care about the most, so he wants you to lose it. Chun Pingon remembered that rainy night in Clay Bottle Alley. That was the first time he wanted to kill someone. At that time, Song Jisun was almost strangled to death by him against the wall. Lu Xianyang, who sneaked out of the kiln factory with him, might have been hiding in the distance and accidentally saw that scene. So, for the next month, Lu Xianyang didn't dare to talk to him, which made Chun Pingon depressed for a long time. Chui Dong sighed to himself and said, "Some children have the temperament of a child. The things they get involved in are both terrifying and laughable, but also hateful and pitiful, because it's not only children who have the temperament of a child. Many important people with high positions can also be immature and unreasonable in some important matters." Chun Pingon put his hands on the sword furnace stance. He didn't practice it. It was purely natural. With a calm face, he said, "For this matter, of course I hate Song Jisun to death. But the thing that really makes me dislike Song Jisun is not this." Chui Dong was very curious. He couldn't help but turn his head and ask, "What do you mean?" Chun Pingon slowly said, "That time when Lu Xianyang was almost beaten to death, Song Jisun actually squatted on the wall and fanned the flames. He couldn't wait for Lu Xianyang to be beaten to death. This kind of person is very scary." Chui Dong was silent. Chun Pingon raised his head and looked into the distance. "In my hometown, there's a saying that goes, 'It depends on the person who carries the burden.' I don't think that's a big deal. But if you think it's fun, you're so bad that you add a stone to another person's burden. How can you be friends with such a person?" Chui Dong joked, "Song Jisun didn't add a stone to your burden. In fact, Song Jisun probably wants to be friends with you deep down. Because he's smart enough, he knows very well who to be friends with. For example, he looks down on Zhao Yao, who isn't as smart as he is, but he'll still try to worm his way into being friends with him." Chun Pingon shook his head and said, "I don't like this kind of person." Chui Dong said something heartfelt and conscientious for no reason. "There will be many people who won't like you in the future." Chun Pingon smiled and said, "Why would I want so many people to like me? I don't need to worry about my family when I'm full. It's not like I want anything from others." Chui Dong turned around and gave Chun Pingon a thumbs up. "Teacher, this is called standing tall on a cliff. You can be strong if you have no desires. I, as your student, admire you." Chun Pingon said softly, "I know you're trying to get information from me because you want to find out something I don't know. But it's okay. After saying all this, I feel much better." Chui Dong chuckled and said, "Teacher, you're a wise man who looks foolish. Your student, I am a wise man who looks foolish. Let's learn from each other. When we join forces in the future, we'll definitely be invincible." Chun Pingon suddenly asked, "You know Alliance, right?" Alliance used to hum the song "Old Donkey." Chui Dong's face changed slightly, and he said, "I've known him for a long time. I knew him even earlier than Qi Jingchun and Ma Jianmao and Xiaodong. When I was drinking with my old man, they were probably still playing in the mud. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. A cool breeze was blowing. The young man in white with a mole between his eyebrows had a faint melancholy expression on his flawless face. He smiled bitterly and said, "After I left my hometown, I also traveled far to seek knowledge like you. But I traveled much further than you. Because of my pride, I finally lost face. In a fit of anger, I became the disciple of the old elementary scholar. At that time, the old elementary scholar's reputation was not prominent, and his knowledge was regarded as heretical. So I was his first disciple. The one surnamed Zhua, Qi Jingchun. These people came under the old man's tutelage one after another. Actually, there aren't many disciples. The old elementary scholar is a person who wants to explain everything clearly, no matter how big or small. When it comes to imparting knowledge, a simple principle that can be explained in a few words can take him an entire day. He really doesn't have the energy to take in too many personal disciples. There were relatively more registered disciples. As for those who didn't hesitate to call themselves the lackeys of the literary sage, they were vast and mighty. They were like carps crossing the river. There were countless of them. As for Alliance, he knew the old elementary scholar earlier than me. At first, Alliance went to the old elementary scholar's door to beat him up. Who was the old elementary scholar? His eloquence was very good. The debate between the three factions of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism was the most dangerous thing in the world. How many Bodhisattvas and Taoist embryos fell into the unorthodox path because of this? They became pitiful heresies in their respective orthodoxies. They were glorious before, but they became miserable after that. Before I betrayed my sect, I confidently proposed my opinion because I wanted to help. Let's not talk about this. A real man doesn't boast about his past achievements. In fact, the old elementary scholar was the only one who participated in 2 debates in history. The key point was that he won both debates. Forget it, you don't need to know this for now. Anyway, the old elementary scholar at that time, TSK, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the only one in the world. The kind of peerless demeanor that was known as the bright moon in the sky was something that only scholars could understand. Otherwise, do you think that the old man was only a pitiful elementary scholar and could be worshipped in the Confucian temple? Why did he keep moving up the ranks? The small country that the old elementary scholar came from wanted to make him the ancestor of the top scholar. However, the old elementary scholar didn't want it and kept it to himself. What do you think? Anyway, the old man confused Alliance, and the 2 enemies became best drinking buddies. The old elementary scholar's status became higher and higher, while Alliance's cultivation became higher and higher. The 2 of them complemented each other and had a good relationship. Alliance was the closest to me, Qi Jingchun, and that guy's surname Zhua. For the 3 of us, Alliance went through a lot of trouble, especially for Qi Jingchun, and that guy's surname Zhua. He fought with them until the sky turned upside down, and the earth was turned upside down. Speaking up to this point, Cui sure smiled knowingly and said, "Every time a Liang comes back to us, he starts to brag, saying things like, 'I'm so fierce, even when wiping the ass of you 3 brats. I, Liang, am really fierce.' Or, 'You don't know, when I went to the sects where I slaughtered everyone today, those fairies only hated that their cultivation wasn't high enough. Otherwise, they would have eaten me alive. Alas, it's the hardest to bear the grace of a beauty. You're young, so you won't understand." Cui Dong took a sip of wine and said, "There's one good thing about Alliance. He never brags, unlike us scholars." Cui Dong said so much in one breath. In the end, he turned his back to Qin Pingon and said with a smile, "All right, just like you, I feel much better." Qin Pingon had already closed his eyes and was silently practicing the sword furnace stance. However, it was obvious that the youth was carefully listening to everything, not missing a single word. Cui Dong's expression was calm. After talking openly, "I'll still be the bad guy, and you'll still be the good guy." Qin Pingon opened his eyes and said, "I'll go down and continue practicing the walking stance." Cui Dong laughed and said, "All right." After Qin Pingon jumped down from the carriage, he continued to silently walk the walking stance. Cui Dong's smile slowly disappeared, and he emptied his hand to drink the last mouthful of wine. For the first time, he was absent-minded and muttered, "Qin Pingon, do you think people like you aren't scary?" A voice came from behind the carriage. I heard it. Cui Dong laughed loudly. "Mister's ears are good. You're worthy of being a martial arts genius that only appears once in 1,000 years. In the future, you'll unify Jianghu and be invincible. That's just around the corner." The straw sandals youth unhappily replied, "I have to thank you." On the way back home, they still passed by mountains and rivers. The carriage had already been sold along with the horse. Chui Dong sold it for a high price of 1,500 taels of silver. He then bought himself an exquisite book box and stored all the valuables in the carriage inside. Compared to his previous travels to study, Chun Pingan had more free time to practice the mountain quaking fist and use his time to practice the 18 stops chi circulation method. As long as it wasn't raining heavily, Chun Pingan's walking stance would be exceptionally slow. It was as if he was still practicing with Li Baoping, Li Huai, and the others. A white-clothed youth would stand beside him and practice with him. His movements were even more fluid and graceful than Chun Pingan's. Every time there was a high mountain or a flood, Chui Dong would loudly recite the classics of the sages. Although Chun Pingan didn't say anything, he would subconsciously recite it in his heart. The two of them were no longer like that night on the official road outside the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. Most of the time, they were silent. Chui Dong would occasionally quietly leave Chun Pingan's field of vision. When he came back, his mood would be both good and bad, but Chun Pingan never questioned him. In this way, the master and disciple in name walked from autumn to winter in the unhurried sound of the carriage wheels. The route was very different from when they came. It was chosen by Chui Dong, and Chun Pingan didn't object. The two of them also happened to have seen some strange and colorful anecdotes, either from afar or in person. Chun Pingan, who had traveled from Dali to the Great Sui Kingdom, still felt that it was incredible. In a large lake to the east of the Great Sui, the two of them were traveling at night. Under the moonlight, they saw a group of elegant immortals flying in the air. Each of them held a huge iron chain in their hands. Finally, the lake water shook violently, setting off huge waves. The immortals actually lifted a huge rock from the bottom of the lake. It was as big as a mountain. Just like that, they pulled it out of the lake and carried it back to their own sect. Chui Dong explained that there were many spiritual objects in the mountains and rivers. Once the immortal forces on the mountains found them, they liked to use their magic to seize them and bring them back to their sect. They regarded them as exclusive property and used them to help suppress the fate of the mountains and rivers. Chui Dong also laughed and said that the immortal forces had some conscience. They chose to travel at night and were willing to spend money to buy fine iron chains at a high price. Ordinary immortals didn't care about these things and just bought a lot of cheap iron chains. As for whether mortals suffered when the mountain fell on the ground, the local government didn't dare to care. Unless it fell on a big city, there was no way to hide it. In the end, most of the immortal forces would just pay a symbolic compensation. Between the mountains at the junction of the Great Sui Kingdom and the Huangting country, Chun Pingan saw a large school of fish that looked like crucian carps. They were migrating along the mountain roads and were not hindered by the mud. Chui Dong said that those were the mountain cobra carps. They could stay alive for half a month out of the water. The mountain cobra carps had high requirements for the water quality of the lake. Once the water quality of their old habitat deteriorated, they couldn't survive and would immediately move. The more abundant the spiritual chi in the water source, the better the reproduction of the mountain cobra carps. Moreover, a golden spiritual creature would be born in every 10,000 of them. Therefore, the ordinary forces on the mountain were willing to raise these creatures to accurately determine the situation of the spiritual chi in their sex mansion. After that, within a bustling city in Huangting country, 2 young sword cultivators actually rode on flying swords that were less than 5 m above the ground. And they moved swiftly through the crowd, as if they were competing to see whose level of flying swords was better. They completely disregarded the chaos on the streets, and some commoners who couldn't dodge in time were directly pierced by the flying swords that emitted a swift and fierce aura, causing them to fall to the ground. They were extremely shocked. When the sword cultivator passed by Chun Pingan, an old woman was so frightened that she stumbled and fell. She dodged to the left and right twice and just happened to collide with the sword cultivator, who had deviated from his route. The young sword cultivator didn't want to lose to his companion, who was close behind him. Seeing that he would be overtaken if he stopped abruptly, his face was full of anger. He simply sped up and flew forward. If Chun Pingon hadn't pulled the old woman over, he would have been stabbed to death on the spot. Instead of being grateful, the sword cultivator turned his head and glared fiercely at Chun Pingon. The two high and mighty sword cultivators, one in front and one behind, flashed and disappeared just like that. Although the civilians in the city were terrified, no one had the intention to pursue the matter. Even when they were cursing, they only dared to lower their voices. Chui Dong, who was watching by the side, said casually, if it were other Qi refinement warriors who had not ascended to the middle 5 realms, they wouldn't dare to be so domineering in the city of a country. This was because sword cultivators were the rarest and most precious Qi refinement warriors in the world. After the grateful old woman left in a hurry, Chun Pingon turned and looked in the direction where the 2 sword cultivators had left. He didn't retract his gaze for a long time. Chui Dong said indifferently, I can't control them. Moreover, how can I control them? Chase after them and kill the 2 sword cultivators? They didn't kill anyone from the beginning to the end. Or should I reason with them and earnestly warn them not to be so mischievous in the future? Taking a step back, if your fist is strong enough and you force them to promise you verbally that after you leave, everything will go on as usual, what can you do? Isn't it annoying? I think it's very annoying. Chun Pingon shook his head and said, I'm only so capable. I won't chase after them. I do hope that Mr. will join in the fun. As a student, I've been freeloading all the way. I feel so guilty. At the very least, let me resolve Mr.'s problems. Chui Dong made sarcastic remarks. Seeing that his teacher didn't respond, he asked with a smile, what if you're capable enough in the future? Chun Pingon carried the big bamboo basket and continued on his way. Then we'll talk about it on that day. Chui Dong caught up with him quickly and asked with a smile, Mister, when is that day? Chun Pingon replied, anyway, it's not tomorrow. Chui Dong followed behind eagerly. It'll be great if it's the day after tomorrow. As a student, I'll be proud to follow you. Chun Pingon looked up at the sky and suddenly remembered that by the time he returned to his hometown, it would be almost the new year. He wondered if he should buy a few couplets as soon as possible. Red Candle Town and Dali didn't seem to have many of these things. At this moment, Chui Dong also looked up. However, he was looking at a tall building. The corners of his mouth curled up. Oh, interesting. Ooh. Following Chui Dong's line of sight, Chun Pingon saw a towering pavilion in the city. The wind and clouds nearby were dark and gloomy. In the dark clouds higher up, there were faint flashes of lightning. It was very different from the sunny scenery elsewhere. It seemed like it would only rain in this small area. Chui Dong turned around and smiled. Mister, we must join in the fun. Let's make it clear in advance. If Mister doesn't want to go, I'll go by myself. Mister can just wait for me at the city gate. Without another word, Chun Pingon walked towards the city gate and said, if you don't come out before the night curfew, I'll go on my own. Chui Dong said with a sad expression, Mister is so heartless. Chun Pingon's back was facing Chui Dong. He raised his arm and stuck out his middle finger. Chui Dong's expression immediately changed. He waved goodbye to Chun Pingon. Mister is becoming more and more humorous. This student has contributed greatly. Chun Pingon retracted his middle finger and clenched his fist. Chui Dong hurriedly bowed. Mister, take care. 162. Chun Pingon walked out of the city gate and rested on the side of the official road. Not far away, there was a tea stall. Chun Pingon hesitated for a moment, then went to buy a cup of tea and sat down to drink it. The teenager, who had never regretted anything, began to regret that he had left the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom too quickly. Just as Chui Dong had said, what if Bao Ping and the others were bullied when he was not around? Chun Pingon might not have seen much, but he was not ignorant of the good and bad of people. Because he had not lived an easy life since he was a child, he had done everything he could to survive. Therefore, Chun Pingon understood the unhappiness of life and the ugly side of people better than Li Baoping, Li Huai, and Lin Shui. Especially on the way with Cui Dong, Chun Pingon understood one thing through this cheap student's idle chatter. A high official's hat did not make a person smart, nor did a person with great knowledge become good. Chun Pingon drank tea and looked at the city wall, silently making up his mind. In the Cliff Academy of Donghua Mountain, there was a hall with a plaque that said Song Tao. People liked to call it the teacher's courtyard or the teacher's residence. The current nominal hill master, the minister of rights of the Great Sui Kingdom, was drinking tea. It was rare for him to be free, so he looked relaxed. The 7 or 8 people present were all teachers of the academy, and most of them were not young. The 3 deputy hill masters were all present. One of them, a square-faced old man in a Confucian robe, finally could not help but complain, "These children are too mischievous." It seemed that after the word mischievous came out of his mouth, the old man was still angry and added, "Unbearably mischievous." It should be noted that this deputy hill master was not only a great Confucian scholar in charge of large-scale lectures in the new academy, but also a genuine gentleman. The old man's name had long been recorded in a Confucian school. Therefore, his words carried more weight than those of the so-called famous figures in the literary world and masters of the scholarly circles. The Minister of Rights was a short and amiable old man with an ordinary appearance. If it were not for his uniform, it would be hard to imagine that he was a second-rank official in the central government. Moreover, the Great Sui Kingdom's title of heavenly official was given to the Minister of Rights. For example, the Great Sui Kingdom's Ministry of Rights was given to the minister. The short old man did not feel that the deputy hill master's words had spoiled his mood. He chuckled and said, "Tell me, how mischievous is he?" Lin Shui is extremely talented, and his foundation in the Confucian classics is quite solid, but his character. Sigh, he often skips classes and goes to the library to read miscellaneous books. So what if he reads, but he doesn't even have a single Confucian classic? Instead, there are many heterodox Taoist secret manuals. In such a short period of time, he has already borrowed 20 or 30 books. What kind of scandal is this? It doesn't mean that a Confucian student can't read Taoist books, but at such a young age, how can he be qualified to talk about comprehending by analogy? If he goes astray, how can he explain to the original mountain lord? The short old man nodded slightly and drank his tea at a significantly slower speed. The more the deputy hill master spoke, the angrier he became. And that little girl, Li Baoping, is even more undisciplined and out of control. In class, she often goes on a mental journey and doesn't know how to respect her teachers. If she's not reading that mountainous travel book, she's drawing little figures in the book. Well, she's even using the martial arts techniques of the barbarian. The short old man held back his laughter and did not comment. He lowered his head and drank his tea. The deputy hill master continued, "The youngest Li Huai is honest and dutiful. He doesn't skip classes and doesn't cause trouble. He does all the homework that the teacher gives him, but his comprehension is really, why do I feel like he's a blockhead? During class, he dozes off and drools all over the table. He doesn't look like a direct disciple of the original hill master. Sigh, I'm so worried." A relatively younger deputy mountain chieftain joked, "Minister, many of our mountain chieftain Lu's whiskers have been broken." The old man with a square face retorted seriously, "Only the deputy hill master." The short old man laughed heartily. After putting down his teacup, he asked, "Is there no good news? If this continues, I won't dare to come again next time." The old man with a square face was in a better mood. He nodded and said, "There is. It's strange. But Yulu and Xiesia are outstanding. They're more like pure scholars of our Confucian school. They treat people normally and respect their teachers. Especially Yulu, he's gentle, respectful, and thrifty. He's simply the son of the top tycoon in the Great Sui Kingdom. He seems to be more worthy of cultivation. The short old man was still not in a hurry to make a conclusion. He smiled and looked at a tall old man who had been secretly dozing off. Elder Mao, what do you think? The tall old man with a long piece of mahogany at his waist was called. He shivered and opened his eyes in confusion. What, Minister? You're leaving? You don't want to stay a little longer? The Minister of Rights was still smiling. Since Elder Mao wants me to stay a little longer, then I'll stay a little longer. The headmaster's courtyard was suddenly filled with laughter. The short old man patiently recounted the Vice Mountain Chieftain's complaints in a concise manner. After the tall old man with the surname Mao heard it, his face lit up in realization. I see. Then I do have a few words to say. The short old man joked. We're all ears. The tall old man sat up straight and asked, Is Qi Jingchun more knowledgeable, or are all of you more knowledgeable? There was complete silence. Wasn't this nonsense? The tall old man asked again. Then, Is Qi Jingchun more knowledgeable, or are all of you better? Well, it was still nonsense. The square-faced Deputy Hill Master thought for a moment and did not directly refute. Instead, he lowered his voice and asked, Elder Mao, the Pearl Grotto Heaven is now the county seat of Dali's Longquan County. It's only so big. It's said that there are only 5,000 to 6,000 people in total. There are definitely not many children suitable for learning. Could it be that Mr. Qi really doesn't have a choice there? The tall old man was Mao Xiaodong of the academy when Dali's Cliff Academy was founded. It was this man who helped St. Qi Jingchun build it up bit by bit. No matter whether it was cultivation, seniority, or moral knowledge, he was worthy of being called the number one person in the academy. Therefore, everyone, including the Minister of Rights, was willing to respectfully address him as Elder Mao. After hearing Deputy Hill Master Lu's question, Mao Xiaodong smiled and said, Of course it's possible. And it's not just a possibility. It's the absolute truth. The group of people was dumbfounded. Mao Xiaodong looked around. It's the Great Sui Kingdom that needs these children. It's best if all of them are geniuses and shine brightly. When they grow up, they'll take the initiative to choose to stay in the Great Sui Kingdom so that they can be proud of you and help you slap Dali's face. I don't have such boring thoughts. The Minister of Rights hurriedly coughed twice, then naturally went to pick up his teacup and lowered his head to drink tea. The tall old man did not care about this and continued to speak without restraint. If it were me, those little fellows personally taught by Qi Jingchun will eat and drink as they please. If they want to learn, then they can learn. If they want to slack off, then they can slack off. If they don't, then I can't be bothered to care. As the Deputy Hill Master in charge of the academy, I have so many students under me, and there will only be more every year in the future. Where would I have the time and energy to listen to your complaints about these children climbing trees, skipping classes, and drawing figurines? Everyone in the hall looked at each other. The short old man sitting on the main seat continued to drink tea calmly. In fact, there was no tea left in his teacup. The tall old man smiled and stood up. I'm going to take a look at the matter of Chong Wen Lane's book engraving. This is a big matter, so I have to keep an eye on it. I won't be drinking tea with you, Minister. The short old man took the opportunity to stand up and said with a pleasant expression, Then I won't delay your teaching. Mao Xiaodong complained. Minister, it's not too late to leave after drinking tea. The tall old man tiptoed slightly and glanced at the teacup. Oh, it's finished. Really, Minister, drink another cup. Give the academy some face, won't you? If word gets out, people will think that we don't like you. That's not good. What if the Ministry of Revenue deliberately deducts the money needed for the book engraving in Chongwen Lane for heavenly officials' sake? Who can I complain to? The minister, who was almost a head shorter than Mao Xiaodong, put his hands together and said with a bitter face, "Elder Mao, please forgive me. You're the Hill Master, and I'm the Deputy Hill Master, okay?" "No." Mao Xiaodong laughed and turned to leave. After the tall old man left, the short old man looked helpless and said angrily, "I originally wanted to hide in peace. Well, in the end, I still have to be scolded. We're still family, so I won't dare to come again." There was a burst of laughter in the headmaster's courtyard. Even the square-faced deputy hill master could not help but laugh. The atmosphere was harmonious. Mount Donghua in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom was not at all lofty compared to the other 5 mountains. It was only because it was taller among the shorter ones that it looked particularly tall and graceful. There was a 1,000-year-old ginkgo tree at the top of the mountain. After a girl in a red cotton-padded jacket finished her days, she hugged the tree trunk familiarly and slid down. In the end, she saw an old pedant who was waiting for her. He was really tall, squinting his eyes and smiling slyly. The old man did not look like a good person. The tall old man asked, "At this time, are you skipping class again?" The girl was honest. "Yes, I know the academy has its rules. I accept the punishment." The old man smiled and asked, "Why? When Qi Jingchun taught you before, you would be punished for skipping class." The girl shook her head and said, "Skipping class is not punished. Teacher never cares about this. But if we remember the things he taught in the academy wrong, we will remind him the first time and punish him the second time." The old man said, "Oh," and asked curiously, "What are you looking at up there?" The girl was stunned. Considering the old man's age, she answered, "The scenery." The old man became more and more interested. "What scenery is so beautiful? Why don't I know?" The girl blinked her eyes. "Old man, climb up and see for yourself. Scholars climb trees. It's a disgrace to the educated." The old man waved his hand quickly and then quickly understood. "Oh, you want us to break the rules together so that I won't report you, right? Little girl, you're quite clever." The girl laughed and then shook her head. The old man understood the girl's thoughts and asked, "What's wrong? Am I wrong to say that it's a disgrace to the educated?" The little girl patted her clothes and explained, "In the past, when I hung a kite on a tree branch, it was the teacher who climbed the tree and helped me get it down. Another time, I threw Li Huai's underwear up there and then ran home by myself. Later on, I heard that it was the teacher who helped me get it down. Why are the scholars in your academy always so particular about such things?" The old man corrected her. "It's not your academy. It's our academy." The old man bent over and put his hands behind his back. He smiled at the girl and asked, "Do you think that your teacher, Qi Jingchun, is better than the teachers here?" The girl sighed. She thought that the old man was tall, but why did he always ask such stupid questions? The old man said earnestly, "Little girl, let me tell you, we have a lot of rules. Although we are not as knowledgeable as your teacher, we are not useless. We have our difficulties. Have you heard of the saying, 'Do as you wish, do not violate the rules'? Do you know what's in front?" The girl nodded and said, "It's in 17. And before that is N16. The tall old man was stunned for a long time and could not speak. The old man's knowledge was beyond imagination. It was not that he did not understand the meaning, but he could not figure out how the girl could come up with such a strange answer. The little girl waved her hand and was about to leave. "Sir, my name is Li Baoping. I'm a new student. I won't escape punishment. I've already understood all the rules. I know that I have to copy an essay within 3 days. I'll finish it tonight and hand it to Mr. Hong when I get back. If you don't believe me, you can ask Teacher Hong yourself." Li Baoping patted her chest and said, "Don't worry, I can write faster than I can run. The old man did not know whether to laugh or cry. He quickly stopped the heroic girl and said, "I haven't finished my reasoning. Don't be anxious. You've heard my reasoning. Take it that you've been punished." Li Baoping's hands were already in a running posture. After hearing the old man's words, she could only stop. She stared at the old man and said, "Sir, you can say it, but if the reasoning is not good, I'll just go back and copy the book." The old man was choked by the girl's words. Think about it. The Holy Master only dared to do this when he reached this age. If ordinary people only cared about their own happiness and did not follow the rules, wouldn't it be bad? The girl nodded and said, "Of course not." The old man laughed heartily. "Okay, I've finished my reasoning. You don't have to copy the book." This time it was Li Baoping's turn to be stunned. "That's it?" The girl sighed heavily and looked at the old man. She wanted to say something but hesitated. Finally, she bowed and began to rush down the mountain. The old man was so angry that he laughed. "Little girl, what did you mean by the look in your eyes just now? You think that I'm older than your husband, Qi Jingchun, but I don't know as much as he does, right?" Li Baoping nodded slowly. She was determined not to lie. Since the old man had seen through her, she certainly would not deny it. The old man smiled and said, "Then do you know that I just look old? Qi Jingchun looks young, but he's actually older than me. So it's not strange that he's a little more knowledgeable than me." Li Baoping's face was full of suspicion. The old man seemed to be a little angry. "Why would I lie to a little girl like you?" "Ooh." Li Baoping was not in a hurry to go down the mountain. She crossed her arms and walked a few steps to the left and then to the right. She raised her head and looked at the old man. She asked a strange question. "Even if you're younger than my husband, so you're less knowledgeable, why is my youngest uncle, who is younger than you, more knowledgeable than you?" The old man clicked his tongue and said, "More knowledgeable than me? Then I don't believe it." Li Baoping was a little anxious. She thought seriously and carefully looked around. She stretched out a small hand and put it by her mouth. She whispered, "I'll tell you, don't tell anyone." Then she stretched out her hand and gestured to her head. "If my husband's knowledge is so high, then my youngest uncle's knowledge is at least this high." Li Baoping stretched out her hand and gestured to her shoulder again. Finally, she moved it to her ear. "When youngest uncle is on his way home, he'll learn more words. His knowledge will be this high very soon." The old man was stunned. In the end, he could only agree. "Then your youngest uncle is amazing. Amazing." Li Baoping nodded vigorously. "That's right. My junior martial uncle is so powerful." The old man suddenly sighed. "It's good that he's amazing. If he's amazing, then he'll be able to protect our little bottle in the future." Li Baoping's expression was a little gloomy. She squeezed out a smile and rushed far away. As she ran, she turned her head and waved goodbye. "I'm leaving. I think old Mister's knowledge is actually not bad. It's so high." The little girl wanted to gesture with her hand, but she ran too fast. She lost her balance and fell to the ground. Then she quickly got up and ran down the mountain at an even faster speed. The tall old man patted his waist, and the disciplined ruler returned to its original form. Looking at the red figure that was getting smaller and smaller, the old man sighed. "Jingchun, if I knew this would happen, I would have met that young man." There was a small lake on Donghua Mountain. The lake water was so clear that one could see the bottom. It was full of lotus flowers. However, it was winter, and the leaves had already withered. It looked especially bleak. A tall young man was holding a green bamboo fishing rod and sitting on the shore fishing. Occasionally people would point at him, but no one approached him. Finally, an ordinary-looking dark-skinned girl came to stand beside the young man. "Is fishing interesting?" Yulu nodded and smiled. "It's interesting," Xie asked. "What's interesting about it?" Yulu smiled and answered, "You'll be happy when the fish takes the bait." Even if the fish runs away in the end, you'll still be happy. Xie was a little angry. Yu Lu stared at the lake and held back his laughter. He said, Okay, I'll tell you the truth. I'm practicing martial arts. Yu Lu slowly explained, Let's not talk about holding the rod. Just my sitting posture is very particular. I have to be as still as a mountain and as moving as a river. When the fish takes the bait, my entire body will change in an instant. It's in line with the Taoist yin and yang reversal. There's a martial arts secret book that says that when you're still, there's nothing that's not still. When you move, all the bones will follow. That's why I'm fishing like this. It can nourish my bones and replenish my vitality. Xie was skeptical. Yu Lu didn't look at the girl from beginning to end. If you say that I've never practiced martial arts, you're not wrong. I've never practiced fist stances. But if you say that I've always been practicing martial arts, you're not wrong either. When I'm eating, sleeping, walking, and now when I'm fishing, I'm thinking about those secret martial arts books. One of the benefits of being born into a good family is that the secret martial arts books in your family, even if the quality isn't too high, there aren't many mistakes. And in many fist techniques and sword techniques, there are many places that seem to contradict themselves. But in fact, there's a lot of knowledge. It's especially fascinating. Xie sat on the ground and hugged her knees. She looked at the slender fishing rod. It's a pity that you don't cultivate in the mountains. Yu Lu felt wronged. Hey, Miss Xie, you shouldn't expose people's scars like that. Xie was silent for a moment and said, I'm finally living a peaceful life, but my heart feels uneasy. What about you? The girl asked and answered her own question. It doesn't matter where you're Yu Lu. In this aspect, I'm far inferior to you. Yu Lu turned his head without warning and shook his head. I like to watch the fire alone. Xie was puzzled. Why? Yu Lu turned his head again and stared at the lake. I don't know. I just like it. Xie smiled. Then do you like her? The girl who almost became the crown prince's wife? Yu Lu was expressionless at first, but soon he smiled. He didn't answer the question. Miss Xie, here we have to be careful with our words and actions. Xie smiled insincerely. Li Huai came to me before to show off his jade hairpin. You don't have it? Yu Lu smiled. You don't have it either. It's not strange that I don't have it, but it's not right that you don't have it. You're such a beautiful girl. Xie's face darkened. Please be careful with your words. Yu Lu suddenly shook his wrist, and the fishing rod bent in a beautiful arc. The tall youth laughed. Hooked. The girl stood up and left. There's no good man. Yu Lu carefully walked the fish while looking at the girl's back. Whether I'm a good man or not, it's hard to say. But someone is really good. Well, she's just a little biased. She doesn't have a bookcase. She doesn't have a hairpin. She only has straw sandals that everyone has. Sigh. It's really disappointing. Xie turned around and walked towards Yu Lu in big strides. Yu Lu quickly tried to make up for it. I don't mean anything else. We're all the same. We don't worry about scarcity but inequality. Don't misunderstand. The girl didn't have any intention of stopping. Yu Lu threw away the fishing rod and ran away without caring about the fish that was hooked. Xie picked up the fishing rod that was not dragged away by the fish and threw it towards the center of the lake. Then he clapped his hands and left. Yu Lu was dumbfounded. This time, he was really angry. He said angrily in a low voice, If it was Chun Pingan's fishing rod, you can try it. Do you still dare to be so fierce? I'll take your surname. Lin Shui. He had a plain yellow jade hairpin in his hair bun. The young man's skin was slightly tanned, but it couldn't hide his handsome face. Although he gave people the impression of being cold and serious at Cliff Academy, Lin Shui was still very popular with the girls. Although the girls of the Great Sui Kingdom couldn't obtain scholarly honors, it didn't stop them from studying openly. Before they got married, they could stay in the major academies. As usual, Lin Shui went to the library to read when he encountered a class he didn't like. He was very eye-catching along the way. Among the first batch of students of the new Cliff Academy, the Great Sway Kingdom's students were either rich or respectable. They either came from influential families in the capital or were deeply rooted in the local area. All of them were the children of the rich and had been rich for generations. Lin Shuyi's appearance was like a clear stream of spring water from a mountain stream. Many girls were infatuated with him. Lin Shuyi's unapproachable attitude aroused the fighting spirit of the girls. They felt that Lin Shuyi was unique in everything he did. For example, the young man wore plain clothes and lived a simple life. He was completely different from the noble people around him. This was Lin Shuyi's refined style. If being close to Lin Shuyi for these reasons was only a superficial understanding, then some details that no one paid attention to were the great driving force to solidify this favorable impression. For example, Lin Shuyi was highly regarded by the great Confucian scholar Dong Jing. This old man, who was well known in the Great Sway Kingdom, was recognized as a master of both Confucianism and Taoism. Dong Jing often called Lin Shuyi to his simple hut and taught him alone. Every time there was a thunderstorm, he would personally take Lin Shuyi to the highest mountain in the capital of the Great Sway Kingdom, Iron Tree Mountain. As for the reason, the outsiders of the academy also tried to find the knack for it. There was no wall in the world that didn't leak. Dong Jing also had his own close friends, who were famous for being a drunkard. After a few drinks, he revealed some clues. Lin Shuyi was a cultivation genius that was hard to come by in 100 years. Once he cultivated the Great Spirit and supplemented it with the Five Thunders righteous method, he would definitely be an immortal in the middle 5 states and had a chance to reach the 6th state before the age of 25. To put it simply, this meant that Lin Shuyi, a cultivation genius, was qualified to reach the 10th state, which was far beyond the scope of ordinary geniuses. Suddenly, a child, who was out of breath, ran all the way to Lin Shuyi. It was Li Huai. After seeing Lin Shuyi, he immediately burst into tears and sobbed, "Lin Shuyi, my painted puppet is gone. Someone stole it." Lin Shuyi asked, "Didn't you lose it?" Li Huai shook his head desperately. "Impossible. How many people live in your hut?" "Including me, 4. "Do you have any suspects?" Li Huai still shook his head. Lin Shuyi frowned. In the end, he brought Li Huai back to his hut. He took out a few banknotes from under his bookcase and handed them to Li Huai. His family had sent this money to Red Candle Town's Pillow Inn. That day, Lin Shuyi's expression was extremely ugly when he received the letter from his family. Li Huai panicked. "What? I only want the painted puppet. I don't want money." "Ooh," Lin Shuyi said. "When you return to your hut, tell your roommates that you lost the painted puppet. In short, just pick a place and give this money to whoever can help you find it." Li Huai was at a loss. "That works," Lin Shuyi said helplessly. "Let's try it first." The next day, Li Huai happily went to find Lin Shuyi. "That method really works," Lin Shuyi said in a bad mood. "Lock the box properly in the future. Don't always show off your little junk." Li Huai angrily said, "Thank you. I will definitely pay you back in the future. But you are not allowed to talk about them like that." Lin Shuyi reached out and slapped the brat's head. "Don't bother me. I want to go to the library. Be careful not to become a bookworm." Li Huai made a face at Lin Shuyi and ran away. A few days later, Li Huai came to Lin Shuyi again with a sad face. He hung his head and didn't dare to speak. Lin Shuyi, who was blocked at the entrance of the library, sighed. "What's going on? Were the painted puppets stolen again?" The child said weakly, "No, this time it's the set of small clay figurines." "Is the box locked?" "It's locked, I promise. There are 2 locks. I always keep the key with me." Lin Shuyi had a headache and rubbed his forehead. "I will go and find Mr. Dong and see if he has any ideas. It's not a good idea to keep doing this." Li Huai suddenly looked up and forced a smile. Forget it. I will look for them myself. Maybe they will come back by themselves. Before Lin Shui could ask him to stay, Li Huai had already run out. The child didn't listen to him. Li Huai and Li Baoping had class together today. After class, Li Baoping found Li Huai, who was purposely avoiding her. She noticed that his mouth was red and swollen. She couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Li Huai shrunk his neck. "I fell." Li Baoping stared at him. "Tell me." Li Huai pouted and was about to cry. He tried his best to hold back and said, "I was arguing with someone and couldn't win." "Who?" "It's my roommates, but I fought against 3 of them alone. I didn't embarrass you." "Let's go." The little girl was very direct and efficient. She spoke at most 2 words per sentence. She ordered Li Huai, "Go to your dormitory and wait for me. Hurry up. I will be there soon." Li Huai returned to his dormitory uneasily. His 3 roommates, who were only slightly older than him, were chatting in a group and completely ignored him. They only glanced at Li Huai with ridicule and disdain. This little country bumpkin from Dali was not good at studying and talked vulgarly. His whole body exuded a rustic aura. He treated his broken bookcase as a treasure. More importantly, there were more than 1 pair of straw sandals hidden in the bookcase. Li Huai quietly walked to the doorstep of the dormitory and squatted there to draw circles. Not long after, Li Huai saw Li Baoping rushing in aggressively with the saber-called auspicious symbol in her hand. Li Huai was so frightened that he almost couldn't stand up. When he finally stood up, his legs were weak. He swallowed and whispered, "Baoping, do we need to bring a saber to fight?" Li Baoping glared at him and pushed Li Huai away. She strode into the dormitory alone. "You don't need one for fighting, but do you need one for getting beaten up? Get out of my way." Although Li Huai was sweating in fear, he gritted his teeth and quickly caught up with her. He shouted, "Li Baoping, wait for me." Li Baoping looked at the 3 guys and raised the saber in the scabbard. She said coldly, "Who stole Li Huai's clay figurine? Take it out." The 3 of them were dumbfounded at first, and then burst into laughter. Li Baoping was even angrier. "Who hit Li Huai? Come out." The 3 of them looked at each other and smiled. Then they rolled their eyes. Li Baoping held the saber and gave the 3 little bastards a good beating. Although Li Baoping was not tall, her strength was built up from a young age. In addition, she had practiced martial arts with Qin Pingan all the way. They traveled through mountains and rivers together, so it was easy for her to deal with her peers who were not even as good as embroidered pillows. In addition, when 2 armies were facing off, momentum was very important. Li Baoping's first move was already shocking enough. She moved extremely fast and swept the scabbard across, ruthlessly slapping a boy about 10 years old on the cheek. The boy directly spun on the spot. Then she chopped down with the scabbard, smashing the second pitiful creature into crying. The third one did not dare to fight back and hurriedly ran away. Li Baoping caught up with him, flew up, and kicked him in the back. His whole body crashed into the bed. He was in pain and scared, so he simply lay there and pretended to be dead. Li Baoping's gaze swept over and pointed at them with the end of the scabbard. "Today, you will obediently take back that clay figurine set and give it to Li Huai. In the future, if anyone dares to bully Li Huai, I will beat you until even your parents won't recognize you. I, Li Baoping, am a woman of my word." Li Baoping saw a guy quietly raising his head to look at her. She raised her arm and was about to smash him with the scabbard. The guy was so frightened that he quickly retreated. Li Baoping sneered and turned around angrily. In the end, she saw Li Huai standing at the doorstep. She was furious. "Li Huai, look at how cowardly you are. In the future, don't call me young martial uncle. If you dare to call me that again, I will beat you again." As if his sore spot had been poked, Li Huai squatted on the ground, hugging his head and sobbing. Glancing at Li Huai from the corner of her eyes, Li Baoping seemed to be even angrier than when she had arrived. Holding her saber, she left in a huff. Inside the house, a boy with a swollen head said in exasperation, "This matter is not over. I want you, little shrew, to know who you beat up." 2 days later, in the teacher's courtyard, the square-faced Vice Hill Master slapped the armrest of his chair. Lawless, preposterous. In public, from the young to the old, they actually dared to fight in public. Not a single one is left out. No one is to interfere in this matter. I would like to see how terrible our great Cliff Academy, the seat of learning where the hope of the great Sui kingdom lies, can be. The rest of the people looked at the tall old man, who, for the first time, did not close his eyes and doze off. The old man thought for a moment and nodded. "So be it." Someone mustered up the courage to ask in a low voice, "Elder Mao, what is it?" The tall old man's face was indifferent, as if he was speaking in riddles. That's it. With his attitude, even a square-faced scholar with the status of a gentleman felt a chill run down his spine. 163. Cui Dong, dressed in fluttering white robes, walked through the streets and alleys, and finally found the residence where the pavilion was located. It was indeed a prestigious residence. 2 stone lions stood guard. The threshold was extremely high, and the gate was tightly shut. However, the strange thing was that the 2 words Jilan were hung on the wall of this residence, not the Zhang residence or Qian residence. The pavilion where Cui Dong had seen the strange phenomenon should be the private library of this family. Its height was almost as high as the Kueishing Pavilion of the Confucian Temple in the city. It was certainly not an ordinary wealthy family. The closer he got to this Jilan residence, the more clearly Cui Dong felt that a storm was coming. This feeling was like a cloudy day before a rainstorm, making one feel suffocated. Between heaven and earth, in addition to the awe-inspiring righteousness that the Confucian school worshipped, there were many other formless qi. Generally speaking, there were clear and impure qi. The former was spiritual and was beneficial to cultivation, while the latter was impure, damaging the soul. Places such as mass graves, ancient Jingguan temples, and battlefield ruins all had their own mysteries. Not all of them were impure qi. In the world, the blessed land that was beneficial to cultivation was like a room of orchids. It refreshed the heart and refreshed the mind. Cui Dong put his hands behind his back and leisurely walked up the stairs. A middle-aged gatekeeper walked out from the side door. Seeing the extraordinary bearing of the youth in white, he did not dare to neglect him and respectfully inquired about his identity. Cui Dong said that he was a loose immortal who relied on slaying demons and devils to accumulate merits. When he was outside the city, he saw that something was wrong with the residence and that there might be a bloody disaster. So he came to help. The gatekeeper only took it as a joke. Speaking of whether or not there were spirits and ghosts in the world, the gatekeeper knew that there were, because his own residence had raised many harmless spirits and ghosts. But to say that there were evil spirits and ghosts that dared to cause trouble in the city, especially in their Jilan residence, that would be the biggest joke under the heavens. Who did not know that the 4 people in the mansion, father and sons, were all recognized as immortals among immortals, especially the youngest son, Chao Shishan. Rumor had it that just last year he became the sect leader's direct disciple of an immortal family on a mountain and was proficient in both flying sword and thunder technique. Cui Dong, who was regarded as a liar, was not annoyed. He continued to explain patiently, "Your house has done a good job of hiding wind and gathering water. The layout of the library is also the best. It is where the eye of the formation is located. In addition, there are probably many rare books that have been personally stamped by sages and gentlemen in the library. Therefore, after a long time, it is easy to gather spiritual qi. Ordinary demons and ghosts do not dare to come here. However, some timid and gentle creatures who like to live with people will grow up smoothly. Ew. The gatekeeper looked a little impatient. He asked Chui Dong to leave quickly, saying that he did not have time to listen to this young man's nonsense. Chui sure stretched out his hand and gently pushed away the gatekeeper's hand. He smiled and said, "But the library of this mansion is indeed a little strange. There is a big python inside. It might have been there since the beginning, but its origin is unknown. It might have been invited in later. If I'm not wrong, it should be a fire python. Recently, it has been shedding its skin for the second time. The next time it sheds its skin, it should be formed by water. Once it succeeds, it will become a big flood dragon." Chui Dong stretched out his hand and pointed outside the city. "However, there is a water snake in the river. Its state is higher than that of the fire python. It is waiting for an opportunity under the water. It will not easily let your family's sworn enemy succeed in shedding its skin. The flood dragon, snake, and python in the world, once enlightened and have spiritual intelligence, no matter what kind of temperament they had before, they do not like to be close to their own kind. Therefore, if your mansion does not prepare early, when the fire python is weak after shedding its skin, the water snake will definitely leave the river and rush here. It will try to kill the fire python with one blow and seize the half-fire elixir in the fire python's body to transform it into its own cultivation." The gatekeeper's eyes were complicated. He suddenly became angry and tried to push the young man in white away. "Go away, go away. You are so young, but you are talking nonsense." Chui Dong sighed and said to himself, "Sir, you see, it is not reasonable. It is so troublesome. Let me do it my own way." With a wave of his sleeve, the middle-aged gatekeeper was swept away by a gust of wind and fainted on the spot. Very quickly, 5 or 6 burly men rushed out from the side door. As Chui Shi strode forward, the fate of those initial and second realm martial artists was even worse than that of the gatekeepers. Before they could see the handsome young man with the mole between his brows waving his sleeve, they were all sent flying backward and fell to the ground in disarray. Chui Dong walked all the way. Many guards swarmed over, but they could not stop him. When he arrived at the square outside the library, the yawning Chui Dong finally became interested. He looked at the 3 people standing side by side. They looked like father and son. There were no outsiders except for them. Perhaps they did not want to expose the truth of the library or did not want to hurt the innocent. No one was allowed to come close. Chui Dong quickly looked past the 3 people. The library occupied a large area, as high as 6 floors. The sky above the building was covered with dark clouds. Thunder rumbled, extremely dull, and lightning flashed. In this tall building that stood between the heavens and the earth, there was a huge python that was dozens of feet long. Its body stretched out from the bottom of the building, winding its way up. Its head that was as big as a water tank was flicking its forked tongue at the thunderclouds in the sky. It was filled with natural awe and also contained a strong fighting spirit. Almost all the monsters in the world were not afraid of thunder. This was a brand that was engraved in their bones and passed down from generation to generation for thousands of years. According to legend, in ancient times, a certain celestial emperor who controlled thunder once led a group of gods of thunder and many rain masters to tour the world. No one knew how many demons were killed. Chui Dong continued to walk. The middle-aged man in bronze armor stretched out his hand and stopped his 2 sons who wanted to teach the uninvited guest a lesson. His eyes signaled for them to calm down and not act rashly. He clasped his fist and said, "This one is Chow Hushan. May I know why the honored guest has come to our door?" Chui Shi didn't stop walking and said lazily, "I've used up all my good temper at the entrance. Now, I'm going up the stairs. If you're determined to stop me, don't blame me for not telling you the ugly truth. I'll wipe out your entire family I won't do such a thing now, but I'll kill the three of you and destroy your corpses. At worst, I'll explain to my husband that you died in the battle between the snakes. I won't have any psychological burden. Maybe I'll even shed a tear of sympathy for you in front of my husband, alas, who asked me to have such an old-fashioned husband. The middle-aged man held the handle of the long saber at his waist. His armor was flowing with a layer of thick yellow halo. He said sternly, "Do you really think the Chow family of Jilon is a soft egg that can be trampled on?" Chui Dong spat. "How dare you call yourself Jilon? You have so many good books at home, but you don't let your descendants learn the teachings of the saints. Instead, you play with spears and sticks. What's more, you dare to collude with the monster and let him steal the library to absorb the fragrance of books. That's fine. But you know that the day the fire python molts is the day the water snakes in the river fight to the death. You didn't remind the people in the city to leave the city to hide. Instead, you deliberately used a trick to hide the scene of the thunderclouds descending and the fire python climbing the building. Do you know that this sudden battle between water and fire will kill at least thousands of people in the city?" Chui Dong felt wronged when he said this. He muttered, "Sir, it's all your fault. I'm a little addicted to the habit of talking nicely." A tall young man, holding a silver spear, said with a grin, "Father, don't talk nonsense with this guy. Let me kill him. How dare he ruin the Chow family's century-old great cause of dominating a province? He deserves to die." Chui Dong laughed and pointed at the tall young man. "I like your bad temper." Before he finished speaking, a drop of blood appeared between the young man's eyebrows. The tall young man was about to use his supernatural power to enhance the magic weapon silver spear in his hand when he felt a slight pain between his eyebrows. Just as he was about to reach out to wipe it, he collapsed to the ground. There was no dying breath or painful wail. He died directly. The middle-aged man's armor shone even brighter. His whole body seemed to be shrouded in yellow clouds. His other scholarly son was chanting incantations, forming hand seals with his fingers, and using the astral steps. He was very busy, and soon a string of dazzling words appeared beside him. They were white and bright, and connected from head to tail, forming a full moon that protected him within. Not only that, a small fire python wrapped in flames appeared in the air, quickly circling around the young man. There was also a simple tall crown on his head that released a 5-colored light, and then it sprayed out like spring water, enveloping the young man's surroundings. Inside and outside, up and down, layers of defense were used. Chui Dong was amused by the young man's life-saving methods. "You're really afraid of death. It's good that you're afraid of death." Still, there was no movement. A cinnabar also appeared between the young man's eyebrows. He died instantly. Chui Dong smiled and said, "Since you become a ghost, you don't have to be afraid of death anymore. Don't thank me." The middle-aged man ran away. Chui Dong didn't even bother to chase after him. He was so lazy that even killing him was troublesome. Chui Dong wasn't in a hurry to enter the library. Instead, he stood outside the door. The wine pot at his waist was quite heavy and filled with wine. On the way here, Chui Dong bought another 2 kilograms of loose wine. After leaving the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, he finished the wine pot. At that time, there were still a few bottles of good wine in the carriage. However, he couldn't put his head into the wine pot to drink. Chui Dong didn't throw away the wine pot. After some time, he developed some feelings for it. Since then, he had been buying loose wine from the roadside wine shops. He had no choice. Now, Chui Dong had to borrow money from Chin Pingon. He didn't have much money. He had a mountain of gold and silver, but he couldn't enter it. Before he became a level 5 Qi refinement warrior, Chui Dong could only stare helplessly. Chui Dong took off the wine pot and took a big gulp. He walked forward and crossed the threshold. The fire python that sensed the threat had already retreated into the library. The lightning and thunder clouds in the sky weakened a little. Chui Dong walked to the stairs on the first floor and sighed. Young people don't know what it's like to be worried. They love to go up, 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 up. When Chui Dong reached the fifth floor, he didn't go up anymore. He sat on the stairs with a gloomy look. He was unwilling to go to the top no matter what. Between the fourth and fifth floors, a huge scarlet head slowly popped out. Its eyes were as black as ink. It carefully looked at the resourceful but ruthless young man in white. Chui Dong turned to look at the fire python and said regretfully, "If there was someone like you in my family who could talk to me and relieve my boredom, I might not be like this today." The fire python gently put its chin on the floor and made a humble gesture of listening. It understood human nature very well. Compared to the Chow father and son who had the ambition of conquering the land of a province, it was obvious that this beast had a better vision. Chui Dong smiled and asked, "I interrupted your path to immortality and caused you to miss the right time, right place, and right people. Aren't you angry?" The fire python shook its head slightly. The whole fifth floor shook, and dust flew everywhere. Chui Dong nodded and said, "You have the root of wisdom. If you insist on shedding, the water snake in the river will have a much higher chance of success than you. By then, your hundreds of years of hard work will be reduced to a wedding dress for others." On the stairs higher than where Chui Dong was sitting, there was a 6 or 7-year-old boy in green clothes. He squatted on the stairs handle and looked at Chui Dong's back. He clicked his tongue and said, "Wow, you outsider boy. Not only are you ruthless and vicious, but you also have a good vision. You know how powerful I am." The fire python was shocked. It resisted the urge to hide downstairs with great difficulty. Its whole body was trembling slightly. Without the protection of the Chow father and son, now it had to forcibly stop the shedding process. It was at its weakest stage, and that guy even sneaked into the Chow family. How could it be his opponent? Chui Dong turned his head and said with a smile, "Naughty boy." The boy in green clothes was at a loss. He stretched out his finger with sharp nails and pointed at himself. "Boy, are you talking about me?" The next moment, the boy in green clothes covered his forehead with both hands. Blood constantly seeped out from between his fingers. He fell from the railing to the fifth floor and rolled on the ground. The whole library began to shake. Chui Dong took out something from his sleeve and said in a bad mood, "All right, stop pretending. If you continue to be so naughty, I'll really let you go see the King of Hell." The boy in green clothes suddenly stopped rolling. After getting up, he patted his sleeves and asked, "What do you want?" "I have a good relationship with the river god outside the city. We have been brothers for more than 200 years. Compared to this little girl that even the city god doesn't dare to meet, I'm much, much better. Your cultivation is not bad. You have the qualifications to be my guest, if you help me today, and let me eat it. In the future, within 1,000 miles of the city, you can kill whoever you want." The green-clothed boy seemed to be choked by someone, unable to utter a single word. He stared fixedly at the item in the white-clothed youth's hand, scared out of his wits. His legs began to tremble, and the fire python turned into a little girl in a pink dress. Her body curled up at the staircase as she trembled. Chui Dong held an ancient inkstone in his hand. There was an old fin dragon that was less than an inch long on it. If one listened carefully, one could actually hear the faint sound of sleeping. To the green-clothed boy and the fire python of the library, the sound of sleeping soundly, which a mortal teacher would not find strange, was scarier than thunder in their ears. Chui Dong lowered his head and pinched a shining embroidery needle with 2 fingers. He rubbed it on the edge of the ancient inkstone, causing a series of sparks, as if he was using the inkstone to sharpen its edge. Chui Dong held out the inkstone. "Come in obediently." The fire python turned into a little girl in a pink dress and leaned against the wall. After getting up with difficulty, she did not dare to move. The boy in green clothes asked, "Are there any benefits?" Chui Dong nodded and smiled. Yes, for example, to live, the boy in green clothes said good in a deep voice. Then he broke through the window of the 5th floor and flew out. Then a ray of golden light that was 2 to 3 feet long followed him closely and flew out of the window to the east of the city together. A moment later, in the great river to the east of the city, there were raging waves. Blood splashed in all directions from time to time. Chun Pingon, who was drinking tea at the city gate, immediately paid the bill and rushed into the city. In the end, he found that there was not even a guard at the gate of the Borkid mansion. Chun Pingon went all the way without any obstructions. In the end, he arrived at the towering pavilion and just happened to see Chui Dong personally holding a little girl in a pink dress and walking out. Probably for the sake of enjoyment, Chui Dong transferred the book box to the little girl with a slender figure. His hands were empty except for the wine pot at his waist. Chui Dong patted his head and asked the little girl with the book box to take a few ancient books with the most spiritual energy. Then he sat on the threshold of the library and drank wine. He raised his head and smiled. "Sir, go ahead. I'm listening." Chun Pingon asked, "Do you know why I asked you to return to Long Quan County with me?" Chui Dong drank wine and wiped it with the back of his hand. "I know. You're afraid that I don't have a good memory, or that I have ill intentions and will cause trouble in the Great Sui Kingdom's new Cliff Academy. You're worried about Li Baoping and the other two. That's why you'd rather not be able to sleep peacefully than let anything happen to those children." Chun Pingon looked at Chui Dong. Chui Dong said helplessly, Hey, is it that hard to guess the answer?" "Sir, please don't look at me like that. Even the slightest bit of surprise is an insult to me, Chui Dong." Chun Pingon hesitated for a moment and finally said, "If you're willing to sincerely protect them from today onwards, I'll agree to let you be my student." Chui Dong raised the wine pot high. "It's a deal." Chun Pingon frowned and said, "Forget it. Just because I agreed too quickly?" Chui Dong sneered. "Don't be in a hurry to go back on your word. The moment I sneaked out of the carriage with you, I already guessed the step. I'm not overjoyed at all, but the result of careful consideration for a long time. So don't think that I'm patronizing you, Chun Pingon. You may not believe it, but my staying in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom was originally a chess move that I made myself. Do you think it's fun for me to play chess with myself all the way here? I'm afraid I'll scare you to death if I tell you. That's Dolly playing chess with the Great Sui Kingdom. This game of chess is related to the fate of the 2 great dynasties." Oh, Chui sure sighed. "But then again, it's not my style to put myself in danger and play the hero in a tiger's den. But there's nothing I can do about it. After all, I'm the one who caused this mess. I might not feel at ease leaving it to others to clean up." Chui Dong said with a bitter face, "Sir, if I really die in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom," Chun Pingon said seriously, "I'll try my best to build a cenotaph for you." Chui Dong was stunned and whispered, "Damn, he even knows about the cenotaph. Following Li Baoping and Lin Shui all the way, I didn't study for nothing. Ha! As expected of my teacher, he learns quickly." Chun Pingon asked, "By the way, is it Chui Dong or Chui Dongshan on the tombstone?" Chui Dong's face was full of fear. "Bah, bah, bah." Then Chui Dong said with a smile, "I knew that you would take this step, so I even prepared a farewell gift as your student. The girl just now was born in a fire python and grew up absorbing the fragrance of books since she was young. She has a very docile personality and is most suitable to be your little attendant in the future. The other one has a similar background and has a more violent personality. On the way back to Long Quan County, you need such a person who can fight by your side and help you cross mountains and rivers. Liju Grotto Heaven is still very tempting to them. In the future, when they enter your territory, they can't be disobedient. However, I need you to wait for a moment. The water snake in the river will soon run here to kowtow and admit its mistake. Chun Pingan's mood was a little complicated. You're a bad person, and you're much smarter than me, so you know how to deal with bad people better than me. I hope that after you return to the academy, you can really protect Baoping and the others. Chun Pingan's eyes were sincere. He took a deep breath and said with a posture full of Jianghu spirit, "If you can do it, then I'll thank you here first. If you're willing to make this decision, it means that you really approve of me, even if it's only a little. What you want me to do, it's a matter of course. Why do you need to thank me?" Ooh. Cui Shi was smiling mischievously at first, but when he saw Chun Pingan's serious face, he immediately stopped joking around, shook his sleeves, and solemnly bowed with his hands clasped in front. His sleeves drooped down like a crane's wings, and he said in a deep voice, "Student bids farewell to Mr. Take care of yourself." 164. The girl in pink ran out of the attic with a large stack of ancient books in her arms. When she saw this scene, she looked at Chun Pingan with some fear in her eyes. At the same time, a little boy in blue fell from the sky. His clothes were ragged, and he was in a sorry state. A wisp of golden light flowed around him, like a fierce soldier escorting a criminal. The little boy in blue lay on the ground, panting. He wiped the blood off his face and turned to look at the unknown dragon. The hostility in his eyes could not be dispelled. This was not strange. He had been tyrannical in the river outside the city for hundreds of years. Suddenly, he was beaten into a stray dog. It was natural that he would be furious. Cui Dong snapped his fingers. The wisp of golden light flew back into his sleeve like a swallow returning to its nest. Seeing that Chun Pingan was somewhat puzzled, Cui Dong smiled and said, "Sir, do you remember that outside Yifu Pass when I was bragging to you about how generous the gift for becoming my disciple was? I mentioned this temporarily ownerless natal flying sword called Golden Autumn. It is of good quality and does not require a high level of cultivation to control it. It can be used at will." Cui Dong grinned, rather pleased with himself. The previous owner of this flying sword was once a fully deserving sword immortal of the Central Plains. He was a chess fanatic. Perhaps his brain was stuck in a door. He actually wanted to change his path from sword cultivation to chess. Unfortunately, his chess skills were not good enough. He gambled his life with me and lost to my flying sword. But in the end, he wanted to cut off all means of retreat and did not want to have anything to do with this flying sword. Chun Pingan asked curiously, "Then can Lin Shui use this Golden Autumn?" Cui Dong looked like he had a toothache. "Sir, you are not so biased. Of course Lin Shui can use it, but it will be a waste for him to refine and use it. I am willing to give it to you as a student, but I am absolutely unwilling to give it to an outsider like Lin Shui." The girl in pink and the boy in blue looked at each other in tacit understanding. They saw the shock in each other's eyes. Central Plains sword immortal, chess, gambling. When these words were strung together, it was enough to shock the world. Chun Pingan looked around and did not see anything strange. He prepared to leave and continue on his journey. "Sir, please wait a moment. Let me explain the reason first so that you will not have any problems on your journey home." Cui Dong thought for a moment and then took out the ink slab that was originally the treasure of the Crouching Dragon Crouching Monastery. He ordered the Huang Tinghua. "Huang Tinghua, quickly put your real body. My patience is not very good. If you dare to delay, don't blame me." Before he said a few words, Cui Dong's killing intent rose. He just wanted to slap the boy in blue to death. Out of sight, out of mind. After all, according to the plan of the Longquan County, it was enough to be able to establish a relationship with the old flood dragon. The fire python and water snake in front of him did not have high cultivation and had not even completed the transformation into a flood dragon. They were far from the Hanshi River god of the Grand Water Mansion. In the end, their capture was just a small addition to the brocade. At the beginning, Now that the treasure house in the Fengcuan item could not be opened, he wanted to subdue these two little guys for his sir. Even if they were useless, he could keep them by his side in the future to help guard the mountain, coupled with the special background of Liju Wonderland. It was barely feasible. Therefore, Cui Dong really did not care about their life and death. Now that his teacher was already a teacher, and the students were already students, Cui Dong was very clear about Qin Pingan's character. He was really a stone in the latrine pit, smelly and hard. If he did not recognize him, even if he gave him 10,000 fire pythons and water snakes, it would be useless. Now that he recognized him, it was not a problem to lose the two insignificant little guys. Thinking of this, Cui Dong had mixed feelings. Dealing with Qin Pingan was really tiring. It felt more strenuous than moving the 5 mountains. However, when he crossed the invisible threshold of seeking Tao, he had a very strange feeling. It could actually make a scheming person like the Dali imperial tutor have some peace of mind. Seeing the golden light flowing out of the white-clothed youth's sleeves, the little boy in green hurriedly got up and kowtowed. "Please spare my life, immortal master. I am willing to go through water and tread on fire for you, immortal master. Even if I die, I will not regret it." The little girl in pink who had read tens of thousands of books in this Jilin prefecture's library felt ashamed to be associated with him. She was not the kind of monster who spoke without thinking. She stammered, not knowing what to do. Cui Dong could not be bothered to talk nonsense with the little water snake cub. He raised the inkstone. "I will count to 3. The little girl in pink hesitated for a moment. A small fire python, as thin as a thread, darted out from between her eyebrows and swept into the inkstone. Then her face turned pale and her body swayed. Seeing this, the little boy in green could only sigh like an old man. He nabbed. Forget it, forget it. A wise man submits to circumstances. He fumed and finally condensed into a small dark green snake that was slightly thicker than the fire python. It flew into the inkstone. The python and the snake curled up in the inkstone, not daring to move at all. After all, at the edge of the inkstone, there was an old dragon sleeping soundly. That was the ancestor of monsters like them. It might even be as far away as 18 generations. Cui Dong put away the inkstone that Dali's men of sacrifice had given him halfway and sneered. "Don't be ungrateful. You are only under a little restriction, but you can use it to improve your realm. If it were a monster of the dragon species from another continent, if the two of you were placed in front of them, they would have long begged and kowtowed to the point of breaking their heads." The little girl in pink who had grown up in this small area of the library bowed and expressed her gratitude. The little boy in green who had always been free and unfettered and had a wild nature curled his lips disapproving. Cui Dong turned a blind eye to this and said with a playful smile, "Do you know Dali's Longquan County? That is the place after Liju Grotto Heaven fell. My master is a rich man there. He owns 5 mountains and has collected a lot of snake gallstones full of spiritual aura. This thing is condensed from the spiritual blood of the last real dragon in the world. You can consider its value yourselves. So serve my master well along the way." The little girl in pink's eyes lit up. She bowed to Qin Pingan, and her face was full of joy. "I am willing to follow you, master." The green-robed little boy was even more straightforward. With a plop, he knelt down and kowtowed. "Master, do you lack beautiful maids to warm your bed? I know quite a few of them. Even among cultivators, there is no lack of them. As long as master nods, I will immediately snatch. Oh, no, I mean invite them over in a palanquin with 8 carriers." Qin Pingan rubbed his forehead and glanced at Cui Dong. Could it be that birds of a feather flock together? Why did he have to provoke these unscrupulous freaks? On the other hand, Bao Ping, Li Huai, and Lin Shui beside him were all very serious. After the old scholar severed the spiritual connection, Although Chui Dong now had the appearance of a teenager and the mentality of a teenager, his vision, and shrewdness were still there. With regards to Chen Pingan's thoughts, Chui Dong could more or less guess. He felt a little helpless. How could children like Li Baoping be normal? Taking a step back, was Chen Pingan normal? How many people in the world would wholeheartedly want to hit a lousy fist technique 1,000,000 times before talking about other things? The little boy in green raised his head. Master, Chao Hushan from Jilin Prefecture has a young son. He was previously in charge of keeping an eye on me by the river outside the city. His realm is not high, but his cultivation is not bad. He is quite talented and has the backing of an immortal mansion. I think he has already met up with his father. If we let him be, there will be a lot of trouble in the future. Do you want me to? The little boy made a gesture of opening his mouth wide and swallowing them in one gulp. Chui Dong smiled. After getting rid of you, I have only explained half of my reasoning. Now, you just accompany Master out of the city. I will stay behind to finish up. Chun Pingan nodded and reminded, don't kill indiscriminately. Chui Dong laughed and said, how dare I not listen to Master's words? The bamboo basket moved slightly. Chun Pingan turned his head and saw the scholar with sword shaking slightly. The cute pocket-sized, golden-clothed girl followed the sword and the basket to Chun Pingan's shoulder and waved at him. Chun Pingan understood and turned his head. The strange spirit that had been living in the scholar with sword whispered in his ear. Chun Pingan listened carefully and said to Chui Dong, it told me that if you go to the academy of the Great Sui Kingdom, you should say 2 words to Mao Xiaodong. One is heaven and man are separated, and one's nature is changed. The other is etiquette rules and the law rules. Chui Dong sighed softly, with a complicated expression. Obviously, one of the words was the old scholar's parting words to him, and the other should be the last words that Qi Jingchun wanted to pass to Mao Xiaodong through Chen Pingan. Chui Dong was a little discouraged and pointed to the little person on Chen Pingan's shoulder. This is the only incense stick figure left in Lizhu Cave. It has been shaped into a golden body. It is very rare. Master, there is a mountain god temple in Luopa Mountain. The mountain god is trustworthy. In the future, you can raise this incense stick figure in the temple. The golden-clothed girl standing on Chen Pingan's shoulder hesitated. Finally, she took a deep breath and looked at Chui Dong. Mr. Qi left a message, but at that time, Master said that you might not have a chance, now that you have recognized Chen Pingan as your master. Although he is still a bad person, I think I can tell you. Chui Dong was stunned. His heart was a little excited. He slowly said seriously, I'm all ears. The incense stick figure in golden clothes said in a childish voice, student asked, crab 6 kneels and 2 claws. What do you mean? Is it a typo? Master answered that poor scholar is shy of money. Chui Dong held his belly and laughed until tears came out. Everyone was baffled. Chui Dong walked alone to the library. He could not stop laughing. As he walked, he wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. He turned his head and said with a smile, Master, I won't see you off. Chui Shi walked into the library and stood by the window on the 2nd floor. Looking at Chen Pingan's back, he shouted, Mister, if you run into an extremely difficult situation, you can turn around and look for that old assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Just say that you are my mister. If you can go against your conscience and say that you and the old elementary scholar are half teacher and student, that would be even better. Chen Pingan turned his head and said, I know. Be careful. Chui Dong waved his hand and murmured, You and I will work together. Chui Dong climbed all the way to the 6th floor and looked into the distance. The reason why he did not want to go to this floor was not because there was a mystery here. It was because of his youthful nature. It reminded Chui Dong of some unpleasant memories. Whether it was the first disciple of the sage of literature or the Dali imperial tutor, they were all youths. Chui Dong reached the top floor and fell back. He put the ancient inkstone aside, ignoring the dust that stained his white clothes. He turned his head and looked at the inkstone. Since I've already started, why don't I catch all the flood dragons of ancient Shu in one go and raise them all? Chui Dong looked at the colorful caisson on the top floor. There was a majestic dragon carved on it. It was different from the library in his memory. It was dimly lit and did not have such beautiful scenery. Chui Dong closed his eyes and felt a little sleepy. He still remembered that when he was young, he was very talented. It was just that his temperament was unstable. He was mercilessly imprisoned in the attic on the top floor of the library by his grandfather, who had high hopes for him. The stairs were moved away, and food boxes were delivered to him with ropes. Even eating, drinking, and defecating were done in such a small place. Naturally, there was also a toilet. It was changed every day. The child resisted and expressed his dissatisfaction. He often tore pages from books to use as toilet paper or folded paper into small flying kites. He threw them out of a small window and flew with the wind. Every time he did that, he would hear his grandfather scolding him from below the attic. At that time, the thing that Chui Dong did the most was to stack up all the books in the attic. He stood on top of the tall pile of books and leaned against the window to look at the river outside the city. He would often look at it for hours. At that time, Chui Dong was not called Chui Dong. It was Chui Dong. The word Chui Dong was the sound of water, and Chui Dong was the word Chui Dong. The grandfather who named him hoped that when this grandson grew up, he would have the moral character and knowledge of famous mountains and rivers. He would be both intelligent and benevolent. He would be able to become a scholar and enter the ranks of gentlemen and virtuous people. But the child did not appreciate it. After he walked down from the attic, he quickly left his hometown to travel. He walked out of his home country, walked out of a continent, and finally went to the Central Plains. He hated that he did not go far enough. He wanted to be as far away from that stubborn old man as possible. He even purposely removed the word Chui Dong, leaving only the word Chui Dong that he liked. In the long years that followed, he always called himself Chui Dong. Even when Chui Dong returned to the Aquarius continent and became the Dali imperial tutor, he still did not return to his hometown. He did not want to go back. Chui Dong opened his eyes and used his sleeve to wipe his face. "What are you looking at? Have you never seen a man sad?" An old man dressed in a scholarly robe appeared on the top floor. It was the old flood dragon. The old man stared at the ink slab with a gloomy expression. Chui Dong did not get up. He waved his sleeve and threw the ink slab to the old man. "Your 300 years of cultivation has been destroyed. The previous matter is considered settled. Next, you do not need to rush to Longquan County to help capture the remaining vile spawn of the flood dragon. Regardless of age, lock them up in the ink slab. My master left behind many snake gallstones of the best quality and did not bring them out of his hometown. It is fortunate that he did not bring them out. Otherwise, with his character, who knows if he would become a child of wealth and squander them all away. Now is the right time. We can make the best use of them in the future." Chui Dong sat up and casually shook his shoulders. The old flood dragon kept the ink slab. He could clearly sense the change in the young man's aura. The anger in his heart instantly disappeared and turned into helplessness and admiration. Imperial tutor is indeed the imperial tutor. Chui Dong sighed. From 0 to 3, from 3 to 5, it is not worth making a fuss about. In this small Aquarius continent, it is considered rare. But if it was the Central Plains divine continent, you would not even need to stay there for 1,000 years. In a short 100 years, you would discover countless shocking geniuses. They would rise rapidly and then fall in an instant. It would even be too much for your eyes to take in. In the end, you would discover that only being old and immortal is truly powerful. The Confucian-robed old man, the founder of the Purple Sun residence, and the father of the Hanshi River god. He was the retired assistant minister of the Yellow Court Nation. He shook his head and laughed. That is not a place we can stay. Once we are discovered, there is an 80% to 90% chance that we will be skinned alive by those great empires. Chui Dong was still sitting on the ground. He said with a wooden expression, "Things have changed again. In the capital of Dali, there are people who feel that you are not able to convince the masses to accept you as the mountain leader of the new cloud-splitting Mountain Academy. Although I am against it. The emperor has already decided to only let you be the deputy mountain leader. You might not be able to secure the second position. This is my Chui Dong's mistake. So if you want to go back on your words, I have no objections." The old man smiled calmly. "Deputy mountain leader with a seat at the back. I think it is quite good. There is no need to be a bird in the woods." Chui Dong turned his head and frowned. "You're being courteous with me now. If you go back on your words in the future, I will not be so nice." The old man shook his head. "I am not being courteous." Chui Dong's strange temperament was revealed again. Instead of feeling relieved, he mocked, "No wonder you can live for so long." The old man did not take it to heart. He sighed. "Now, I only hope to live a little longer." Chui Dong stood up. Without any movement, all the dust from his white clothes drifted away. "Next, I will have to trouble you to send me to the Great Sui Kingdom. After that, you can come back here and settle the matter of Jilin Prefecture. You can also instigate the water god outside the city to rebel." The old man's expression was strange. Chui Dong walked in front of the old man and said with a smile, "What's wrong? Are you not used to people riding on your neck? What is there to be embarrassed about? In ancient times, deities riding on dragons was not much different from rich people riding on donkeys. It is very normal." The old man smiled bitterly. He accepted his fate and said, "Then I will wait for you outside the building." Chui Dong nodded. The old man's figure flashed and disappeared. In the sky above the city, the wind and clouds suddenly surged. The clouds drooped and almost touched the top of the library. Outside the city, the river god transformed into a human and stood by the river. He looked up and was full of respect. The city god pavilion and the three deities of the civil and martial temples were the same. Chui Dong tiptoed and floated out of the window. He passed through the sea of clouds and landed on the head of an old flood dragon. He sat cross-legged. The old flood dragon shook its tail and moved forward with the wind. A white-clothed youth with a mole between his brows was like a legendary deity riding on a heavenly dragon. Chui Dong smiled and closed his eyes. He formed seals with his hands and practiced the sword furnace stance out of boredom. One is marked by the company one keeps. At the city gate, Chin Pingon turned his head and looked. The sea of clouds in the sky was rolling. Beside him were two children who looked like page boys. When the little boy in green walked out of the city gate, he felt that he was a ferocious tiger returning to the mountain and a flood dragon entering the sea. He swaggered and said, "Old master, that fellow is really ferocious." The little girl in pink glanced at her archenemy, who spoke without thinking. She pursed her lips and refused to speak. Chun Pingon stretched out a palm and gently pressed on the head of the little boy in green. "He is my student." The little boy in green was so frightened that he hurriedly ran away. Chun Pingon continued forward. Is this considered as one who is close to being black? 165. Along the way, it was very lively. It was so lively that even someone as patient as Chun Pingon felt that his ears were not clear. All of this was attributed to the little boy in green who was even more talkative than Chui Dong. It was early winter, and they had already traveled together for half a day. The three of them slowly walked along the cold and bleak official road. The little boy in green started to pester Chin Pingon again. "When we reach Master's house in Longquan County, can you not make me a servant who sweeps the floor? and makes the bed. It's a little embarrassing. If news of this were to spread to the capital, they would laugh at me for hundreds of years. How can I be the big brother of those demons and water ghosts? Master, you don't know that I can get whatever I want here. When my name is mentioned, everyone will give me a thumbs up. Chun Pingon pretended not to hear because he knew that if he answered, it would be a disaster. The little boy in green continued, "If you don't believe me, you can ask that silly girl. Even the officials and nobles in the capital treat me like a god. Only the prince who lives in the capital is a little more arrogant. He can only be considered polite to me, and not warm enough. However, he has a good relationship with my brother, and we often have fun together. Master, why don't you come to my house on the way? You don't even want me to greet you. Otherwise, I'm not bragging, but I'll definitely give you a grand ceremony with loud gongs and drums and boiling river water." Through chatting with the girl in pink in private, Chun Pingon roughly understood the temperament of the river snake. He was very impulsive and was often pushed out by the water god to block disasters. Many disasters that caused a sensation in the Huangting country were obviously not related to him, but the water god used words to provoke him. He was the one who foolishly took the blame and even thought of himself as a hero. There was once when he was chased by a grand elder of the Lingyun sect and fled for more than 2,000 miles. At that time, the shy little girl spoke her mind and said that it would be good if he didn't come back. Chun Pingon saw that he was going to brag about his great achievements and couldn't help but interrupt. "Do you really not know that the water god used you as a shield? Or do you know but don't care?" The girl in pink nodded in agreement. The little boy in blue didn't dare to say anything to Chun Pingon, but his sharp eyes noticed the little python's movements. He sneered and said, "You little girl, what do you know about brotherhood?" At this point, he opened his mouth wide, revealing his white teeth. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws at the girl. "If you continue to blabber and ruin my image in front of Master, I'll find a chance to eat you. Then I'll shit you out." The girl in pink had a bitter look in her eyes. She thought to herself, "I clearly didn't say anything. You only know how to pick on the weak." Chun Pingon shook the basket on his back. Although Chui Dong had returned to the capital academy of the Great Sui Kingdom, he was still worried. However, Chun Pingon knew that there was nothing he could do except worry. Chun Pingon raised his hands, exhaled, and looked up at the sky. It was winter. He didn't know when it would snow this year. He wanted to return to the town before the new year. If he really couldn't make it in time, he would let go of the walking stance and practice the sword furnace stance. This would allow the little boy in blue to transform into the true form of the water snake. He would try his best to choose the wilderness where there were few people. Chun Pingon left the small piece of dragon-slaying platform that Mr. Chi had cut out from somewhere for Li Baoping. The mountain search map, given by the blind old Taoist, was given to Lin Shui. However, Chun Pingon still had a lot of belongings. It was just that they didn't take up much space. Now that he didn't need to take care of the children's studies, his basket seemed a little empty. This made Chun Pingon feel a little uncomfortable. Alliance had robbed the lord of the land and Wei Pai at Chiduan Mountain. In the end, Chun Pingon got a withered golden lotus seed. It was the leftover from everyone. Until now, no one knew what it was used for. There was a small incense person living in the Huai with sword. After it appeared in the provincial city, it went into hiding again. After making the green bamboo book boxes for the three of them, there were still some pieces of bamboo left. Chun Pingon practiced engraving when he had nothing to do. He recorded the famous sayings that he felt were knowledgeable. There were a few books that Mr. Wensheng had personally picked out. Chun Pingon used to wear a white jade hairpin that he had carved himself in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. Now he took it off and carefully kept it. After they left the capital together, Chui Dong said that the most valuable thing was actually the wooden box. However, Chun Pingon had left it with the 3 hairpins to Li Baoping. Of course, Chun Pingon didn't feel bad about it. There was a pair of seal of mountains and rivers. as well as the significant calm heart complacency seal. There was also the young Taoist priest surnamed Lu, and the few pieces of paper with the prescription. In order to practice his calligraphy, Chun Pingan would still take them out from time to time. As for the small sword embryo that looked like a silver ingot, it was said to be related to the Sui Mountain in the Central Plains. It was unusually bright and could illuminate people at night. However, there were some things in the basket that Chun Pingan didn't expect. In addition to a letter that Chui Dong had written and put in the basket, there were 2 spring festival couplets and a Fu character. In the letter, Chui Dong said that this was a little gift from his student and hoped that the teacher would accept it. Don't worry. The words were just words. There was no calculation. It could be seen that Chui Dong had not only thought about returning to the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, but also knew that Chun Pingan would make up his mind. Chun Pingan was a little scared about this, but he couldn't say anything. In addition, there were 2 copybooks in the basket, Green Mountain and Clear Water Calligraphy. The content was also written in a very formal way. The other one was very fitting for Chui Dong's absurd character. It was called Teacher, Please Put More Oil and Salt Calligraphy. It was full of complaints about Chun Pingan's stinginess. The handwriting. Chun Pingan couldn't say what it was, but he felt that it was really good and pleasing to the eye. Just looking at the copybooks, he felt like he was standing in the alley of clouds and flowing water. Along the way, the little boy in green continued to nag, completely not tired. The girl in pink followed behind Chun Pingan obediently. She was even carrying Chui Dong's book box. No matter how Chun Pingan persuaded her, the little girl didn't dare to put anything in his basket. Chun Pingan thought about it and remembered that she was a fire python that had lived for hundreds of years. She wasn't Li Baoping, so she wouldn't be tired. When he thought of this, the youth couldn't wait to turn around and walk directly to the school of the new Cliff Academy. He stood in the corner and watched as Li Baoping and the others happily listened to the teacher's lecture. They weren't bullied and were living well. This let Chun Pingan know that even if he wasn't by their side, they were living well, or even better. Chun Pingan took a deep breath and began to walk silently. The new Cliff Academy had become an important topic of conversation in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. Almost all the aristocratic families were talking about it. It was very interesting to watch the fire burning across the river. Of course, the few families that were involved in the storm wouldn't find it interesting. For example, the elders of the Chu family in Nanxi, the Han family in Shangzhou State, and the house of the Marquis of Huaiyuan weren't in a good mood. Every day when they went to court, their faces were gloomy. The Great Sui Kingdom emphasized literature over martial arts. However, martial artists were not as popular as scholars in the court. The imperial censorate of the Great Sui Kingdom was noble and powerful. Recently, the court was very lively. The censorate and the 6 departments all expressed their opinions and took sides on the fight between the students of the academy. Their words were not polite at all. Some stood up for Old Han, Shangzhou State, and the Marquis of Huaiyuan, saying that the foreign students were ruthless and didn't have the slightest elegance of a scholar. There were also those who criticized the poor discipline of the officials, saying that the children who came from Dali Longquan were not in the wrong. They couldn't let others bully them and not fight back. Then there were the former who retorted. How could it be called bullying? It was normal for scholars to argue with each other. How could it be called bullying? For this reason, he cited the classics and spoke with fervor and assurance, giving examples of famous debates in history. He also praised Nanjian Kingdom's style of speech, but Nanjian Kingdom was unwilling to admit defeat and refuted him with tit for tat. The disturbance in the capital that attracted countless attention began with a quarrel between 4 children in a dormitory of the academy. Later, a foreign girl named Li Baoping hurt them with a sharp weapon. One of the children who was beaten happened to be the son of the Marquis of Huaiyu. Since the Marquis of Huaiyuan and the Chu family of Nanxi were in-laws, the eldest grandson of the Chu family, was this year's outstanding talent in the academy. At the age of 16, he was known as a child prodigy and was recognized as a gentleman's weapon in the great Sui kingdom. The eldest grandson of the Chu family, who lived up to expectations after growing up, didn't show up at once after hearing the news. However, two of his schoolmates in the academy, the youngest grandson of the pillar of the state and a young man of the great Sui kingdom, went to find trouble with the girl. Of course, they didn't beat her, but they did talk rudely. Coincidentally, Lin Shui, who was from the same hometown of the girl, happened to see them. After a while, they rolled up their sleeves and had a big fight. How could the two be a match for the disciple of the great Confucian scholar Dongjing? They were badly beaten. Now, the eldest grandson of the Chu family, who was also regarded as a jade of cultivation, couldn't just sit by and watch. He went to find Lin Shui and had a wonderful fight. One of them took the cloud thunder zither, an ancestral celestial device, and used the lightning collected by a great qi cultivator to make the strings of the zither with a secret method. Every time he played the zither, the sound of thunder would roll, and the momentum was extraordinary. Lin Shui, a foreign teenager who had become famous in the capital of the great Sui kingdom, also performed well. He used the five thunders righteous method and also had a cultivation of the third state. Although he was at a disadvantage in the face of the Chu family's talent, who had a top-grade celestial device, he still fought in a well-organized way and shocked the world. It was said that this fight even alarmed the great Confucian scholar Dongjing and a group of old masters who heard the news. They watched the fight from a distance, not only to join in the fun, but also to prevent accidents. In the end, the eldest grandson of the Chu family broke a string of the thunder zither without hesitation. Lin Shui was slightly injured, but his skin was torn and his flesh was exposed. He suffered a lot. In fact, there were also factions within the academy. When His Majesty personally came to the academy, although he did not personally see such a big scene, he bestowed heavy gifts to those foreigners. After that, the teachers of the academy clearly paid close attention to those people's homework. This naturally made the native students of the great Sui dynasty feel aggrieved. The students who had followed Deputy Mountain Master Mao Xiaodong from the old academy of the great Li dynasty had probably suffered a lot during their academic life in a foreign country. Therefore, other than a few people, the majority stood on the side of Lin Shui and Li Baoping without hesitation. In this way, the Cliff Academy was divided into two camps, each with a common enemy. The academy was filled with a tense and hostile atmosphere, but it was strange that the teachers turned a blind eye to it, and to a large extent encouraged the atmosphere to spread. At this critical moment, someone stood out and added fuel to the fire. The son of the late General Pan Maozhen, who was originally a loner who didn't interact with anyone, found Lin Shui after he recovered. He was hit by the latter's thunder technique and sent Lin Shui flying with a punch. This time, Lin Shui was seriously injured. He vomited blood and struggled to get up, but was punched in the head by the boy surnamed Pan. He fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. The son of a general of the great Sui kingdom, who acted decisively like a fierce soldier on the battlefield, didn't forget to spit on Lin Shui. The teachers of the Cliff Academy began to intervene and didn't allow anyone to fight in private. But the girl with the strange name, the dark-skinned girl, didn't even visit Lin Shui. She directly found the boy, surnamed Pan, on the same day and beat him until he was bleeding from all 7 orifices. He could only run for his life. If it wasn't for a teacher hurriedly intervening and stopping the girl's pursuit, the boy, who was originally proficient in martial arts, would have become a sickly invalid. Finally, this increasingly fierce farce showed signs of ending with the appearance of a student of the academy. This student of the academy was a legendary figure. He was born in a poor family and was recognized as having the knowledge to be an assistant teacher of the academy before he turned 20. He had previously left the Great Sway Kingdom to go to Lakeview Academy. He passed the joint examination of 9 famous gentlemen and received the official title of a Confucian sage. This time, he returned to the Great Sway Kingdom with a full load. The imperial court of the Great Sway Kingdom specially sent the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Rites out of the city to personally welcome this young Confucian sage. What was even more enviable was that His Majesty asked a great Martin temple in the palace to give this future pillar of the Great Sway Kingdom a set of priceless stationery as a sign of appreciation. Therefore, this student of the academy, named Li Zhongying, entered Donghua Mountain with the identity of a sage and the imperial gift from the emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom. The first thing he did after climbing the mountain and entering the academy was to find Li Huai and apologize. Then he visited Lin Shuyi, who was bedridden. Finally, he stood in front of the young girl, Xie, and said that both of them should not be impulsive. After all, Cliff Academy was a place for learning. After Li Zhongying left, Xie did not say a word from beginning to end. The emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom was not famous for being a diligent monarch. Generally speaking, he was not famous. He was not as great as the Emperor Dali, nor was he as eloquent as the emperor of the Southern Stream Kingdom. He was not even as famous as the emperor of the Liu family who had fallen. However, the Eastern Vase continent had always been rich in the south and desolate in the north. The Great Sway Kingdom was unique in the north. Even the dignitaries of the Southern Stream Kingdom were willing to visit them. The children of the Great Sway Kingdom were also frequent visitors of the Lakeview Academy. The emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom rarely called upon the pillars of the Great Sway Kingdom, including the senior officials of the 6 ministries, to hold a small court meeting in the Yangxin House after the morning court. However, today was an exception. However, many officials, including the minister of the Ministry of Rites, knew that the crisis at the academy had reached the point where the emperor had to personally deal with it. Therefore, the short old man, who was also the mountain master of the academy, became the focus of attention. The heavenly official, the number 1 person in the 6 ministries, walked together with his good friends in the court. There was no panic on his face. The short but powerful minister of the Ministry of Rites looked confident. However, the few involved parties, including old Zhuge Han, did not look so good. The small court meeting was neither hot nor hot. It was not even as hot as the charcoal fire in the small braziers in the room. It was just that the emperor took out some undecided matters of the big court meeting and stirred up the cold rice. Everyone present had cultivated in the officialdom for most of their lives. They were already familiar with such ordinary court affairs. Soon, they passed the resolutions one by one. It was believed that the resolutions would be quickly passed from the center of the capital to the other places. When the matter was settled, the emperor took a sip of the still, warm lotus seed soup. Everyone was refreshed and knew that the main event was finally coming. The emperor put down the cup and looked around. He smiled and said, "What, my dear ministers, are you all waiting to see me make a fool of myself?" Although old Zhuge Han was old, he was still hale and hearty. He sat upright on the chair and looked dignified without being angry. However, he was also a bit embarrassed at this moment. Marquis Huaiyuan, who was in his 30s, was even more restless. Normally, after a hereditary marquis of the Great Sway Kingdom had made meritorious contributions, he would not take the initiative to attend the morning court meeting unless there was an important matter. This was an established rule in the officialdom. However, today several big shots, including old Zhuge Han, had kindly sent him a message and asked him to attend the morning court meeting today. Otherwise, he would not have a chance to explain himself if something happened. When the emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom saw that several ministers wanted to stand up and apologize at the same time, he smiled and gestured several times. "Don't stand up. Just sit down and talk." I'm not here to denounce you today. I just want to know something that is not a rumor. You don't know, but recently everyone, including Shienner, has been talking about this every day. Their schoolwork is a mess, and their chief teacher has been complaining. He is so angry that he wants them to go to Cliff Academy to study. The Minister of Rights, who was the smallest but the highest-ranking official, slowly stood up and told the emperor of the general's story. He was impartial. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom smiled and asked, was it old Mao himself who said that he would not interfere with the children's quarrels? The Minister of Rights nodded and said, yes. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom hummed and said, I see. Then he fell into deep thought. In fact, none of the ministers of the Great Sui Kingdom were naive enough to think that the emperor really did not know anything. Did he really think that the spies of the Great Sui Kingdom were vegetarians? Just to deal with the infiltration of Dali's men of sacrifice and spies, the annual secret expenses of the Great Sui Kingdom's Ministry of Revenue were like flowing water. It was just that they did not make a sound. In fact, if the emperor of the Liu family had listened to the advice of the Great Sui Kingdom, not been so conceited, and believed in the information provided by the Great Sui Kingdom spies, and made early preparations, even if the Liu family's empire was destroyed, and the ending could not be changed, it would not have happened so quickly. It was so fast that the entire Great Sui Kingdom's scholarly officials could not help but curse the Liu family's imperial court for being useless. If the scholarly officials were like this, then the generals of the Great Sui Kingdom were even worse. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom slowly came back to his senses. He smiled and said to old Zhuge Han and the others, that's it. Let's stop here. Even if the children have no bad intentions, there should be a limit to the quarrel between them. The first half of the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom's words were actually the same as what Mao Xiaodong had said in the headmaster's courtyard. Then the small imperial court meeting ended just like that. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom left the Minister of Rights alone. When the short old man saw the emperor stand up, he went to the brazier and squatted down. He personally picked up the iron tongs and stirred the charcoal fire. The eunuchs guarding outside the door did not do it for him. The old man did not find it strange. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom put down the small iron tongs and reached out his hand above the charcoal fire. He said softly, looking at the history books, the pressure comes not only from the strong enemies of the neighboring countries, but also from our own people who are loyal to the emperor and love the people. The heavenly official's Adam's apple moved slightly, and sweat seeped out of his forehead. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom laughed self-deprecatingly, turned around, and waved at the old man. The Minister of Rights hurried over and squatted with the emperor awkwardly. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom smiled and asked, why did Dali go south in such a hurry? Originally, Lakeview Academy's attitude was vague and did not want to give a clear answer. Now, they are even more anxious than us. That young man called Li Zhongying has been deliberately delaying giving him the title of a sage. I heard that later in Lakeview Academy. There are even voices of directly giving Li Zhongying the title of a gentleman. Don't you think it's funny? This question could not be answered casually even if he was beaten to death. The short old man became more and more nervous. The emperor asked if it were Minister Ma and the others. Any one of them would not be trembling with fear like you. Their backs are very strong. Then do you know why it was you in the end, and not the Hill Master of the Cliff Academy? The short old man said softly, because I am the least literate. As the Hill Master of the new academy, Your Majesty does not have to worry about having a conflict with Mao Xiaodong. The emperor reminded, call him Elder Mao. The short old man said fearfully, yes, 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 Elder Mao. The emperor nodded and said to himself, how much respect can Dali give to Mr. Qi? I can even give the same respect to Elder Mao. This is the biggest difference between me and Dali, the barbarian of the Song family. The short old man was about to say something, The emperor shook his head with a smile. But it is not very useful. The minister of the Ministry of Rights was completely flustered. In fact, His Majesty rarely spoke to his officials like this, except for the time when the old man unexpectedly became the Minister of Heaven of the Great Sway Kingdom 10 years ago. This was the second time. His Majesty said with emotion, "Literate and bookish. Of course, all of you scholars have to be literate, but just having literate character and only governing the court with morals may not be beneficial to the country." The old man did not dare to continue to be silent. He had to bite the bullet and reply dryly, "Your Majesty is wise." The emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom turned his head and said with a smile, "You are good in everything, but too cautious. In the future, don't do anything that will tarnish your reputation. Do you think I don't know the character of your children? How would they dare to embezzle the land of the common people, especially your youngest son? He is such a good scholar. Not to mention that he will be in the top 3. He will definitely have the skills to pass the imperial examinations. Why do you have to suppress him?" The old man's lips trembled. In the end, he gritted his teeth, stood up, and knelt down again. He choked with sobs and said, "I can only use this clumsy method to share your Majesty's burden." The emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom helped the old man up and said gently, "In the court, many people say that you are just a good man who makes mistakes. But I think that a minister like you is the real indispensable pillar of the Great Sway Kingdom." The old man suddenly burst into tears. He only felt that the grievances of more than 10 years were swept away. He knelt down again and said, "I am not worthy of your Majesty's trust." The emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom gently kicked the old man and said with a smile, "You are the minister of the Ministry of Rights. How dare you act shamelessly? Get up quickly. This is outrageous." The short old man got up and hurriedly wiped his face. "Your Majesty, please excuse me." The emperor sat back in his seat and waved his hand. "Go back." The short old man bowed and left. The emperor took out a Confucian classic from a small pile of books and flipped through it page by page. Without looking up, he asked casually, "I heard that there are many strange winds in the world. Is one of them called the wind of flipping books?" The emperor's voice was very low, but the tall eunuch outside the door still answered, "Your Majesty, it is indeed so. There is no evidence to investigate where this wind comes from. We only know that it likes to flip through books. The books are old and new. This wind is so faint that ordinary cultivators can't detect it. If it is guided and absorbed into the body, this wind will slowly flow in the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. If you often flip through books to read, it can prolong your life." The emperor looked up and said in surprise, "So good? Then does our Great Sway Kingdom have it?" The old eunuch with white eyebrows and hair shook his head and said, "The wind of flipping books has always been unique to the Confucian Academy. It can't be found anywhere else. Even in the Taoist sects, the Wind Snow Temple, or the Jinwu Mountain, you can't find a trace of it." The emperor sighed and said, "The creation of heaven and earth is so mysterious. It's a pity that I'm an emperor." The old eunuch smiled and said, "This is your Majesty's misfortune, but it is the Great Sway Kingdom's great fortune." The man in the dragon robe laughed heartily, and his face was full of joy. The emperor put down the book and suddenly asked the eunuch outside the door, "Do we need to let Gao Xian go to the Cliff Academy to study?" The old eunuch didn't hesitate in the slightest as he shook his head and said, "Even though the trip to Pearl Abode last time was dangerous, it was extremely rewarding. Your Highness can be considered to have occupied 2 enormous fortuitous encounters by yourself, so there's no need for you to seek knowledge. Moreover, since your Majesty dared to agree to this matter and follow me to the enemy country Dali, this is a great opportunity of the great path." The emperor nodded and sighed. "So, Xian is luckier than me." However, the emperor rubbed his temples and said with a headache, but Xian suffered an undeserved disaster. His mother finally persuaded him to go to the king's fiefdom, which was quite a joyous thing. But Gao Xian, this guy, called himself Gao Zhan in Liju Cave Heaven, and the enemy girl who happened to pass by came directly from the sky with several sword immortals from other continents and found Xian. Although she found out later that she mistook him for someone else, she quickly apologized and left. But Xian has been cowardly since he was a child and was quite frightened. It's my fault. If I had known, I wouldn't have been so impulsive in the alley of Liju Cave Heaven. The tall eunuch bowed slightly, his face full of guilt. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom waved his hand and said, "It has nothing to do with you. Don't think too much. By the way, did you find out the girl's true identity?" The eunuch shook his head and said, "It's difficult. I only know that she's someone from the inverted hanging mountain. She might have something to do with the Great Wall of Sword Energy. It's really tricky." The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom sighed and said, "It's normal that you can't find out. After all, it's not the same continent as that group of sword cultivators from the north. Once it involves the inverted hanging mountain and the Great Wall of Sword Energy, it's even more secretive. Those two places have always been the biggest taboo in our world." The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom finally said helplessly, "The world is so big, and there's more than one key place." Lin Shuyi was now living alone in a dormitory. The rest of his roommates from the Great Sui Kingdom had already moved elsewhere. Today, the originally quiet dormitory was a little lively. Lin Shuyi leaned on the pillow and closed his eyes to rest. Li Baoping hugged the narrow saber, auspicious symbol, and sat at the head of the bed with a gloomy face. Li Huai stood a little further away, with a pitiful look on his face, as if he wanted to cry, but didn't dare to. The child plucked up his courage and took a few steps forward, saying, "How about I go and apologize to those 3 people? The academy said that Li Zhongying is a sage of the Confucian school. Even the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom thinks highly of him. He also said that he's an immortal in the middle 5 states. We can't beat him." Li Baoping was like a little wild cat whose tail had been stepped on. He turned his head and stared at Li Huai and said angrily, "What's there to apologize for? Li Huai, what kind of books are you reading? If Mr. Li and youngest uncle were here, they would be pissed off by you." Li Huai was shocked, but this time he didn't hide and cry. Instead, he stiffened his neck and sobbed, "It's all because of me that Lin Shuyi was injured. I know it's not over yet. I'm not afraid of being beaten to death. But Li Baoping, what about you? If Chun Pingon knew that you were injured because of me, he would hate me to death. He would definitely ignore me for the rest of his life." Li Huai finally burst into tears. No matter how hard he tried to wipe them away, he couldn't stop his tears. When Li Baoping saw Li Huai's sad look, she swallowed some angry words that were about to come out of her mouth. She said sullenly, "Li Huai, you're not wrong. You don't have to apologize. Don't worry. Even if I suffer losses, youngest uncle won't blame you." Speaking of this, Li Baoping looked at Li Huai with firm eyes. "Because if youngest uncle were here, he would also tell you that you were right, Li Huai." Speaking of Chun Pingon, Li Huai was even sadder. He squatted on the ground and cried, sobbing, "The academy is full of bad people. If Chun Pingon were here, he would definitely not let Lin Shuyi be injured. And he wouldn't let Li Baoping be scolded." Lin Shuyi, who smelled of herbs, sighed softly. He didn't open his eyes, but just smiled bitterly. Lin Shuyi knew that someone must be adding fuel to the fire behind the scenes. He couldn't understand the conspiracy in the imperial court and the conspiracy behind the scenes of the family. But if Chun Pingon really stayed in the academy, things might get worse. But even so, there were at least 3 people in the room. They wouldn't be so confused, as if they had lost their backbone. Everything they did seemed wrong, because everything they did made them feel insecure. They were used to the days when Chun Pingon was by their side. These days, Lin Shuyi was lying in bed, thinking of many things. It was only now that Lin Shou understood the many soul-stirring decisions, such as Chiduan Mountain, the wedding dress ghost, and the weight of the burden on Chen Pinggan's shoulders in the face of Zhu Lu's assassination. He also understood the seemingly innocuous decisions, such as who would start the fire to cook, who would keep watch, how they would choose the route, which scenic spots they had to visit, and so on and so forth. Just how tedious and torturous they were. A teasing voice sounded at the door. "Oh, our General Li Huai is crying so sadly." Lin Shi opened his eyes and looked smiling. "You're here?" Li Baoping saw the familiar figure, and her face was full of confusion. Li Huai turned his head and stared blankly at the slim, tanned girl. He sniffled and continued to sob with his head down. Xie leaned against the door. "If you can't beat him, just bear with it. It's not a big deal." Li Baoping wanted to say something, but stopped on second thought. Xie sighed. "I can't help it. Even if you lend me the auspicious symbol knife, I can't beat that hypocrite named Li Zhongying." Speaking of this, she felt a little helpless. If it weren't for those insidious dragon-trapping nails that imprisoned most of her cultivation, she wouldn't have to be so restrained. Xie suddenly turned her head, a little surprised. The uninvited guest walked slowly with his hands folded in his sleeves. The tall young man stood at the door with a smile and looked at the girl standing beside him, Li Huai, who was squatting, Li Baoping, who was sitting, and Lin Shui, who was lying down. Then he said softly with a smile, "Don't blame me for being late. I thought you could handle it." Lin Shui closed his eyes again. Obviously, he didn't like this thoughtful remnant of the Lu family. Yu Lu didn't get angry, but he stopped smiling. "I'm here to ask you a question. If Chen Pinggan was here, what would he do?" Li Huai thought of the disturbance on the ferry of Xiuhua River for no reason and whispered. Chen Pinggan would reason with him first. Li Baoping was in high spirits. After that, if the other party still seemed reasonable, but was actually unreasonable, youngest martial uncle would reason with his fists again. Lin Shi raised the corner of his mouth and didn't show his emotions. Yu Lu replied, "Oh, then I understand." The tall young man turned around and left as if nothing had happened. Xie frowned and asked, "What are you going to do?" With his back to the girl, Yu Lu waved his hand and left. On the way here, Chen Pinggan guarded the first half of the night, and I was responsible for the second half of the night. It used to be like this, and it should be like this in the future. Ooh. Li Huai was a little confused. Li Baoping opened her eyes wide and looked at Lin Shui. Yu Lu wouldn't be looking for trouble with that hypocrite, right? Lin Shui was skeptical. "I don't think so," Xie wondered, "but I feel like he's looking for trouble." Li Zhongying liked to read and was good at it. Not only did he have a photographic memory, but he could also draw inferences about other things. He was a true scholar. Therefore, the new library of Cliff Academy was his favorite place to stay. There was no curfew in the library. Late that night, Li Zhongying was reading alone by candlelight. He suddenly looked up and smiled. "You're Yu Lu, right? Do you need something from me?" Yu Lu put his hands in his sleeves. The tall young man habitually bowed and nodded with a smile. Yes, dressed in a scholarly robe. Li Zhongying stood up with a smile on his face. "Please speak." Yu Lu stretched out a hand from his sleeve and threw a bag full of silver to Li Zhongying. Li Zhongying was puzzled. "This is—" Li Zhongying's body suddenly tensed up as if he was facing a great enemy. He saw the tall young man, who always gave people the impression of being polite, and harmless slowly walk forward with a bright smile. "If the money for your medicine is not enough, please allow me to owe you first. First set a small goal, such as 1 second to remember." Book Guest House mobile version reading website. (166) Li Zhongying saw the tall young man walking towards her. Although she was vigilant, a surge of great spirit appeared in her body. Her sleeves fluttered slightly. This great Sui kingdom's youngest Confucian sage still said with a pleasant expression, I know that you and Li Huai are students from the same hometown. If you want to fight for them, that's fine. But can you tell me the truth before you fight? If you say you've won against me, I won't fight back. I'm willing to let you punch me." But Yu Lu still didn't stop walking. His smile didn't change. But he said something that Li Zhongying didn't understand. "I've always been the one guarding the second half of the night. So let's put the truth aside for now. If you have the chance to meet Li Baoping's youngest martial uncle, ask him yourself. I'm not going to talk to you about this tonight." There were only 5 steps between them. Yu Lu took a big step forward. At the same time, he smiled and said, "Let's fight. Be careful. Don't let me punch you half to death so easily. You'll cause me to owe too much and borrow money from someone. If you don't want to pay it back, you have to be his close friend. I'm not qualified." As soon as the domineering words fell, Yu Lu took a second step. Li Zhongying felt a dull sound from the ground, because the force only penetrated the ground and didn't spread out on the ground. The momentum on the stage wasn't shocking, but the more it was like this, the more Li Zhongying was shocked. With this step, she could see the strength of the tall young man in front of her. He was definitely a pure martial artist who was at least level 4. She couldn't underestimate him. Although Li Zhongying's mind was running fast, it did not delay the qi activity in her body. Like a flood breaking through a dam, the qi cultivator's qi activity poured out violently. Qi cultivators were born with the advantage of internal martial arts. They cultivated their body and qi at the same time. In particular, Li Zhongying had been blessed with great fortune since she was a child. After she showed her prowess, she was soon favored by a qi refinement grandmaster of the Great Sui Kingdom. He taught her the secret art of longevity, and her cultivation rose rapidly. Now, she was already in the 6th level of the cave state. If Lin Shui in the Cliff Academy was a piece of jade that had yet to be tested and polished, then Li Zhongying was a piece of jade that had already taken shape, sparkling, and translucent both inside and outside. For qi refinement warriors, the difference between 5, 6, and 90 was huge. For martial artists, the difference between 3, 4, 6, or 7 was huge. Seeing that Yu Lu was right in front of his eyes, Li Zhongying first made a concealment gesture, then took a few steps back, 2 fingers together, and placed them in front of his chest like a sword cultivator making a sword stance. It was a simple gesture, but after Li Zhongying used it, it vaguely had the demeanor of a master, giving people the feeling that it was open and above board. Not only that, in the library, wisps of light green qi suddenly came to life like a fish in water and crazily rushed towards Li Zhongying. The 6th level of the cave state was the opening of the door of the cave state. It was the opening of the acupoints to take in qi, and it began to absorb reiki from the heaven and earth. The 365 acupoints in the human body were like 365 natural caves and blessed lands. This was also why people said that man was the leader of all creatures. Why did all the demons in the world sharpen their minds and first change into human form before continuing to cultivate? The reason was this: excluding the 7 acupoints that were naturally opened at birth, men only needed to open 9 acupoints to enter the next level. Women, however, needed to open 12 acupoints to advance. Many female cultivators didn't have a high level of cultivation, and there were relatively few people at the end of the middle 5 levels because many people were blocked at this level. However, fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. Once a woman opened more acupoints in this level, she would gain more benefits in the middle 5 levels. Li Zhongying said softly, "Raise the array," following the voice of this academy sage. Crystal-clear, unsheathed swords appeared around the young man, circling in a circle of different heights. Dozens of sword qi slowly rotated. These 3 feet green peaks were formed by Li Zhongying's reiki. Even though they had yet to materialize, they were already awe-inspiring and intimidating. Yu Lu's response was simple and domineering. his fist moving in a straight line, like a cavalry cutting through the array. Li Zhongying dismissed it with a smile, 2 fingers pointing at Yu Lu. The 3-sword chi in front of her slanted, wanting to use the tip of the sword to contend against the tall youth. Yu Lu, who had previously revealed his 4th level of cultivation, suddenly sped up, 1 step shattering the bricks on the ground, his fist breaking through the air. The sword chi instantly shattered. The 3-sword chi didn't even have time to display their power before they were smashed by Yu Lu's 3 punches while changing the array. Li Zhongying's heart moved slightly, moving sideways a few steps, still neither fast nor slow. As she moved, she was filled with the casual elegance of a Confucian scholar. At the same time, the remaining sword chi also formed a formation beside her. Yu Lu's leg whipped towards her. All the sword chi exploded on Li Zhongying's left side at the same time. The air rippled, causing Li Zhongying's vision to blur, as if she was facing a poor copper mirror used by commoners. Li Zhongying was a little annoyed. Why did this Yu Lu have to be so ruthless and overbearing? Li Zhongying snorted coldly, using the gang steps in a small space before that swift and fierce whipping leg swept towards her shoulder. She had already changed her position, arriving at the place where Yu Lu had started. The 2 of them had reversed their positions. Yu Lu, who had spun around in the air, his sea of chi sank and he landed on the ground instantly. With a tap of his toes, he flew forward like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, silent. His speed was so fast that it was beyond imagination, to the extent that Li Zhongying wanted to borrow chi from heaven and earth had become an extravagant hope. She could only temporarily use the spirit chi in her body, no longer avoiding the sharp edge. Instead of retreating, she advanced, punching towards that unrelenting tall youth with both fists. Although she was a chi refinement warrior, the current Li Zhongying's aura was like a rainbow. Whether it was her killing aura or her sturdy physique, it was completely not inferior to the full force attack of a pure martial artist of level 4 or 5. Li Zhongying first used the sword cultivator's means to defend, then used the Taoist ground shrinking technique to shift, and then directly used the military school's techniques to face the enemy head-on. It was an eye-opener. The way she walked. It was as if she had gathered the strengths of 100 schools of thought, smelted in a furnace. She was very ambitious and had very high aspirations. The 2 simple and unadorned fists collided, fists colliding with fists. There was only a loud sound in the air. Yu Lu did not move. Li Zhongying retreated a few steps, her arms drooping, her face slightly pale, her face full of disbelief. Yu Lu continued to close in, showing no signs of stopping while he was ahead. An old sigh sounded in the library. It was not close to the place where the 2 were fighting, a full 200 feet away, separated by many bookshelves starting from a wall. Then a snow-white sword light lit up. The 3 feet white light rushed forward, bypassing a row of bookshelves after flying along the corridor. It bypassed the bookshelves again, passing by Li Zhongying's side as fast as lightning, heading straight for Yu Lu. The tall youth did not stop. At the critical moment, he leaned to the side, dodging the white rainbow flying sword, and continued to run forward in a strange posture. There was a hint of anger in the old voice. Still not stopping, the 3 feet white rainbow light that brushed past the tall youth paused slightly. It did not turn the sword tip and just used the sword hilt as the sword tipped, flying backwards. It was clear that the elderly sword cultivator hiding in the dark knew that even if he was skilled in controlling the sword to his heart's content, once he turned the flying sword around, the delay of this short period of time was still extremely likely to hinder the opportunity, causing that scholar from the Great Sway to truly be injured. Therefore, he did not care about paying attention to any sword technique style. The flying sword swept towards the tall youth's back with an even faster speed. Yu Lu leapt up, 1 foot stepping on the bookshelf on the right, borrowing the momentum to move forward, not only dodging the sharp, flying sword coming straight at him from behind, he also smashed a fist towards Li Zhongying's head. After the sword cultivator decisively attacked, Li Zhongying was already prepared for the worst, silently reciting a line from the Confucian classics from the Sage of Rites. The moment Yu Lu stepped on the bookshelf, in this floor of the library, many bookshelves trembled slightly at the same time, scattered in all directions, from all the ancient books that recorded the teachings of the sage. A string of white words flew out, instantly arriving. The words were big or small, written in regular script, seal script, or running script. In an instant, they all came in front of Li Zhongying. Finally, in front of Li Zhongying, it turned into a stream of words flowing slowly, shining brightly. Although the stream was small, it emitted a sacred and vast aura. The tall youth, who was rapidly falling from the sky, his expression was normal, and still punched her head. He directly broke the stream. One punch broke the stream in half, smashing all the words into pieces. Yu Lu's kick landed on Li Zhongying's abdomen. Li Zhongying, who was recognized as the #1 student in the academy in terms of knowledge and cultivation, was sent flying several feet away. Falling into the aisle between 2 rows of bookshelves after landing on the ground, she still slid more than 10 feet, enough to show the strength of this kick. A gray-robed old man appeared beside Li Zhongying. The flying sword that returned without any results hovered near the old man's shoulder. The tip of the sword pointed at the murderer across the aisle. The old man squatted down, his face panicked, and hurriedly took Li Zhongying's pulse. The injury was not light, but fortunately there was no danger to her life. But the young sage who fell to the ground was a rising star, a talent that even the central officials of the Great Sui Kingdom had to treat with respect. The future of the Great Sui Kingdom without any doubt. He could not help but raise his head to glare at the tall youth. How can you be so vicious at such a young age? Do you know? Ooh. The old man quickly stopped scolding, because the tall youth was still moving forward slowly. Even if he had hurt someone, even if the old man had appeared, he still had no intention of stopping. Yu Lu shook his wrist, his sleeves swaying slightly. Then he continued to fold his sleeves with both hands, strolling leisurely in the aisle, smiling. The reason is that Li Huai has not found the clay figurine, that Li Baoping heard the insults, and that the person who should apologize did not even make a fart. Yu Lu paused slightly, seeming to walk slowly, but in fact, the distance between them was closing at an extremely fast speed. It is not because of Li Zhongying's understatement, the so-called not to fight based on personal feelings, of course. It is not because of Senior C viewing realm, this flying sword that always comes late, one step behind. The old man was so angry at the tall youth's shameless provocation that his beard and hair stood up. He hurriedly fed Li Zhongying an elixir, then stood up, laughing out of anger. Good, good, good. This old man wants to see if you can still reason when you are lying on the ground later. Yu Lu smiled and shook his head. I lost. Of course, I won't say a word of nonsense. When the time comes, there will naturally be a guy who will reason for me. Well, maybe it will be a little late who asked him to temporarily not be here. As the old man stood up, the flying sword also slowly rose, continuing to hover beside the shoulder of the famous sword practitioner of the Great Sui Kingdom. However, the old man still seemed to be worried about Li Zhongying, looking down, full of melancholy. The youth's fist technique was extremely strange. At first, Li Zhongying did not seem to have hurt her bones and vitality, and even the old man did not think it was a serious injury. However, after feeding her the high-grade elixir, he saw the real mystery. Li Zhongying's sea of qi did not slow down, but showed signs of becoming more and more turbulent and uncontrollable. It was extremely dangerous for the seawater to flow backward. It was difficult to cultivate the cave realm of qi cultivators, and even more difficult to consolidate, because once the enlightenment was decided, it meant that the body's aperture acupoints had to accept the external Reiki, but it also formed a dangerous situation of seawater flowing backward, because the external Reiki had to be absorbed from the countless chaotic qi activities of heaven and earth. The Enlightenment was like the battlefield of the secular world. The defending side gave up the only advantage and took the initiative to open the door to meet the enemy, which was easy to be defeated by the powerful enemy. Once the seawater flowed backward, the body's aperture acupoints and meridians were like towns and roads, sinking into a deep flood, barren land, and unable to recover from the setback. Therefore, the cave realm was the real first threshold on the path of cultivation. It was even more difficult than breaking through the lower 5 realms to the 6th realm. Many cultivators, especially the unorthodox ones, and the chi cultivators of small sects who did not have any backing, were afraid that if they failed to reach the cave realm, they would completely lose their foundation to become immortals. Therefore, they had been staying in the last realm of the lower 5 realms. Cultivation went against the natural law and went against the current, especially the word against the current. It was really full of bumps and sorrows. The old man was the secret bodyguard of the Great Sui Kingdom sent by the imperial court to Li Zhongying. If Li Zhongying's realm was damaged and her future was ruined, he would be the first to blame. Yu Lu smiled and asked, "Senior, are you in a dilemma? Do you want to save Li Zhongying first or beat me down?" The old man was so angry that his teeth itched. The question of the tall young man was like hitting the weak spot of a snake, which made the old man, who was used to storms, even angrier. He was a chi cultivator of the sea viewing realm and also a sword cultivator. The 2 words sea viewing came from the meaning of I climb the tower to view the rivers, and when I enter the sea, it will be in my arms. The Reiki of heaven and earth began to expand the meridians of the human body, like the rivers that eventually entered the sea, and like the official road that expanded the post house in the human world. The Reiki gradually condensed and sublimated, and began to nourish the body, thus allowing the cultivator to prolong his life. Ordinary chi cultivators of this realm could live up to 100 years old. A sword cultivator of the sea viewing realm in the Aquarius continent was already worthy of the reputation of a sword master. In the Great Sui Kingdom, even the high-ranking officials of the 6 ministries, such as the assistant ministers of the 6 ministries, may not be escorted by a sword cultivator of this realm when they leave the capital. He took a deep breath. The old man made up his mind to end the battle quickly, within 3 moves to determine the winner. Since Senior does not know how to choose, I will help Senior to choose. And the tall young man was even more arrogant and unreasonable. Still with the annoying smile and voice, he accumulated power and took 3 steps forward, each step more shocking than the previous. The bricks and stones were stepped on to make cracking sounds. You don't know if you should fight? Yu Lu will force you to fight. So, straightforward. The old man's pupils shrank, his heart moved. He saw that the tall young man's aura was not weak to begin with, but now it was a step further. His spirit was majestic, as if there was an ancient killing god spirit in it. Even the old man's face showed a touch of horror. A martial artist of the 6th realm, the 15th realm of the chi cultivator, and the 9th realm of martial arts, a battle between a chi cultivator and a pure martial artist of the same realm, excluding the sword cultivator and the military cultivator. If one were to exclude some of the chi cultivator's heaven-defying treasures, then there was almost no suspense to the outcome. There were even martial artists of a lower realm who were seriously injured or even beaten to death, and chi cultivators of a higher realm. But although the old man was shocked, he was not afraid at all, because he was an experienced sword cultivator with many years of accumulation. He was at the 7th level of the chi cultivator realm, the sea viewing realm. If he did not leave a way out and insisted on killing, even if he was facing a martial artist of the 6th realm, it was really just one move. So the old man sneered. If you want to die, I will not really let you die because of the rules of the academy, but let you only have half of your life left. No harm. The tall young man who rushed forward seemed to be fighting to the death, but in fact his eyes were playful. And he said in his heart, I beg you to be more powerful. Abandoning the official road, Chun Pingon brought the 2 children to cross the mountains together. To be precise, the little boy in green showed his huge, true body of more than 100 feet and carried Chun Pingon across the mountains and rivers. An unexpected surprise was that Chun Pingon discovered that he could also practice the Hans Han manual on the back of the water snake. In the beginning, he often slipped and walked incongruously. Over time, Chun Pingon could make the water snake deliberately shake its body and still walk as if it was flat ground. The girl in pink was not qualified to ride the water snake. She could only carry the book box and run at the side, clapping and cheering for her master. On this day, Chun Ping and found a mountaintop to rest. The three of them gathered around the bonfire, and the green-clothed little boy began to nag again. "Master, you're not young anymore. Do you want to take in a few concubines, beautiful maids, or servant girls?" Chun Pingon put his hands close to the bonfire, and the light of the fire shone on his dark face. He shook his head and said, "No." "Ooh." The little boy in green reached into the bonfire, and the water snake grabbed a wisp of flame and then extinguished it little by little, making a crisp sound like soybeans collapsing. "Why, Master, don't worry. Not only do they not accept betrothal gifts, they are also willing to bring their own rich dowry. Master, are you not tempted by this kind of business?" Chun Pingon smiled and said, "I am not tempted." The little boy in green was confused. He extinguished a wisp of flame and grabbed another one. "Why?" Chun Pingon smiled and did not speak. The little boy in green clicked his tongue and said, "Master, you have a girl you like." Chun Pingon glared at him. The little boy in green whispered, "Master, it is not shameful for you to like girls, but it is scary to like men." All of a sudden, his face was full of splendor. He pretended to be coy as he said, "Master, you see, I actually have delicate features." Chun Pingon's scalp went numb, and he waved his hand and ordered, "Disappear." As the little boy in green ran into the distance, he said fiercely to the girl in pink, "Silly girl, did you secretly bring any rouge or powder? Lend it to me." Chun Pingon reached out and held his forehead. These days were tough. Later on, as usual, Chun Pingon looked for the little boy in green to spar with him and train his body. Even though the little boy in green did not behave in a proper manner, he was more than enough to deal with Chun Pingon, who was at the second realm of martial arts. Even if Chun Pingon's realm was much higher than that of ordinary martial artists, Chun Pingon's punches on the little boy in green did not hurt him at all. On the other hand, his punches would cause a landslide if they landed on Chun Pingon. At first, the little boy in green did not control his strength well and caused Chun Pingon to be sent flying far away, crashing into a tree as thick as a thigh. The little boy in green was so scared that he thought that he was definitely going to die. However, after Chun Pingon recovered, he still wanted the little boy to continue punching him. Today, Chun Pingon had just formed a fist stance and had not really punched, but the little boy in green was already rolling on the ground dozens of times. The little boy in green stood up and patted the dust off his body, praising, "Master, your punches are so ferocious. It's so scary." The girl in pink squatted in the distance, watching with her mouth agape. She had heard that the Imperial River Tyrant was violent, simple-minded, and had a high cultivation level. However, she had not heard that he was such a shameless person. Chun Pingon was used to it and sighed, saying seriously, "Stop fooling around." The green-robed child immediately stood on one leg like a golden rooster. He waved his hands wildly and made a strange sound from his mouth. Chun Pingon's face darkened, and he turned back to sit by the fire. The little boy in green rushed back to his side in a fluster and smiled apologetically. "Master, don't be angry. I'll be serious later." Chun Pingon waved his hand. "It has nothing to do with you. I'm just thinking about something and can't calm down." The little boy in green replied, "We'll talk about it after you calm down." Late at night, Cliff Academy, at the foot of Mount Donghua, a young man in white started to climb the mountain slowly, sighing constantly. A voice quietly sounded in his mind. "What are you doing here?" Chui Dong said unhappily, "My master has something to do, and I'm here to help." 167. Yesterday, 5,500 words. You said it was not a big chapter. Today, let's have a big one. A tall old man with a mahogany ruler on his waist stood at Wenjungtang halfway up the mountain. He was taking a nap with his eyes closed. After His Majesty came to Donghua Mountain, all the spies and secret agents had been removed. Even a 10th state chi cultivator was hidden near Donghua Mountain and could not easily set foot in the academy. This was the Great Sui Kingdom's respect for the Cliff Academy. Or it could be said that the Great Sui Kingdom's emperor trusted Mao Xiaodong. In Wenjungtang, incense was burning to worship the three saints of the Cliff Academy. The one in the middle was naturally the Holy Master, who was worshipped by all the Confucian students in the world. Then there was the Sage of Literature, who deliberately hid his identity on the statue, and the first master of the academy, Qi Jingchun, the young man in white-handed in the customs documents at the gate of the academy at the foot of the mountain. He walked all the way here and stuck his head out to look at the hall. He stood outside the door and said angrily, "Mao Xiaodong, are you trying to discuss me, or do you want to set me up? If I'm not satisfied, I'll leave right now and never come back to this mountain to be an eyesore to you again." Mao Xiaodong still closed his eyes and said indifferently, "You can either go in and offer incense or clear things up. Otherwise, as long as I look at you, I'll be your grandson." Chui Dong sat on the door. "Even if you're willing to be my grandson, it depends on whether I accept you or not." TSK, I don't know who was the one who learned to play chess from me and played for 10,000 years. In the end, I gave him 2 pieces, but he was still beaten by me until his face turned pale and his hands trembled. He couldn't wait to play chess and delay for 100 years. Mao Xiaodong said indifferently, "Go is just a small path." Chui Dong sneered. "Go is a number, even a small number." "Well, who doesn't know that you, Mao Xiaodong, are among the group of untalented registered disciples? Your knowledge is sparse, but you respect your teacher the most. You serve the old Shoutsai better than your own father. How can you start to advocate the principles of other schools' sages, especially this saint who is the old Shoutsai's sworn enemy? Why, you learn from me and go, and also in life." Mao Xiaodong, who had been resting with his eyes closed, sneered, "I'll talk nonsense with you again. I'm your son." Chui Dong rolled his eyes. "I came to Donghua Mountain because I have no home to return to. I'm just staying here temporarily. You, Mao Xiaodong, are now the hill master of the academy. You can just turn a blind eye to it. If you don't want to see me, then don't see me. If you don't see me, then don't worry." Mao Xiaodong sneered. "You're such a greedy person. I'm afraid that in a few days, the academy will be destroyed by the Great Sui Kingdom because of you. If you want to compete with the Great Sui Kingdom, I won't stop you. But don't think about messing around in Donghua Mountain. The academy is the academy. It's a place for moral knowledge. It's not a place where you, Chui Dong, can do whatever you want and not wipe your ass." Chui Dong frowned. "Didn't you receive my secret letter? It's the one with the chess piece in it." Mao Xiaodong nodded. "Yes, I did. But I didn't open it. I threw it into the stove and washed my hands. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to pick up the chopsticks to eat." His words were harsh, but Chui Dong wasn't angry at all. He stood up and came to the tall old man. He said with a smile, "Xiaodong, I'm not here for any plan. I just want to study hard, bask in the sun, play chess with you, and take care of the kids from Liju Cave Heaven." Mao Xiaodong laughed. "Believe you? Then I'm your ancestor." Chui Dong was a little confused. He pointed to his nose and said, "What's wrong with being my ancestor? Is it a bad thing? How much advantage do you have?" Mao Xiaodong twitched his mouth. "If I were your ancestor, I would be so angry that I couldn't even close my coffin lid. Of course, I don't want to be your ancestor." Chui Dong said angrily, "Mao Xiaodong, you're almost there." The tall old man closed his eyes and shook his head. "No, Chui Dong pointed at Mao Xiaodong. You want to fight? Mao Xiaodong suddenly opened his eyes. His aura was shocking, like an angry Vajra in a temple. Fighting is good. Back in Dali, I couldn't beat you. Now, I'll fight you with one hand. Chui Dong blinked. You're my grandson now. It's not appropriate for a grandson to fight his grandfather, right? Mao Xiaodong reached out and pressed the ruler at his waist. After I beat you to death, I'll burn incense for you. Chui Dong quickly stretched out a hand. Stop, stop. The old scholar and Qi Jingchun both want me to pass a message to you. Listen to them first. Mao Xiaodong narrowed his eyes. His murderous aura was very strong. It was even stronger than when he opened his eyes. Be careful. These are your last words. Chui Dong's lips moved slightly after listening to his thoughts. Mao Xiaodong stared at the young man in white, who was only at level 5, especially Chui Dong's eyes. The reason why people's eyes were said to be favored by spiritual qi was that if one's state of mind was like a lake, then one's eyes would be like the mouth of a deep well. If one's body was righteous, then one's spirit would be clear. If one's heart was evil, then one's eyes would be turbid. If Mao Xiaodong had met Chui Dong, the imperial tutor of Dali, in the old Cliff Academy in Dali, then Mao Xiaodong wouldn't have done anything unnecessary. The difference between their realms was like heaven and earth. No matter how long he looked, he wouldn't be able to see through Ming Tang. But now that the situation was reversed, it was Mao Xiaodong who was superior in terms of cultivation. Of course, it would be useful. Most importantly, they used to be in the same sage vein, so he could see more clearly. Mao Xiaodong retracted his gaze and strode away. Chui Dong smiled and asked, "Where are you going? Don't you want to chat?" Mao Xiaodong snorted and said, "Hurry up and wash your eyes or you'll go blind." Chui Dong stretched out his hand and flicked his lapel, complacently saying, "My youthful appearance is indeed devastatingly beautiful." Mao Xiaodong stopped and was about to turn around and hit him. After all, the old man had wanted to kill this bastard who deceived his master and destroyed his ancestors for a long time. A faint golden light swept out of Chui Dong's sleeve, ready to strike. He said in shock, "Are you really going to hit him?" The scholarly sage persuades people with virtue, and a gentleman persuades people with reason. Although you, Mao Xiaodong, have been implicated by your sect, and are only a sage now, there's no such thing as rolling up your sleeves and fighting. Mao Xiaodong strode away. Chui Dong quickly followed with his hands behind his back, looking extraordinarily elegant. He kept pestering. "How's Li Baoping and the others studying here? Did they cause chaos in the academy?" Mao Xiaodong said in a bad mood. Yes. Chui Dong's face was gloomy. "Don't tell me someone wants to kill the chicken to warn the monkeys?" Mao Xiaodong sneered and said, "I thought it was Imperial Tutor secretly doing mischief, trying to drive a wedge between the Academy and the Great Sui Kingdom, to embarrass the Emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom and completely destroy the heritage of the Cliff Academy." Chui Dong was a little embarrassed. He raised his arm and scratched his head. He laughed dryly and said, "The old guys in the capital can do this kind of thing, but I won't. I always put myself in their shoes and do good to others. I've changed. Oh, no, I've changed for a long time." Mao Xiaodong sighed and looked up at the pavilion at the top of Donghua Mountain. He said in a soft but firm voice, "Chui Dong, if you dare to do anything harmful to the academy, next time, I'll kill you." Chui Dong didn't take it to heart at all. "Whatever, as long as you're happy. First, tell me what's going on." "Now, I'm more miserable than you. I'm not lying to you. Who in the world dares to compare with me? Xiaodong, whenever you're in a bad mood, I can tell you, I'm sure you'll be in a good mood. But remember to bring a few jugs of wine. The Emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom is not stingy. He'll definitely reward you with good wine." Mao Xiaodong glanced at the young man in white strangely. He shook his head and continued to walk. Then he roughly explained the situation. especially the last battle in the library. Yu Lu fought against two people alone. In the end, both sides were injured. The three of them went in together. A young sage in the cave-dwelling state, an old sword practitioner in the sea-viewing state, and a tall young man at the peak of the sixth state of martial arts. In the end, they all came out together. This time, even Deputy Hill Master Mao Xiaodong couldn't suppress this big news. That night, the minister of the Ministry of Rights of the Great Sui Kingdom, who was dressed in official uniform, and the 10th state cultivator, who was hiding near Mount Donghua, went up the mountain together. However, Mao Xiaodong only said this to the three of them. He would give an explanation to the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom. As for the others, no matter if they were vassals or ministers, they had no right to criticize the academy. The three of them actually didn't have the slightest intention of denouncing Mao Xiaodong when they went up the mountain. However, Mao Xiaodong was still unreasonable, and his attitude was extremely tough. The 10th state chi cultivator was about to take action on the spot. Fortunately, he was stopped by the heavenly official of the Ministry of Rights. They quickly went down the mountain and entered the palace to meet the emperor. The old sword practitioner and Li Zhongying were added to the team. They could already walk, but their complexions were terrible, as if they hadn't recovered from a serious illness. Finally, Mao Xiaodong asked, "What identity are you using to stay here?" Cui Dong said without hesitation, "If you read my secret letter, you will know the identities of Yu Lu and Xie Lingyue. I can reveal one of them. For example, Xie Lingyue, from the top sect of the Lu dynasty. I can reveal myself as her senior. If it's Yu Lu, then I'm one of the hidden gatekeepers of the Lu Palace. Don't worry, I've already prepared for both identities. It's watertight." Mao Xiaodong was still worried. He said worriedly, "The spies of the Great Sui Kingdom are no worse than those of Dali. Moreover, the Great Sui Kingdom and the Lu dynasty have been friends for generations." Cui Dong's words silenced the tall old man. "Who am I?" When the two of them parted, Mao Xiaodong couldn't help but scold. "Who are you?" "You're my son." Cui sure let out a sigh and cheerfully called out, "Father!" Mao Xiaodong was stunned. He gritted his teeth angrily and disappeared in a flash. Cui Dong shouted, "Where do those kids live?" "Father, tell me." In the dead of night, no one responded. Cui Dong rolled his eyes. "I'll knock on every door and find them myself. Who's afraid of who?" In the one Xingtang, Mao Xiaodong returned and stood in the hall. After offering 3 incense sticks, he said sadly, "Teacher, senior brother, I don't understand why you're doing this. I know that no matter what, I can't compare to the two of you. Since you're doing this, you must have your own considerations," but the tall old man said with tears on his weathered face. He said sadly, "But I just don't feel happy." Of course, Cui sure wasn't stupid enough to knock on each door one by one. With a tap of his toes, he leaped onto the roof of a school building. Looking around, he saw that there were still lights in several places, so he leaped towards the nearest one. He tiptoed and leaned against the window. Before he could see the person's face, he could already hear the sound of water splashing. Cui sure unhurriedly poked through the window paper. Sure enough, he saw a picture of a beauty bathing. Unfortunately, the woman's figure was really unbearable to look at. After Cui sure felt that his dog eyes had gone blind. The girl standing in the bucket inside the house screamed. Cui Dong didn't leave. He stood there and complained, "What are you doing?" "I'm the one who's at a disadvantage." "Okay." With a bang, water splashed on the window. It turned out that a water ladle had hit him. Cui Dong had already left rubbing his eyes. He muttered, "My eyes hurt." Behind him, there were shrill screams. The lights in the nearby schools were lit up. Cui Dong relied on his memory and searched through each school. Finally, he found the people who wanted to leave. Coincidentally, Li Huai, Li Baoping, Lin Shui, and Yu Lu were all there. Yu Lu was lying on his side on the bed. Although his face was pale, he was in good spirits. Li Huai sat at the head of the bed. He looked down at the straw sandals on his feet. He had a lot on his mind. Li Baoping and Lin Shi sat opposite each other at the table. They were reading books. Chui Dong pushed the door open and laughed. "Are you happy? Are you surprised?" Li Baoping was stunned. For a moment, she was overjoyed. "Where's youngest martial uncle?" Chui Dong stepped over the threshold and kicked the door shut. He sat on the stool between Li Baoping and Lin Shui. He rolled his eyes and said, "Teacher didn't come. I'm all alone." Li Baoping got up and ran to the door. She opened the door and looked around for a long time. She didn't see youngest martial uncle. Only then did she weakly return to her seat and lay on the table. Lin Shui put down the cloud gem book. He carefully tied it up with the golden thread. He put it away. He wanted to say something but stopped. Chui Dong poured himself a cup of tea. He drank it in one gulp. He waved his hand and said, "I know what happened." He smiled at Lin Shui and said, "Call Thank You over. Tell him that his young master needs someone to serve him tea." Lin Shui hesitated. Chui Dong said anxiously, "What? You secretly like Thank You. Are you afraid that I'll ask her to warm the bed tonight? Are you blind, or am I blind?" Lin Shui got up helplessly and left to call Thank You. Chui Dong looked at the sickly Li Huai and said with a smile, "Li Huai, don't be sad. Chun Pingon heard about this and praised you. He said that you are brave and responsible. He said that you are a good man." The child suddenly raised his head. "Really?" Li Huai's face immediately lit up with joy, and he grinned. Li Baoping sneered. "Are you stupid? Youngest martial uncle left the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom for so long. How could he know about the recent events of the academy? And would youngest martial uncle praise someone like that?" Li Baoping raised her head. "At most, he would smile. That's good enough. At most, he would give you a thumbs up." The little girl suddenly straightened her back and crossed her arms. "Youngest martial uncle saved all his praises for me." Li Huai was a little sad. He hesitated for a long time and lowered his head, as if he was talking to the pair of straw sandals. "Should I move in with Lin Shui?" Li Baoping turned her head. "Li Huai, why are you still so cowardly? What right do you have to move it? If anything, it should be those three fellows." The little girl suddenly lowered her head and leaned on the table again. "Forget it. I'm not qualified to say this." Yulu got up with difficulty. Li Huai quickly helped him. Yulu leaned against the wall and sat cross-legged. He said apologetically, "I can't welcome young master." Chui Dong ignored the tall boy and looked at the simple decorations in the school. After a moment of silence, he said to Li Baoping, "Li Huai is right to move here. It has nothing to do with cowardice. Li Huai continuing to stay there is the worst plan. Moving here is the second best plan. Moving to Li Zhongying School is the best plan." At this time, Lin Shui came back with Xie Xie. After Lin Shui sat down, the tanned girl saw Chui Dong and was clearly filled with fear. She only dared to stand at the door. Li Baoping was puzzled. "Why is it the best plan?" "I know. What do you mean by the worst plan?" Chui Dong spun the white porcelain teacup with his fingers and slowly said, "Stealing and humiliating Li Huai are normal behaviors of children who don't know any better. Moreover, young people are hot-blooded and the most unreasonable. You haven't come into contact with the real Jianghu. Those hot-blooded youths can kill an entire family without saying a word. After that, they are caught and beheaded by the authorities. Guess what will happen to them? On the execution ground. Even if the executioner is already staring at their necks and thinking about how to cut them. Those people are still proud and unrepentant. Do you think they are afraid of death? They don't show mercy when they kill, and they don't bow when they are killed. They are just that powerful." Li Huai listened attentively. He only wondered if these people's brains were damaged. Are there really such unreasonable people in the world? Cui Shi smiled and said, Therefore, even if those children admit their mistakes and get their buttocks beaten up by their parents, they might one day feel so angry that they can't be appeased. They might hold back their anger and say a few malicious words to other people, saying that you are the son of a duke or a marquis. How can you face the spirits of your ancestors in heaven with such grievances? You are the descendant of the founding fathers of the Great Sui Kingdom. Your family's portrait of your ancestors is still hanging in the Great Sui Kingdom's Purple Heaven Pavilion. Ooh, Lu nodded slightly. As the crown prince of the Lu dynasty, he was no stranger to this. Perhaps he was the one who understood Cui Dong's words the most among everyone in the room. Cui Dong chuckled and continued. Then they think that's right. If we are so cowardly in our own territory, how will we survive in the future? Won't we drag our family down and become the laughingstock of the capital? So one night, they took a knife and slit Li Huai's neck open. Perhaps those 3 aristocratic young masters who eat and drink won't be able to act like wanderers who are about to die and still feel that they are heroes. However, when it really comes to that point, Li Huai is already dead. Whether they regret it or not, whether they are scared to the point of peeing their pants, is there any meaning? Li Huai listened with a pale face. Yu Lu reached out and patted the child's shoulder to comfort him. The child turned his head, but the smile on his face was uglier than crying. Cui Dong put down his teacup and lightly tapped the table. As for those who are really affected by their emotions, there are bound to be many intertwined conflicts of interest. Some people throw stones to find the way, some fan the flames, some fish in troubled waters. There are all kinds of things, but it doesn't matter. I'm here. Next, you all can focus on your studies. You don't have to worry about anything else. Everyone in the school had mixed feelings. Cui Dong laughed. What, you don't believe me? You don't believe that I have the ability, or you don't believe that I have such good intentions. If it's the former, you all can wait and see. If it's the latter, well, my husband Chun Pingan was worried that you all would be bullied, so he didn't really calm down. So he made a good deal with me and asked me to watch you all study at the academy. Now, you should believe me, right? Cui Dong looked at Li Baoping. The true chivalrous spirit of the Jianghu never lies in temporary gratification. Then he looked at Lin Shi. The mountains are high and the rivers are flowing. There is still a long way to go. If you really feel uncomfortable making enemies in this life, then deal with the enemy first and then bully their children, grandchildren, and great-grandchildren. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Ooh. Finally, he looked at Li Huai. Remember, 100 years is never too long for a cultivator to take revenge or repay kindness. Cui Dong clapped his hands. Well, I've finished my business. Cui Dong patted his head. By the way, little treasure, when my husband and I passed by a mountain, we were lucky and met a large group of mountain coaster carps that were moving. Then my husband heard that there might be a golden mountain coaster carp among 10,000 mountain coaster carps. My husband pulled me to squat on a tree stupidly and waited for more than 2 hours before he found a golden mountain coaster carp that was deliberately covered in mud. Li Baoping's eyes widened. She stood on the stool and then squatted down, as if she could be closer to her youngest uncle and the mountain coaster carp by doing so. Cui Shi shook his head and said, after he got down from the tree, he struggled all the way and finally caught this rare crucian carp. He wanted to give it to you as soon as possible, but a mountain coaster carp can only leave the water for half a month at most. Even the one in his hand can only last for a month at most. If he told the people at the relay station the truth and begged them to keep it in the water for a period of time, Chun Pingan was really worried about the relay station. He was afraid that they would be tempted by the wealth and run away after giving it to you. He was worried that you would be happy for nothing, so he said that when he returned to your hometown, he would leave it with Li Shisheng when he visited your brother to tell him that you were safe. Li Baoping's eyes lit up. There was no longer any trace of depression on her face. She suddenly became a young and inexperienced girl. Chui Dong sighed and said, "Little Baoping, my master is so nice to you. He always remembers you when he has something good." "Hey, I don't understand. My master is so stingy that he doesn't even put more oil or salt in the stew. Why doesn't he treat real treasures as treasures when he comes to you? He's not stupid." "Okay." The little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket frowned, and the corners of her mouth turned down. She was about to cry. Chui Dong hurriedly explained, "Don't cry, don't cry. The mountain coaster carp can't be sent to the academy through the post house, but it can be sent by letter. Chun Pingon has written letters to all of you at the post house on the border of the Great Sui Kingdom. It will probably arrive here in 10 days or half a month. At that time, whether you cry or laugh depends on your mood." Chui Dong finally said helplessly. "Chun Pingon also said that my student Chui Dong is a big bad guy. You can't trust him, but you can ask him for help if you encounter any problems." After Chui Dong said this, Li Baoping and the other two believed most of it. Even Yu Lu and Xie Xie believed half of it. Li Huai followed Lin Shi to the dormitory to rest. Li Baoping went back to her room and parted ways with the two halfway. After the three left, Chui Dong waited for a while and drank a cup of tea. Then he left Yu Lu's room with Xie Xie. The girl was nervous and carefully followed the boy in white. She was even more nervous than when she faced the general of the Great Sui Kingdom, whose father died. Without the presence of Li Baoping and the other two, Chui Dong was expressionless. He didn't even turn his head and asked coldly, "Why didn't you attack Li Zhongying? Was it because you didn't dare, or because you couldn't bear to?" Xie Xie answered honestly, reporting to young master, "It was both." Chui Dong stopped and gave the girl a hard slap. "Eating and drinking for free all the way. And in the end, you attacked a general of the Great Sui Kingdom whose father died. You're really something. If you're so good, why don't you go to heaven?" The girl with red and swollen cheeks gathered her courage and looked at Chui Dong. "I knew it was impossible, but I still did it. Why did I do it? Young master, tell me." Chui Dong slapped her again. "Because your life is worthless. It can't even compare to Li Huai's finger. In my eyes, you're even more worthless." The girl's heart was filled with desolation. She bit her lip so hard that it bled. Chui Dong raised his arm and pretended to hit her. The girl was extremely afraid of him. She didn't dare to move, but she turned her head. Chui sure laughed and retracted his hand. Finally, he slowly extended it and gently patted the young girl's cheek. "You're so scared of me? That's good. I thought we hadn't seen each other for a while. You shameless little bitch. Your wings have grown a bit." I'm both disappointed and gratified. The girl's expression was numb. Chui Dong continued to walk forward. Suddenly, he said, "I can help you remove half of the dragon-trapping nails that are firmly nailed into your soul. Then you can quickly recover to the Immortal's Cave stage." Xie Xie asked in a low voice, "Why?" Chui Dong didn't turn around. Without any warning, he kicked her in the stomach. Caught unprepared, the girl almost fell backward. For a moment, the pain was unbearable. Chui Dong said with a calm expression, "I just thought of a principle. I learned it from Chun Pingon. He, on the other hand, holds a copper coin in his hand. He can't wait to spend it like a tael of silver. Since you're a tael of silver, why should I spend it like a copper coin?" Some sparkling tears appeared in the girl's eyes. Copper coins, silver. This was a straightforward and vulgar way of saying it. Moreover, it was her entire life tied to a copper coin and a tael of silver, which cultivation genius that could enjoy a good reputation in the dynasty would not spend gold and silver in order to increase their cultivation level. It was calculated by the word mountain. Chui Dong rubbed his chin as he walked, deep in thought. After coming to his senses, he turned his head and smiled brilliantly. "Do you want to tear off that face and show your true face? Young master is in a good mood today. It's rare for him to be so merciful. From now on, your name will be changed back to Xie. How about it? Do you want to be grateful to your young master?" The girl, who had been beaten and scolded without fighting back, suddenly had courage from somewhere. She screamed, "No." Chui Dong stopped and turned around. Looking at the dazed girl, he made a series of TSK, TSK, TSK. "You still know how to be embarrassed." The girl knelt on the ground with tears on her face. She sobbed intermittently. "Please don't do this, young master. I'm willing to continue to be an ordinary xie. Don't tear off this face. Please, young master." Chui Dong stretched out 2 fingers. "Choose one. Tear off the face, or make Xieling's identity public. You choose. Hurry up, or I won't even leave you a choice." The girl slowly raised her head. At this moment, her mournful eyes were like a dying young deer. She said in a trembling voice, "I choose to change my name." Chui Dong shook his head. "See, I said you're a little bitch. You still don't want to admit it. What family of imperial tutor? It turns out that it's not as important as your face. Okay, soon you'll be Xie Lingyue of the Lu Dynasty's #1 immortal mansion. Thank you. Hurry up and thank your young master." The girl said miserably, "Thank you, young master." Chui Dong quickly stepped forward and kicked the girl to the ground. He said angrily, "You should say thank you, young master." The girl lay on the ground, her shoulders trembling. Thank you, young master." Chui Dong rolled his eyes. "Boring. Go back by yourself." He went back the way he came and walked alone to Yulu's schoolhouse, leaving the sobbing girl alone there. But before leaving, Chui Dong left behind some strange words. Unfortunately, the girl didn't listen. Changing your name is equivalent to changing your fate. Xie Lingyue will be lucky all the way. If you don't believe me, just wait and see. Haha, to have a young master like me who spreads wealth. It's really your good fortune of 10 lifetimes. The girl sat there in a daze. She even forgot to wipe her tears. The night wind in winter was very cold. The wind rose from the end of the green duckweed. But no matter what, the wind blew here and there on the girl's side. When Chui Dong returned to the schoolhouse, Yulu was already sitting at the table. His face was rosy and full of energy. When he saw Chui Dong, he stood up with a smile. "Forgive me, young master." Chui Dong said, "Sit. Seeing that you're much smarter than Xie Lingyue and that you're also more talented, I won't argue with you." Yulu sat down obediently. He even poured a cup of tea for Chui Dong. His movements were smooth, and he didn't look like he was seriously injured and bedridden. Chui Dong took the cup and asked with a smile, "Tell me, why did you clean up the mess?" Yulu sat there with his hands folded in his sleeves, as if he was warming up. Because he was tall, and the young man in white was much shorter than him, his shoulders drooped, and he looked like he was curled up into a ball. He slowly said, "The first reason is, of course, that I originally felt that there was no hope for me in life. But on the way to school, I suddenly felt that something was very interesting. So, on impulse, I did it. The second reason is that stones from other mountains can be used to polish jade. Along the way, I was a little dissatisfied. I always wanted to apply what I learned, but Chun Pingan's realm was too low, and young master was too arrogant. Those demons and monsters were all taken care of by Lin Shi. In fact, my cultivation wasn't enough. What should I do? I took this opportunity to use the Great Sway Kingdom's sword cultivator as a whetstone for me to take a step forward on the path of martial arts. Anyway, living is boring. Looking at the scenery at a higher place won't hurt me." Chui Dong smiled. "Stepping stone is more accurate." Ooh. Yulu smiled and nodded. "Young master is right." Chui Dong said, "Continue." Yulu thought for a moment. Chui Dong smiled and asked, "Why don't I help you?" Yulu smiled bitterly. As long as I don't die, Chun Pingan will feel that he owes me a favor in the future. Yulu was a little nervous, but he didn't dare to think that he could get away with it. He could only bite the bullet and say, "Young master, you said that Xie Xie and I are worlds apart from Chun Pingan in temperament, so we can't be his friends in this lifetime. I know that's most likely right, but I still don't believe it. Even if young master is standing in front of me right now, I'll still say the same disrespectful words. I'll try. If I can prove that young master is wrong, that would be the best." Yulu stood up and accepted his fate. "I really didn't expect young master to come back. Please punish me." Chui Dong reached out and pressed him down, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. "You did very well. I'm more than happy to have a servant like you. What's there to punish?" Yulu sat down graciously. This was probably the biggest difference between him and Xie Xie. That girl was just as smart, but she wanted a lot of things that she might not be able to obtain in her lifetime. On the other hand, this tall young man was able to let go of anything. The things he wanted to pick up were never too heavy, and it never had anything to do with Chui Dong's overall situation, so he was more relaxed. Dali Imperial Tutor Chui Dong was known to be very good at chess. Yulu and Xie Xie interacted with the white-clothed youth day and night, but in reality, they were constantly chatting with each other. Xie Xie played chess too hard, making Chui Shi feel that he was impossibly stupid. He couldn't even be bothered to bat an eyelid. Yulu was like showing off his cleverness in small, insignificant places, playing a few moves that Chui Dong was already tired of. This made Chui Dong nod and feel that it was okay. Xie Xie's burden was too heavy, and she was too far-sighted. In fact, she was very tenacious and respectable. However, she had just escaped from Dali's control and became Chui Dong's puppet. This was her great misfortune. Yulu, on the other hand, could see clearly the subtle hearts of the people around him. He didn't ask for much, but lived a relaxed life. The golden autumn that was shaped like an ear of wheat flew out of Chui Dong's sleeve and spun rapidly around the lamp. Yulu's expression didn't change. He smiled and asked, "Young master, aren't you afraid of your identity being exposed by walking into the academy like this?" Chui Dong carefully stared at the flying sword and said softly, "Kill to stop killing, and evil to control evil. Do you understand?" Yulu nodded. Chui Shi continued to stare at the golden trajectory of the flying sword. Because it was flying too fast, the speed at which the sword chi dissipated was much slower than the speed at which it was formed. They intertwined together and finally formed a golden ball with that speck of flame in the center. Chui Dong said, "It's the same principle. Give the great Sui kingdom a seemingly absurd reason. If 1 isn't enough, then 2. As long as it doesn't happen more than 3 times, 2 should be just right." Yulu hesitated and smiled bitterly. "The first one. How about me?" Chui Dong glanced at him. "Have tender feelings for the fairer sex?" Yulu sighed and said no more. Chui Dong smiled. "You can see it clearly because it's too close. But you have to remember, a leaf can't see. You can only see all the veins of a leaf." Chui Shi did not speak anymore. He closed his eyes and said something that surprised Yulu. "If I can really see through the deepest and most subtle part of it, that would also be very good. It couldn't be any better. You have to know that this is actually one of my das." Yulu seemed to be completely unable to understand, so he didn't think much about it. Chui Dong stood up and silently left the school. After Chui Dong left, for a long time, Yulu reached out a hand from his sleeve. He looked down and saw that his palm was sweaty. The Dali Imperial Tutor once joked that the 3 major forces in the world that had already established their own sects all had their own principles. It was nothing more than the highest level of Taoism, the most extensive of rules, and the most profound of Buddhism. Then this was extremely small? It was called a leaf can't see. If someone really and thoroughly saw this leaf, would it really be a leaf that was blinded? Yulu suddenly raised an arm and pressed the back of his hand against his forehead. His face was full of pain as he murmured, "Don't think about it. Don't think about it first." Chui Dong came to the Wen Jingtang that he wouldn't enter even if he was beaten to death. He directly stepped over the threshold and picked up an incense stick. It was just an incense stick, and not the usual 3. He held the incense stick in one hand and twisted the head of the stick with the other hand. Instantly lighting it up, Chui Dong didn't look at the holy master. He looked at Qi Jingchuan's portrait and finally shifted his gaze to the portrait of the old scholar. He held the incense stick to his forehead with both hands and prayed in his heart. Then he opened his eyes. Chui Dong didn't have the slightest sincerity of someone who burned incense. He inserted the incense stick in his hand into the incense burner on the altar and raised his head. He smiled at the portrait and said, "Old man, I'm just borrowing it from you. Don't be too stingy. It's not much, just the 3rd level. Only the 3rd level, and it's only useful in Donghua Mountain. That's fine. I'm already at the 5th level of cultivation. From this, it can be seen that I, Chui Dong, have learned a lot from the teacher you arranged for me, right? Now that the disciple of your favorite disciple is in trouble, and I've been entrusted with an important task by my own teacher, it wouldn't be right if you don't do something, right?" Chui Dong waited patiently. There was no movement. After the incense in the incense burner was lit, it didn't burn down at all. Chui Dong scolded loudly, "Old man, you really don't care about me at all? Even saying Qi Jingchuan's name doesn't work? What kind of teacher are you? Old bastard. Hey, did you hear me? I'm scolding you. You're really heartless. It was useless." Chui Dong was anxious. Finally, he closed his eyes again and tried to repeat it. Only this time, he added the names Chen Pingon and Li Baoping. After a while, the incense stick in the incense burner burned out at an extremely fast speed. Chui Dong was silent. He turned and left with a sullen face. The moment Chui Dong stepped over the door, he was already at the 9th realm of Qi Refinement Warrior. It was 4 realms higher than Chui Dong's 8th realm, the Dragon Gate realm, which was what he had asked for. Instead, it was the Golden Elixir realm, which was only after becoming a golden elixir can one be considered as one of us. Chui Dong stood outside the door and stopped in his tracks. He looked up at the sky, lost in thought. Soon, Chui Dong regained his cynical expression. He made a gesture of poking his own eyes and continued walking. "I, Chui Dong, was blind to have acknowledged you as my teacher. From today onwards, my name is Chui Dong Shan, and I'm Chen Pingin's student." Suddenly, a heart-wrenching, soul-piercing pain came from his palm. Chui Dong was in so much pain that he jumped up on the spot. Then he hopped all the way and ran far away. He finally stopped when he reached the top of the mountain. Chui Dong gasped and shivered all over. He shook his arms hard on the spot. This made the academy student, who could not sleep last night, and came to the top of the mountain to enjoy the scenery dumbfounded. He wondered if this guy had epilepsy. Chui Dong grimaced and said angrily to the blind guy, "Go away, or I'll F***CK your mother." He did not expect that this ordinary-looking guy was also a ruthless person who was willing to sacrifice himself to kill 1,000 enemies. He died long ago. Chui Dong was just about to slap this little bastard to death when a tall old man appeared at the top of the mountain. The academy student quickly bowed to the old man and ran down the mountain. Chui Dong said angrily, "Mao, what's this bastard's name? Where does he live?" Mao Xiaodong looked at Chui Dong and observed his temperament. After figuring out his strength, he walked down the mountain with a straight face. When he passed by Chui Dong, he said coldly, "In that case, you'd better stay in the academy. I, Mao Xiaodong, will pinch my nose and endure the smell of feces. Don't forget that this is the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. Think twice before you act." Chui Dong flew to the branch of the 1,000-year-old ginkgo tree. After looking around, he fixed his eyes on a quiet house near Donghua Mountain and began to curse that old bastard called Kai Jingshan. Yes, I'm calling you. Come and acknowledge your ancestors. Today, I'm going to talk to you about the family rules and ancestral teachings. Take a bath and change your clothes. Kowtow and listen to the teachings. Mao Xiaodong took a deep breath and quickened his pace down the mountain. The white-clothed youth was still cursing. Grandson Kai Jingshan, don't be a coward. Hurry up and go home, call your son and grandson, and come kowtow to the ancestor. Hurry up, the ancestor is waiting here. In the house near Donghua Mountain, a rainbow light burst out from the ground and rose to the same height as the peak of Donghua Mountain. A burly figure roared angrily, "You're courting death." The young man in white replied in an even louder voice, "The ancestor is looking for a son of a bitch here. He's not courting death." The burly old man roared, "Get out here." After the old man rose to the sky, with Donghua Mountain as the center, more and more lights lit up around them. The young man in white laughed in front of everyone and said, "Good grandson, get in here quickly." The old man seemed to be shocked by the words of the little lunatic and was stunned for a while. The young man in white took advantage of the situation and said, "Damn it, who gave you the guts to bully my disciple, Kai Jingshan? Hurry up and chop yourself to death with a knife. Remember to chop with sincerity and show the elegance of a cultivator of the 10th realm. Then I'll take it that you've admitted your mistake. Maybe I can even let bygones be bygones." The burly old man, who was famous in the Great Sui Kingdom, roared angrily, his voice echoing through a radius of 10 miles. "Mao Xiaodong, if your academy doesn't care about this lunatic, I, Kai Jingshan, will help you. You just need to collect the corpse. I'll take responsibility for His Majesty." The old man stood in the wind and faced the Cliff Academy. He took a heavy step forward, raised his arm, and finally made a throwing gesture. A snow-white spear intertwined with lightning whizzed out and pierced the ginkgo tree at the peak of Donghua Mountain. The young man in white laughed. "Good. My good grandson finally knows how to show filial piety to your ancestor. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Grandson Kai Jingshan will accept the ancestor's gift." The lightning spear shot towards the big tree at the peak of the mountain and quickly entered the sky above the academy. Although the new Cliff Academy was no longer one of the 72 academies of the Confucian school, it still had Mao Xiaodong as its overseer. To a large extent, it had the geographical advantage of a small world of saints. However, it was unknown whether the academy felt that they were in the wrong or Mao Xiaodong didn't want to be Kai Jingshan's enemy, but he didn't hesitate to withdraw the defense of the academy, allowing the two people on the mountain to engage in a fair and just fight. On the side of the ginkgo tree, there was also a tiny golden light that exploded in the sky. Compared to the huge lightning spear that was 20 feet long and imposing, that golden light was really small and negligible. However, the layman watched for the excitement, while the expert watched for the skill. As the golden light flew out of the mountain peak and met the lightning spear, many experts who had originally looked down on it began to be really careful and attentive. As the pocket-sized flying sword pierced through the air, it left a trail behind it. Around it, extremely dim cracks appeared. This was a collision between a legendary object and the long river of time. The flying sword's speed, the toughness of its material, and the richness of the sword intent contained within. All three were indispensable. At this level, the natal flying sword was said to be able to cut through all things with a flash of sword light. As expected, the lightning spear that was more probing than a fatal strike was instantly shattered by the golden light. Lightning splashed in all directions in the air like a gorgeous rain of fire. Kai Jingshan laughed nastily. "You still have some skill. Come again." This time, the old man finally let loose, and the lightning spears rapidly swept towards Mount Donghua. The golden sword light then emitted a brilliant brilliance, drawing out brilliant streaks of fireflies outside the mountain peak. Chui Dong sat cross-legged on a high branch of the ginkgo tree, leisurely, holding a square imperial jade seal in his hand. Chui Dong did not have the slightest excitement of a great battle. Instead, he seemed a little lazy and bored, and sneered in his heart. I don't have many teachers. Only one at the moment. Not many senior or junior brothers are interested in me. Not many close friends in my life, not many beauties, but I have a lot of magic treasures. That night was really exciting and full of ups and downs. In the end, almost half of the people in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom were awakened. They put on their clothes and went out. They either looked at Mount Donghua in the distance in the courtyard or climbed up trees, walls, or even roofs. The long fight between the immortals was very enjoyable to watch, especially the children who were all overjoyed and only regretted that they did not have enough melon seeds and pastries at home. The two immortals fought from the middle of the night until dawn. Almost all the officials who had not slept the night before went to attend the court meeting with dispirited expressions. After the event, an expert did a rough calculation. The white-robed immortal of unknown origin, other than the golden flying sword at the beginning, had as many as 26 magic treasures that appeared after that. All of them were brilliant and of amazing quality. He really did not use the same magic treasures every time he attacked. Some busybodies in the capital had already secretly respectfully called him the ancestor of the Kai family, the wealthy family in the capital where Kai Jingshan was from top to bottom, seemed to have really just acknowledged an ancestor of their family. No one had the nerve to go out the next day. On the same day, Li Huai received the small clay figurine that had been missing for a long time, as well as the late apology of his original 3 roommates. At that moment, the timid child, who was actually the 7-year-old Li Huai, did not cry tears of joy, nor did he mutter. The child just missed his parents and sister. Li Baoping, Lin Shui, Yulu, Xie, and the white-robed young man who called himself Chui Dongshan. The child thanked them one by one. Lin Shui went to the library again. The child was the only one left in the school. This was the first time he skipped class. Although he was not good at studying, no matter what grievances he had suffered before, even if he was beaten black and blue, the child never missed classes. But today, Li Huai squatted outside the school and did not go to class. Instead, he gently wrote the name of his family with a branch under the warm winter sun. The child did not cry this time. In the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, a group of 3 people dressed shabbily asked for directions and slowly walked to the Cliff Academy. A woman with a plump figure but shrewish eyes slapped her husband's head angrily after her daughter asked for directions again in the Great Sui Kingdom's official language. Useless thing. When we reach the academy, just stay at the foot of the mountain. Don't embarrass our son. The short-statured, good-for-nothing man was carrying a large backpack. It was rare for him to be a little stubborn, as he retorted to his wife, "It's better to meet them. We brought a lot of food for our son. It's very tiring for you to carry them up the mountain." The woman was furious. She put her hands on her hips and scolded, "Li Er, that's all you can do. Well, both of us are ruthless enough to leave just like that. You're a big man. Yet you want to see your son before you leave?" The woman stretched out her hand and pinched the man's waist. After a long time, there was no movement. She could only give up. "You're full of muscles and strength. You only know how to bully me at night." The man laughed. The woman kicked him and said flirtatiously, "Stupid." Beside the man and woman, there was a slim and graceful girl. She ignored her parents' flirting and smiled gently. She was happy to be able to see her naughty brother soon. The woman's eyes suddenly turned red. "I don't know if Huai has gained weight or lost weight. Please don't bully him. As his mother, I don't dare to scold people here." The man was silent out of habit. The man, who was an enigmatic man whose parents did not pay much attention to the name, finally looked in the direction of the academy and grinned. Bully my son? Oh, if there really is, then Lier, will go and meet that hero. It's not a big deal. (168) Alliance had once teased Li Huai that the little brat was a coward. Li Huai had most likely learned this from his mother. They had not even reached Donghua Mountain, and they had only seen the archway of the Cliff Academy, but the woman had already begun to feel afraid. She no longer had the arrogance that she had when she was invincible in the streets of her hometown. Her husband, on the other hand, was still walking with firm steps, as if he was going up the mountain or down the river. Her daughter, Li Lu, was not bad either. She asked for directions and thanked her when needed. Even the people of the capital city of the Great Sui Kingdom, who were known for their arrogance in the northern part of the Aquarius continent, showed the greatest kindness to such a beautiful and gentle girl. Although Cliff Academy had moved out of Great Li and was stripped of its title as one of the 72 academies of Confucianism, its vitality was greatly damaged. However, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. In Great Sui, it was still a holy land in the hearts of countless scholars and students. Moreover, there was nothing wrong with the way the academy treated people. Although the three of them were dressed shabbily and smelled of mud, they were very polite and considerate when they heard that they were the relatives of the students of the academy. Someone personally led them to the residence of the academy, which was specially used for guests from afar. They settled down first, and then brought them to the private hall to find Li Huai. After learning that Li Huai was absent from class today, they went to Lin Shuyi's dormitory. As expected, they saw the child fiddling with the branches on the ground. The reason why they were able to come here directly was because of Li Huai and the other two children. After all, they were the direct disciples of Saint Qi, the original hill master. Recently, there had been such a big disturbance. Almost everyone knew about the activities of Li Huai and the others in the academy, such as their personalities, morals, knowledge, and where they lived. For most of the teachers of the academy who were not in power, they were still indifferent to this matter. They did not have any obvious good or bad feelings. More of them paid no attention to outside matters and only focused on teaching the sage. When Li Huai heard the shout and raised his head, he saw the three familiar figures. He was a little confused and thought that he was dreaming. He rubbed his eyes fiercely, threw away the branch, stood up, and ran all the way. He first bowed to the smiling academy teacher to express his gratitude. Then he raised his head to look at his parents and sister. His eyes were red, and he could not speak. When his parents were not by his side, he felt wronged and felt that it was nothing. But when his parents really appeared, he felt wronged. However, Li Huai was a person who had traveled thousands of miles. Even though he was young, he had seen countless mountains and rivers with Qin Pingan. From late spring to early winter, he knew how to control over his emotions, and was not as noisy as he was in the small town. He was not as noisy as he was in the small town, and he was not as he was of a small town. He was not as he was in the small town. Father, on. The teacher left with a smile and did not delay the family reunion. After the polite teacher left, the woman suddenly felt relieved. She hugged Li Huai and choked with sobs. Why is my Huaizi so dark and thin? Oh, my heart and liver are about to break. It's all your father's fault. He is a grown man, but he suddenly said that he was worried about you. He was afraid that you had no money to eat and that no one would take care of you when you were sick. The three of us thought about it and decided to come to the academy to see you. The short and sturdy man was like a piece of black hard iron. At this time, he was carrying a small mountain of luggage. He scratched his head and said awkwardly, I just said that I didn't know if YZ could eat a drumstick in the academy of the Great Sui Kingdom. Your mother and sister both cried. No matter how I persuaded them, it was useless. Then the woman who was exposed squatted on the ground and turned to glare at her man. Go away, go away. You talk too much. If you don't want to see YZ, go to the foot of the mountain and stay there by yourself. The man smiled foolishly. Of course, he did not move. The woman squatted on the ground and touched her precious son's head and thin arms. She said with pity, Why are you so thin? Did you not eat enough and sleep well? Li Huai was immediately full of heroic spirit. He grinned and said, I eat well and sleep well. I'm very good. Mother, let me tell you, this time I came to the academy of the Great Sui Kingdom to study. I followed Qin Pingon and walked all the way here. We walked a long way, thousands of miles. From our hometown, we first walked to Chiduan Mountain, Red Candle Town, Xiuhua River, Yefu Pass at the border, and then through Huangting Country. Do you see? The child took a step back and raised his foot. Straw sandals. Chun Pingon made them for me. They are strong and comfortable. I wanted to learn them myself, but Chun Pingon didn't let me. Mother, guess how many pairs of straw sandals I changed into? As soon as this question was thrown out, the woman was completely overwhelmed. She burst into tears. Her daughter, Li Lu, quickly squatted down and gently held her mother's hand. Li Huai was also a little panicked. He did not know how this made his mother sad. The mischievous child quickly put away the straw sandals. His eyes rolled, and an idea came to him. He said loudly, Mother, let's go to the house. I'll show you something good. When they arrived at Lin Shuyi's house, Li Huai put the small green bamboo book box on the table with a bang. He copied Li Baoping and crossed his arms over his chest. He glanced at his sister, Li Lu, and then copied the young man in white with a mole between his eyebrows. He said proudly, What do you think of my little book box? Does it look good? Are you envious? Li Huai was still unwilling to give up. He skillfully carried the small bookcase on his back. The child, who was wearing straw sandals and carrying a bamboo box, walked one round around the table. Li Lu felt distressed and amused at the same time. She hurriedly helped him take down the bookcase and put it back on the table. Tears gently swirled in her eyes, but there was a gentle smile on her pink, oval-shaped face. It was the unique smile of a delicate girl, like the warmth of the spring river. The man suddenly asked, You weren't bullied on the way here, right? Li Huai shook his head and said with a smile, No. When the woman heard this, she became angry. So, what if our son was bullied? Look at you. When our son was wronged in our hometown, it was me, his mother, who scolded him back. What could you do? The man shrunk his neck and said in a low voice, Isn't that in our hometown? Most of our neighbors are not bad. We can't hurt each other. In the end, it's you who is in trouble. The woman slammed the table. You still dare to talk back. Li Er, do you want to rebel? Or do you think that after going out, you've learned a lot and want to abandon your family and change your wife to a young and beautiful wife? The man said helplessly, How can that be? The woman was furious. That's because you have evil intentions but no guts. You know that other women look down on you. Last time, we met that long-legged demoness. She was dressed in gaudy clothes. One look, and you could tell that she wasn't from a decent family. Didn't you peek? What a disgrace. That bitch doesn't even have 2 tails of meat on her chest. How dare she compete with me in terms of looks? The man wanted to say something but stopped. He squatted on the ground and sighed. That old witch on the mountain looked quite young. In fact, she was 700 to 800 years old. In any case, she was considered a demon cultivator who had achieved the Tao in the 9th realm. If I didn't look at her and let her know the severity of the situation, she would have killed and eaten meat. If you two weren't by my side, I would have killed her with a punch. But how could he dare to tell his wife about these foul things? The man squatted on the ground. He had forgotten to take off his luggage. so it was like he was leaning against a small mountain. The woman roared, "Hurry up and take out the things." "Why, can't bear to give it to your son? Leave it for the vixen outside." Li Er hurriedly got up and opened his luggage. He piled a pile of food, clothes, and books on the table. Li Huai asked curiously, "Our family is so rich?" The woman smiled and explained, "Your father is a fool with a fool's fortune. On this long trip, your father found some herbs and sold them. They were worth a lot of money. This is the first time Mother has seen gold. It's golden and shiny. Just looking at it makes one's heart happy. Now Mother has saved up some money, but don't think about it. It's to help you find a wife in the future." Li Huai looked at his sister, who had been sitting silently at the side. "Let's use it as my sister's dowry first. I'm not in a hurry." The woman said angrily, "A married daughter is like spilled water. She was born to lose money. Why should we give it to her?" The girl was used to it and wasn't angry at all. She had a good temper since she was young. She took after her father in this aspect. She wasn't like Li Huai at all. The family of four depended on each other. The son was like the mother, and the daughter was like the father. It was quite interesting. Li Huai shook his head and said, "Mother, if you're like this, even if my sister marries into a good family in the future, she will still be bullied. You're lucky to find an honest person like my father who will listen to you. Otherwise, if you're really bullied by my father, do you think you can rely on your family? That's adding more anger on top of anger. It's enough to make you sick. Mother, am I right?" The woman choked and couldn't say half a word. The girl pursed her lips and secretly smiled. The woman stretched out her finger and gently poked her son's forehead. She said resentfully, "Oh, you've grown up. You're not speaking up for your mother anymore?" "Ooh." Li Huai chuckled and turned his head to look at his sister beside him. He said with a naughty smile, "Li Lu, this time when I went out, I helped you find a few brothers-in-law." The girl blinked her limpid eyes and seemed to be a little dazed. The woman slapped her son's head and said angrily, "How can you say that? Your sister can only marry one. Of course, if she doesn't marry well and can't bear to be bullied, then she can get a divorce and change. However, there's no such thing as a woman marrying many husbands." Li Huai said with a naughty smile, "Li Lu, I'm living with Lin Shui now." The woman asked doubtfully that Lin Shui, whose father is an official in the construction supervision office. Li Huai nodded and said, "That's him. He's the one who stole my sister from Dong Shuijing. He's very powerful now, and he's very good to me. I used to hate him when we were at school in my hometown. Now I realize that he's actually a very good person. It's just that his temper is a little cold, and he's not very patient. He can't be compared to my future martial uncle, Chun Pingan." The girl was silent. The woman made an "oh" sound and asked with a smile, "You keep talking about Chun Pingan. Who is he? Was it because his family was richer? Don't tell me you helped your sister choose a brothers-in-law?" Li Huai shook his head and said, "Chun Pingan. He's one of my best friends, just like Alliance. However, he's not my brothers-in-law. His age is just right, but Li Lu isn't worthy of him." The woman slapped him again and said, "What do you mean Li Lu isn't worthy of him? How can you say that about your sister? What's wrong with your sister? She's good-looking and has a good temper. At first glance, you can tell that she's a good daughter-in-law who's good at taking care of her husband and children. It's obvious that she won't lose out no matter who she marries." The man sat across from him with a strange expression. Li Huai said, "Nonsense in all seriousness. I'm telling you the truth. Look at my sister. Her looks are not bad. As for her family background, sigh, it hurts our relationship." Speaking of this, the child smiled and said, "But it's not up to us to decide who our parents are. Besides, our family is poor, but our parents are very good. Chun Pingan once took a dump on the mountain with me. The two of us chatted casually. Chun Pingan said that his parents died early, so he asked me to remember your kindness. At first, I didn't think much about it. I just thought that he couldn't take a dump and was trying to find something to talk about. Later, when I walked with Chin Pingon, I realized that he was telling the truth. Let me tell you, my relationship with Chin Pingon is very good. You know that I'm afraid of ghosts the most. At night, when I can't hold it in, I must drag Chin Pingon with me. He never said that I'm annoying. Really, he doesn't even think that I'm annoying in his heart. My sister isn't worthy of such a person. You, the woman snorted and said, accompanying you to take a dump, and P is a great person. Li Huai began to count with his fingers. In addition to this, Chin Pingon also made a small bookcase for me, woven straw sandals, cooked and washed clothes for me, and helped me take care of my donkey. When I caught a cold, he ran dozens of miles on the mountain road in the middle of the night to pick herbs and boil them for me. He spent money to buy books for me, gave me jade hairpins, taught me how to fight, and told me that I must be filial to my parents in the future. When something happened, he didn't scold me. Instead, he helped me by standing in front of me and beating those bad guys. I can't even count them. The woman was stunned. The man looked at his son, who was so energetic that he felt like a stranger. He sighed, but more than that, he was happy. The woman smiled and took out a pair of 1,000-layer cloth shoes. Your sister sewed this for you. It's definitely more comfortable than wearing straw sandals. Li Huai sighed. The woman was puzzled and asked, "What's wrong?" Li Huai looked at his mother with a sorrowful gaze. "Why didn't you give birth to another elder sister? If she was born prettier, I could give her to Chin Pingon. Then, in the future, if I want to call him brother-in-law, I can call him junior martial uncle." The woman twisted her son's ear. "How can there be a person who insults his own sister like you? I'm so angry." The girl smiled until her crescent moon was squinted. She really liked this little brother who had been undisciplined and out of control since childhood. Moreover, she knew that no matter how this naughty little brother said bad things about her, Li Huai treated her very, very well. It was just that outsiders didn't know about it. Your family has 2 children. The daughter has talent, and the son has good fortune. This was what her father's old master, Old Yang, said personally when he worked in the Yang family shop. Of course, there was actually half a sentence that the girl forgot after hearing it. There's also a shrew who curses the heavens, the earth, and the king of hell. It's your Li family's misfortune. Footsteps came from the door of the room. A handsome and cold youth appeared at the door. He stared blankly for a moment. Then, for the first time, he blushed. Li Huai was eager to see the world plunged into chaos. He looked at Lin Shuyi and pointed at his elder sister as he laughed heartily. "My elder sister, Li Lu, she came to be your wife." The woman found Lin Shuyi very pleasing to the eye. He was educated and reasonable. Not only was he the child of a rich family, he occasionally came to visit. Although he didn't speak much, he was very respectful to her and didn't despise her family for being poor. Moreover, the woman always had a good impression of scholars. She always felt that in the future, when she married her daughter, she must marry into a scholarly family. Even if her son-in-law's family didn't have money, it didn't matter. Li Huai stood on the bench and joked, "Lin Shui, sit next to my sister. In the future, we'll be family." The woman pinched the child. "Don't talk nonsense." Lin Shui took a deep breath. Of course, he didn't dare to sit next to the girl. After politely greeting Li Huai's parents, he sat opposite the girl with a book in his arms. Compared to Lin Shui, who also liked his daughter, the man actually liked Dong Shuijing more. However, the man also felt that Lin Shui was not bad. It was just that he did not like Dong Shuijing. In this family, when Li Lu got married in the future, his words were the least important. He would be at the bottom. If his wife nodded, Li Huai approved, and Li Lu liked, he would be at the bottom. After that, they talked about the academy and Donghua Mountain. Knowing that Li Huai's parents were going to stay here for a few days, Lin Shui suggested to take them out for a walk. Li Huai was secretly happy. "Oh, I'm going to be a son-in-law." His elder sister gently pinched his arm, and his mother gave him a firm smack. The scenery of Donghua Mountain was very beautiful. They walked for almost 2 hours, and they were only halfway up the mountain. After lunch, the two teachers from the academy took the initiative to visit Lin Shuyi's school. They were still polite, and the woman finally felt relieved. After all, in her opinion, Qi Jingchun was just a poor teacher in a small town. He was a good person, but now that he was in the capital of the great Sui kingdom, how could a real scholar not have a temper? As his mother, she knew her son's temperament very well. She was really afraid that Li Huai would be regarded as a good-for-nothing eyesore by the teachers. Every day, they would scold him or hit him with a plank. How could Li Huai stand it? While the family of four was chatting with the two teachers, the outsider, Lin Shuyi, sat quietly on the side. After going through this bigger storm, Li Huai's temperament changed a lot. He was much more mature and sensible. The girl seemed to have a demure temperament that would not change even after 1,000 or 10,000 years. She had a pair of very beautiful eyes. Lin Shuyi would never get tired of looking at her. Of course, he would secretly look at her. Li Huai's mother was not so careless. She spoke softly, which was different from the small town. She even seemed uneasy. In this aspect, she was not as generous as her daughter. This was also the reason why Lin Shuyi liked the girl. The girl, Li Huai, did not go to school, but she would often go to school to pick up Li Huai from school. Even if she met the teacher, Qi Jingchun, the girl would still be neither servile nor overbearing. She treated people with a natural wisdom and elegance. The girl was polite and courteous to everyone, which gave Lin Shuyi a strange feeling that she was very close to him, but also very far away. At the same time, even if she was far away from him, he would feel that she was standing in his heart. That was why Lin Shuyi liked her very much. Even if he was just secretly looking at her like this, Lin Shuyi's mood would be especially calm and peaceful. He had seen many beautiful mountains and rivers, but as long as she was not there, they were not the best mountains and rivers. As for Li Huai's father, that wooden man, he was extremely polite to the two teachers. He could not wait to serve them tea and water. When he spoke, he always bent over. He was not tall to begin with, so he looked even shorter and more honest. Compared to his fidgety wife, he was even worse. He only knew how to persuade Li Huai's teachers to eat. But the problem was that although the two teachers were of average status in the academy, which teacher in the academy would be bad, the saint taught that one should never get tired of eating good food and not get tired of eating small things. The food on the table might not be too much. It was etiquette to eat a little, but how could one really eat until one's stomach was full? If it was in the past, Li Huai would feel embarrassed to see his father like this. But this time, Li Huai did not. His father was not capable, but in this lifetime, his father had already given Li Huai everything he could. Now, Li Huai felt that no matter what his father did, he would not be embarrassed. Chun Pingan, who was not willing to gossip with him, and Lin Shuyi had taught Li Huai similar principles. Then, after so many things had happened along the way, Li Huai listened indifferently and more or less understood some things in his heart. Alliance had also unintentionally told Li Huai in private that if a rich person casually gave you 1,000 taels of silver, or if Chun Pingan gave you 10 taels of silver, who was kinder, you should weigh it carefully. If you were easily grateful to the former, it was fine because you had not grown up and did not know much, so it was not a big problem. But if you turned a blind eye to the latter, then you had no conscience at all and were stupid. Looking at the man who was busy and smiling foolishly, Li Huai suddenly felt a little sad, so he asked him to rest for a while. At first, the man felt that he was not particular, but after seeing his son's eyes, he realized that it was not the case. He smiled and stood aside. He wanted to squat down, but he seemed to feel that it was very vulgar. He quickly stood up halfway and saw his son making a face at him with his back facing the two teachers. The man laughed foolishly and rubbed his hands. He was indeed nervous when interacting with his son's teachers, but now it was much better. After chatting, the two teachers left. After all, there was still a class in the afternoon. The family of 4, including Lin Shui, walked them out together. Li Huai had classes in the afternoon, but the child said that he would accompany his parents today. He promised that he would study harder and more attentively from tomorrow onwards. After all, books did not grow legs, and the knowledge in the teacher's stomachs could not escape. As long as he studied hard, he would definitely be able to get it back. But his parents would not stay in the academy for long, so he had to spend more time with them. These obedient and sensible words left the woman in a daze. She looked at the child's serious face and cried on the spot. Then she punched and kicked the man, complaining that he had to go so far away and leave her son here to suffer alone. In the face of these unexpected disasters, the man naturally accepted them without uttering a word. Lin Shui mustered up his courage and asked Li Lu in a low voice if she wanted to go to the library. He said that the library here was the richest in the Great Sui Kingdom. The girl smiled and shook her head, saying that she wanted to accompany her brother. For the rest of the afternoon, Li Huai played around at his parents' place. He did not forget to carry the small book box and mysteriously took out the painted puppet. He said that it was a treasure that he had kept for a long time, and then deliberately gave it to his sister with a distressed expression. Of course, Li Lu did not want it. She just played with it in her hand for a while, and then returned it to Li Huai. Li Huai asked her if she really did not want it. Li Lu nodded. Li Huai was a little depressed. He said that she had long hair and short eyes and did not know what was good for her. The girl touched her brother's head. Lin Shui was too embarrassed to stay here. He went to the library to read, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get into it. So he simply put down the book and stood by the window, waiting for the sun to set. As dusk approached, Li Huai suddenly said that he wanted to talk to his father about something. The woman said that he couldn't talk about it in front of her. She couldn't have found a brother-in-law for Li Lu and a stepmother for his father, right? Li Huai laughed and said that his father had fallen into a pit and would not be able to climb out in this lifetime. The woman laughed and pretended to hit him. Seeing the adult and child walking to the door, the woman sighed and cried silently. Although the girl looked weak, she was not a sentimental person. But seeing her mother like this, Li Lu was also a little sad. They were not stupid and had not really suffered. Li Huai did not seem to have grown up overnight. It was just that he was a sensible child and did not want to talk about those unhappy things. Li Huai led the man out of the door. Not far from the door was a small lake. The two walked slowly along the lakeside path. Li Huai asked, "Father, is this Donghua mountain as big as the mountains you went to in your hometown?" The man laughed and said, "It's a little bigger and a little smaller." The answer was as boring as the man himself. Li Huai rolled his eyes and squatted by the lake. He picked up a stone and threw it into the lake. "Father, you are very good to my mother." The man was not good with words and did not know how to answer. Li Huai suddenly said in a low voice, "Father is also very good to me. I am sorry for the past." The man squatted down and said softly, "How can a son apologize to his father? There is no need." The man quickly said with a bitter face, "You are making me nervous and uneasy." Li Huai grinned and turned to look at the man who had caused him to be looked down upon by his classmates in school. He said softly, "Father, I am timid. Do I take after you or my mother? Logically speaking, you dare to go to the mountains by yourself, but I don't. When I was with Chinpingan, I didn't think much of it. After getting used to being at home, I felt that it was natural for anyone to be good to me. Now, I know that this is not the case at all. There are many bad people out there. Although Chinpingan does not like to talk, his personality is similar to yours. When it comes to who he is good to, he really wants to take out all the good things he has. He never says anything and only buries his head in work." Ooh. When Li Huai said this, he felt a little sad. "The only time Chinpingan treated me better was when he promised to wear new clothes and change out of his straw sandals when we entered the academy together. Unfortunately, he didn't show up in the end and left secretly. I miss him very much." The man stretched out his rough and broad hand and gently placed it on the child's head. "You have grown up." Li Huai reached out and slapped the man's hand away. He said unhappily, "No, I was 7 when I left home. It is not the new year yet, so I am still 7 years old." The man folded his hands and placed them on his abdomen. He squatted and looked at the lake in a daze. Finally, he said guiltily, "Father is not very capable in this life. I did not let the 3 of you live a good life for half a day, especially because you were looked down upon by others. You were not happy studying." Father's heart, Li Huai waved his hand and interrupted the man's words. He said like an old man, "Father, I am not scolding you. How old are you? Why are you still talking about this nonsense?" The child was silent for a moment and lowered his head. "Father, actually I feel very sad when I see you like that in front of teacher." When the man heard his son's heartfelt words, he fiercely rubbed his cheeks. He always felt that he had let down such a sensible child. Li Huai finally stood up and said with a smile, "Father, these 2 days take mother and sister to walk around the capital of the great Sui kingdom. Even if we can't afford good things, it is good to see. In the future, when I have some achievements in my studies, I will buy it for you. Let's go." Mother is timid. Without us by her side, she will definitely be worried. Li Huai said very seriously, "Father, in the future, you must be good to mother. Her temper is like that. Her words are not pleasant to hear, but you are a man. Alas, you must be more tolerant." Ooh. The man nodded vigorously and stood up. However, he said that he wanted to stay alone for a while and look at the scenery. Li Huai jogged all the way back. He was jumping and skipping without any worries. It was obvious that he was still walking in a muddle-headed boxing stance. The man suddenly called out to his son. Li Huai turned around in the distance and wondered, "Father, what is it? Looking for the latrine?" The man gave him a thumbs up. "Good job. Do I need you to tell me?" The child rolled his eyes and ran away. After Li Huai left, the man shook his wrist, looked around, and said in a deep voice, "Surname Chui, come out." A handsome, white-clothed young man slowly walked out from behind a large tree and smiled apologetically. "Second Master Li, you've come. Nice to meet you, nice to meet you. I'll declare in advance that I'm no longer the Dali dynasty's imperial preceptor, and I'm already Chui Dongshan. I can be considered to be half a senior brother of the same sect as your precious son, Li Huai." The man named Li Er was expressionless. "Just tell me what is going on. First, don't cut corners. Second, I can't guarantee that I won't kill you." The young man, Chui Dong, or Chui Dongshan, carefully looked at the man. Looking at the pure martial artist who almost killed Song Jianqiang, the young man's mood was extremely complicated. He sighed and said, "Then let me tell you, at that time in Liju Cave, there was an earth-shattering battle between the peak of the 9 realms. After that, Song Jianqiang successfully broke through and entered the legendary 10 realms of martial arts. He became the second real ultimate grandmaster in the Eastern Bottle Continent. The key was that Song Jianqiang was so young. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was like the sun in the sky. However, why could Song Jianqiang successfully break through the bottleneck at the age of 40? The outside world had no way to know. However, the breakthroughs after the 7 realms of martial arts were huge life and death situations. Almost all breakthroughs were made in life and death situations. This was already common knowledge in the world of martial arts. This meant that the whetstone, the opponent, was at least a peak expert who was on par with him. Why did Song Jianqiang ascend to the 10 realms, but Li Er, who clearly possessed it, did not? Why did Old Yang make up his mind to do business with Song Jianqiang from the beginning? It must be known that once 2 pure martial artists at the peak of the 9 realms fought, it was bound to be an earth-shattering scene. In the end, No one could stop just because they wanted to. With Old Yang's character of not acting until he saw a rabbit, why would he take the risk of Li Er killing Song Jianqiang and becoming the mortal enemy of the entire Dali dynasty? Why would he let Song Jianqiang be forced to accept this opportunity to break through? Cui Dongshan had always been curious about this. It was only when he saw Li Er's aura up close that Cui Dongshan understood. This was because Li Er's 9 Realms foundation was more solid and robust than Song Jianqiang's. Therefore, for Li Er to ascend to the 10 Realms, he needed more training. Once he succeeded, regardless of how talented Song Jianqiang was in the next life and death battle, he would most likely still lose to Li Er, who almost no one in the entire Eastern Bottle Continent had heard of. Cui Dongshan recounted the recent twists and turns. From beginning to end, the man's expression did not change at all. Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "The Great Sui Kingdom has a deep foundation and cannot be underestimated. Don't mess around. Besides, I have already helped all the children and taught that 10 Realms Qi refinement warrior, Kai Jingshan, a lesson. Their path to learning will be smooth sailing. With me taking care of them, there won't be any trouble." However, Cui Dongshan added fuel to the fire with ulterior motives. However, Li Huai's 3 roommates, those 3 rascals, have apologized and returned the items to Li Huai, but their elders are still not saying anything. This is not good. If you are really angry, you can talk to their family. The man glanced at him. The teenager in white hurriedly raised his hands and said bitterly, "All of this has nothing to do with me, Cui Dongshan. Even if it does, it has something to do with that imperial tutor in the capital. For example, I don't deny that you came to the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom this time. It is very likely that it was him and Old Yang's idea. Therefore, I am more aggrieved than anyone else. Now that my soul is separated, I may have to play chess with myself in the future. Don't you think I am miserable? Li Er, do you have the heart to attack me?" Li Er said impatiently, "Don't play this game with me. How you plan is your business. As long as you don't mess with me and my family, I don't care what you think. But now, my son has been bullied to this extent. He has been bullied to the point that he doesn't even dare to say a word to his parents." The man spat out a mouthful of saliva. What a boring coward. He sneered and said, "F***CK, the Great Sui Kingdom." Cui Dongshan felt uneasy. A pure martial artist at the peak of the 9th realm, especially a monster like Li Er, who was alive and kicking in the Dragon Pearl Grotto heaven. Even if he stood still and let ordinary cultivators of the 10th realm attack him with their magical weapons, it would still take a long time. Li Er might be fine, but the Qi cultivator himself might be exhausted. The man strode to the top of the mountain. The teenager in white hurriedly followed behind him and asked curiously, "What are you going to do?" The man said, "Go to the top of the mountain and look around. I found the palace of the Great Sui Kingdom. I will go there first. When I come back, I will deal with that Kai Jingshan." These words sounded like he was going to the toilet first and washing his hands when he came back. "169. The group number is 201616555. If you are interested, you can join the group to chat and discuss. You can also join the group for discussion." They arrived at the top of the mountain one after another. Mao Xiaodong stood outside the pavilion with a solemn expression. In the entire Eastern Treasure Bottle State, there were much fewer level 9 Qi refinement warriors than level 10 Qi refinement warriors. This was also the reason why Song Changjing and Dali was able to shake the mountains. 9th State warriors had almost refined their bodies to the extreme and were known to be invulnerable. Mao Xiaodong knew that it was not as exaggerated as the rumors said. After all, there were cultivators in the upper 5 states who were powerful enough to move mountains and overturn seas. However, just by looking at the vassal king Song Changjing, who had ascended to the 8th realm, his several life and death battles with top cultivators were indeed worthy of this evaluation. After all, cultivators of the upper 5 realms, who were like divine dragons hidden in the clouds, were extremely rare. Cui Dongshan introduced with a smile, "This is Mao Xiaodong. He used to be Qi Jingchuan's junior brother. Now he is the deputy hill master, who is in charge of Cliff Academy." Li Er did not even look at the tall old man with a ruler at his waist. After hearing this, he immediately took the initiative to smile and said, "Master Mao, I am Li Huai's father." The old man was surprised, and so was Cui Dongshan. With Li Er's bad temper, even if he did not complain about Cliff Academy, he should have some resentment. After all, the Academy did nothing in this crisis. It seemed to be neutral and fair, but it was actually a bit unreasonable, not to mention Li Baoping and the others. Even the students who followed Mao Xiaodong out of Dali did not understand why the old man did not speak up for justice and ask for an explanation from the imperial court of the Great Sui Kingdom. It was just like how Qi Jingchun, who was overseeing the Lizhu Cave, was trapped in a hopeless situation with no possibility of leaving alive. Although the emperor of the great Li's Song clan didn't kick Qi Jingchun when she was down, he didn't dare to raise any objections to those forces either. After the incident, many scholars who graduated from the Old Cliff Academy were extremely disappointed. Li Er smiled and said, "In the small town, Mr. Qi once asked me for a drink and mentioned Mr. Mao. If Mr. Qi approves of a scholar, then I think he must be a real scholar. So this time, I believe that Mr. Mao must have his own difficulties to manage such a big academy. I, Li Er, have never studied, but I still understand this." It seemed that this rough man was not really a taciturn person when he was not at home. It was probably because there weren't many outsiders who could make him speak. As for Mao Xiaodong, it was obvious that he had benefited from his senior brother, Qi Jingchun. The tall old man sighed and said helplessly, "You flatter me." After Li Er finished speaking, he began to look around. His sharp gaze surged like a tide, flowing with the current. Occasionally, a few waves surged up like rocks in the river, but soon they quickly quieted down with horror in their hearts, avoiding the sharpness of his gaze. A level 10 Qi cultivator named Kai Jingshan, who was closest to Donghua Mountain, was among them. Li Er found the magnificent building that occupied a vast area. It had red walls and green tiles, and was filled with dragon qi. It was a typical royal style. Mao Xiaodong asked, "Are you looking for someone to reason with?" Li Er was ready to leave the mountain. After the old man spoke, he stopped circulating the qi in his body and nodded. "Go directly to the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom. If he is easy to talk to, ask him to invite the Chu family of Nanqi, the Han family of Shangju State, and the Marquis of Huaiyuan. I am not a bully. I can promise to let the best fighters from their respective families come forward. They can do whatever they want." The short and strong man's expression was calm, and his tone was ordinary. Cui Dongshan was amazed. He was just here to watch the show. He was not afraid of being poked a hole in the sky. Mao Xiaodong felt a headache coming on. Just as he was about to say something, the man grinned, revealing his snow-white teeth. If the Great Sui dynasty's emperor isn't easy to talk to, then it's even simpler. If he's reasonable, there's a reasonable way to fight. If he's unreasonable, there's an unreasonable way to fight. If I, Li Er, don't tear down half of the palace of the Great Sui Kingdom today, I will take the surname of the emperor of the Gao family. Cui Dongshan was full of evil ideas. He kindly reminded him, although the city protection formation in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom is good at defending against external attacks, it is mediocre against internal attacks. Its power is far less than that of Dali's Beko Keikyang building, which is both offensive and defensive. But after all, this is the center of the territory of the Great Sui Kingdom. The palace is even more important. Even if you are a pure martial artist at the peak of the 9 states, once you are besieged, you may not be able to escape unscathed. Li Er twitched the corner of his mouth and stared at the young man in white with gloomy eyes. That's what I should be worried about. You don't have to talk to me. You are not my wife. She can talk to me in my pillow, but you are nothing. To be frank, I don't care about your bullsh *T plans, but that doesn't mean you can treat me as a fool. Ooh. Chui Dongshan smiled and said, well, you take my kindness for granted. I don't care what you do when you are in a good mood. Li Er smiled and said, but I still have to trouble you to tell Li Huai that his father went out to buy something for the 3 of them and will return to the academy later. Mao Xiaodong said worriedly, slow down. To be honest, I do have an ulterior motive for this incident. I hope to take this opportunity to give the children an environment to study in peace. I don't want the conflict between Dali and the Great Sui Kingdom to affect the Cliff Academy and affect people's minds. I originally planned to go to the palace in person soon and make a final decision with the Emperor of the Gao family. Li Er waved his hand and said, Sir, that's your academy's business. I don't care. My trip to the palace this time is my family's business. Anyway, I promised not to bring any trouble to the academy. You can rest assured about this. Mao Xiaodong smiled bitterly and said, to put it bluntly, the bigger the trouble you cause in the palace, the better for the academy. But it is too dangerous to break into the palace of a dynasty alone. If it is not necessary, you can't do it with brute force. If it is possible, let me, as the Deputy Hill Master of the Academy, go to the Emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom and let him put pressure on those families. If you are still not satisfied by then, it is not too late to make a move. What do you think? Li Er shook his head and said, I appreciate your kindness, but I just said that this is my family's business. As the head of the family, Li Er hurriedly stopped and changed his words. As the man of the family and Li Huai's father, if I can solve the problem with my fists, I will solve it myself. I don't think so much. Mao Xiaodong had to give the young man in white a wink, hoping that this guy with a glib tongue would be able to deal with him and not make the situation awkward. Unfortunately, that guy was determined to sit on the mountaintop and watch the situation unfold. The tall old man sighed and had to change the topic. He asked a question that he had been curious about. Qi Jingchun is teaching in a small town and facing a group of children all day long. How is it? Li Er was stunned for a moment. He probably did not expect the old man to ask this. He thought for a while and said, It's okay. Mr. Qi went to my house once. We didn't talk much, but I admire Mr. Qi very much. Even my wife, who is so shrewish, she is not easy to talk to, praised Mr. Qi. She joked that if she was 20 years younger, she would definitely remarry. Later on, she said that it was a pity that my daughter was too young. Ew. Speaking of such embarrassing things, the man laughed happily and added, I think that Li Huai is lucky to have a teacher like Mr. Qi. From this, it could be seen that Li Er admired the scholar Qi Jingchun from the bottom of his heart. That time, his wife was scratched until her face was covered in blood. That family was outside and happened to have an immortal on the mountain as their ancestor. Li Er was angry and secretly left Pearl Grotto Heaven behind his family's back. He went outside and fought from the foot of the mountain to the other party's ancestral hall. He destroyed it all the way, and even the ancestral hall was torn to pieces. In the end, the madman, who did not say a word and did not even report his name, left. That fight made half of the Aquarius continent speechless. After Li Er returned to the small town of Pearl Grotto Heaven, Qi Jingchun came to visit, because if one wanted to leave Pearl Grotto Heaven, they had to get the permission of sage Qi Jingchun. As Li Huai's teacher, Li Er respected Qi Jingchun, so he greeted him in advance. After that, when Qi Jingchun came to visit, Li Er was actually a little at a loss. He was afraid that this teacher would have a bad impression of Li Huai. At that time, there was some loose wine at home, and it was very bad. Li Er did not have the nerve to take it out and embarrass himself. In the end, Qi Jingchun took the initiative to drink wine. The two of them had a bowl in the courtyard and sat on a small bench. The so-called table was actually a chair. On top of it was a plate of pickled vegetables and salted peanuts. Qi Jingchun talked about Li Huai's schoolwork and laughed. The strong draw their swords against the strong. You are very similar to a friend of mine. The man was not good at chatting. He said sullenly, I don't have a sword. Qi Jingchun drank a mouthful of wine and said, so the strong draw their swords against the strong. The man was really nervous at that time. It was not just because of the identity of the scholarly sage who was in charge of this place, nor was it because of his son's identity. It was because of his master's evaluation of him. He has the potential to establish a sect. Li Er's nervousness was not fear, but sincere admiration. The world was vast, and the higher one's cultivation and martial arts, the higher one's martial arts, the higher one's cultivation, the more one would realize how amazing some people at a higher level were. For these solitary and stalwart figures, even if Li Er was not afraid of anything, he was still willing to show enough respect. Therefore, Li Er could only say whatever was on his mind at that time. This is somewhat, I can't do anything when the children are fighting, but it's not difficult to find the ancestors behind them to talk. Qi Jingchun clinked his bowl with the man and asked with a smile, how do you feel about this trip? Li Er shook his head and said, it's quite famous. It sounds like a lot of noise, but none of them can fight. Speaking of this, Li Er smiled embarrassedly and said, the wine is not good. Mr. Qi, I'm sorry. Qi Jingchun, on the other hand, finished the inferior wine in her bowl in one gulp. She looked into the distant night sky with a dazed expression. She narrowed her eyes and smiled. It's delicious. When I was young, I often drank this kind of wine, and my temper was much worse than yours. In the end, Li Er knew that even if Mr. Qi really wanted to drink, he deliberately left half a pot for him. He insisted on getting up and said to him, I don't dare to say that I will teach Li Huai well, but I will definitely make him a good person. His temperament will not be worse than his father's. You can rest assured about this, Li Er. Li Er also got up and said, Mr. Qi, that's enough. Li Er walked Qi Jingchun to the door of the house. The man in the scholar's robe walked alone in the alley. His back was lonely and lonely. The last time Li Er saw Mr. Qi, he was secretly hiding in the side room of the Yang family's shop. It was raining on the side street that day. At that time, Mr. Qi was holding an umbrella and walking side by side with someone. The umbrella was not big, and it was tilted to the young man from Clay Bottle Alley named Chen Pingon. The two of them chatted. The young man tilted his head sideways and said yes with a smile, while the old man tilted his head sideways and lowered his head, smiling. Li Er had never seen Mr. Qi so lonely. At this moment, on the top of Donghua Mountain in a foreign country, Li Er looked at the young man, and the old man beside him smiled and said, there is no scholar in the world who can compare with Mr. Qi. Li Er thought of Qi Jingchun, Chen Pingon, and finally his son, Li Huai. This man's chest was surging. He felt that some things needed to be said, but he could not say why. Since that was the case, he would fight. He did not know why, but he felt that he owed Mr. Qi half a pot of wine. He had to fight to his heart's content and then drink. Li Er's figure, which was not very tall, suddenly rose on the side of Donghua Mountain. He flew across half of the capital city in a huge arc and landed in the imperial palace of the Great Sui Kingdom. In the imperial palace of the Great Sui Kingdom, in the simple and elegant Yangxin house, the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom summoned the Minister of Rites again. He frowned and asked, is there still no news from the academy? The short old man shook his head and said, Elder Mao only said that he would give your majesty an explanation. He did not say when he would enter the palace. The elegant man in the dragon robe said helplessly, the Great Sui Kingdom should give the academy an explanation. But if Elder Mao does not come, I can't ask the Academy to come and seek justice." The short old man chose his words carefully. After he had prepared his draft, he weighed his words and said, "If the source of the conflict between Li Huai and the children in the schoolhouse was the conflict between the children, then it can be understood that the Great Sui dynasty was in the wrong first. After that, the big and small disturbances along the way were 50-50. In the end, the young man named Yulu did not have a sense of propriety in his actions. The key is that this young man is not only ruthless, but also scheming. According to the swordsman, Yulu attacked several times with the strength of a 4th state warrior, a 5th state warrior, and a 6th state warrior. After that, he always suppressed his 6th state warrior cultivation. In the last time, he attacked with a 7th state warrior cultivation and severely injured the swordsman. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom nodded. In fact, the official outside the door had already explained that the young man, Yulu, should be at the peak of the 6th state warrior cultivation. However, in the battle in the library, he used the sea viewing swordsman as a whetstone and successfully broke through the realm. His foundation, talent, and will were undoubtedly the best. In the eyes of the man sitting on the dragon throne, the development of the people and things, no matter whether they were good or bad, was different from the trembling, heavenly official of the Ministry of Rights. The old eunuch outside the door suddenly came to the side of the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom. The minister of the Ministry of Rights only saw a blur in front of him. He saw a red official standing in front of the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom without any regard for etiquette. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom was just a little curious. He was not angry, nor was he scared. Then, the whole palace shook violently like a bowl turning over. Someone asked loudly, "Where is the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom?" The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom stood up and asked with a smile, "This guy is really brave. How strong is he?" The old mink temple answered in a deep voice, "He is a 9th state warrior. He might not even be an ordinary 9th state warrior. He is extremely powerful." The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom nodded. "Just like in our chess game, there are strong and weak 9th state warriors. The strong 9th and the weak 9th state warriors seem to be at the same level, but there is a big gap between them." Under the escort of the eunuch, one of the gatekeepers of the Great Sui Kingdom's capital, the man walked out of the Calming Heart House and said slowly there should be a 10th state warrior. But legend has it that in the White Emperor city of the Central Divine Continent, there is a big devil who claims to be a 10th state warrior. He even set up a flag on the top of the city, saying that Rao Tian is the first to play chess. Therefore, no dynasty dares to give the title of 10th state warrior. To be honest, there are many talented chess players in the Great Sui Kingdom, and they are the best in the Aquarius continent. But the Great Sui Kingdom does not dare to break this rule. I really want to go to the White Emperor's city and see for myself. The eunuch said, "Let the experts in the palace test first. It will not be too late for your majesty to show up." The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom and Mink Temple had just walked out of the corridor when a white-haired chi cultivator came to report the situation. In the square outside the Wu Ying Palace, a 7th state warrior deputy commander of the Imperial Guards had been knocked out by that person with a punch. For the time being, no one dared to carry the deputy commander away. The 3 of them had walked more than 100 steps when a burly general in golden armor came to report. A Realm 10 Chi refinement grandmaster who guarded outside the palace all year round rushed into the palace, just as he took out his Dharma treasure. His Dharma treasure was smashed away by that person with one punch. He was sent flying out of the palace. Another punch sent that grandmaster crashing into the city walls. This time, he did not faint, but he was too weak to continue fighting. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom grunted and asked, "Has the formation in the palace been activated?" The general in golden armor nodded and said, "It has been activated." It can be used at any time. The martial Dao grandmasters and great qi cultivators in and out of the capital are now rushing to the palace. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom asked, "Did that person take the initiative to attack?" The general shook his head and said, "No, he only said that he came to see your majesty. If we did not take the initiative to attack, he would just stand there and not move." The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom said to himself, "Don't do things more than 3 times." The eunuch in an official's robe smiled and said, "Your majesty, don't bother about these things at this time. Let me go and meet him. If I still lose, your majesty can just show yourself." The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom joked, "You are also people who walk the path of martial Dao. Don't lose too badly." The old eunuch had a high status. He had served the 3 emperors of the Great Sui Kingdom. He smiled and said, "Unless it is absolutely necessary, I will not borrow the dragon chi of the capital." The old eunuch tipped his toes and swept past the roof of a palace in an instant. In the air, he touched the surface of the water like a dragonfly. He traveled with the wind like an immortal wandering freely. In the martial arts world, the ascendant state, the 8th state, could hover in the void and travel with the wind. Hence, there was a saying of the far travel state. In the eyes of the secular world, the peak state of the 9th state was the peak state. It meant that one had reached the end of the path of martial Dao. The strength of the physical body was even stronger than the golden body of Arhat of Buddhism. For qi cultivators of the middle 5 states, except for the 10th state, once they were within 100 feet of them, they would almost certainly die if they did not have a high-grade magic treasure to protect themselves. The old eunuch in a red official's robe landed on the square outside the Wuing Palace. He was about 200 feet away from the ordinary-looking man. Before the appearance of the great Martin Temple, a layer of golden light appeared on the ground, roof, and walls of the entire palace. It was like golden flowing water. In the thin layer of golden water that covered the ground, an illusory image of a dragon appeared vaguely. It was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The formation of the Great Sui Kingdom's palace was called the Dragon Wall. The Great Sui Kingdom had been peaceful for a long time. The Dragon Wall had not been used for more than 100 years. When the formation was activated, the entire palace shone with golden light. The old eunuch, who had personally experienced the tragic battle, had mixed feelings. "I didn't expect to meet again." The eunuch clasped one hand behind his back and put the other hand on his abdomen. "Let's exchange 3 punches. If you win, you can see our emperor." Back in the Dragon Pearl Grotto heaven, it was this man who carried the Dragon King basket and wanted to sell the golden carp inside to a young man. Then the old man and Prince Gao Xian intercepted 2 great opportunities on the way. At that time, the man hid very well. With the suppression of the Dragon Pearl Grotto heaven, the old man could not tell that he was a martial Dao grandmaster. The man was expressionless and did not try to get close to the eunuch. He said in a slightly awkward Aquarius language, "I'll let you hit me twice first." The old eunuch raised his eyebrows. "Okay." The man didn't say anything else. He sank his chi into his dantian and didn't do anything. The square outside the Wuing Palace began to crack. The man was like a mountain standing in the Great Sui Dynasty's imperial palace. With him as the center, the golden light on the ground dimmed instantly. The old eunuch took a deep breath and began to take small steps forward. Every step he took became bigger and bigger. In the end, he covered 20 feet with his last step. His momentum was like a rainbow. When he arrived in front of the man, he punched his chest. There was a loud bang. It rang through the palace like a great bell. A golden Jiao dragon that was originally swimming on the ground of Wuing Palace was hit by this majestic and turbulent aura. It instantly rolled back in the layer of golden flowing water and curled up in the corner of the high wall in the distance, motionless and dead. The man took 3 or 4 steps back and said indifferently, "One more punch." The old eunuch did not say a word. His bright red robe fluttered. He took a step forward and shouted angrily. He punched again, this time on the man's forehead. This punch, whether it was a punch or a hit on the man's forehead, was silent. But in the palace of the Great Sway Kingdom, countless palace guards and court ladies suffered a huge impact. The former had a foundation of cultivation, so they only felt their eardrums vibrate and their chi and blood could not calm down. But among the latter, many people flew backward on the spot. After falling to the ground, scarlet blood oozed out of their ears. The man was sent flying by the old eunuch's punch and smashed into the high wall. But soon he supported himself with both hands on the edge of the wall and pulled himself out. He landed gently and walked to the old eunuch who had punched twice. He said calmly, "You still have one more punch. Just do it, but I'm going to do it too." From a 7th-state martial artist to a 10th-state chi cultivator, and now to one of the gatekeepers of the capital of the Great Sway Kingdom, the man only had one punch. Just one punch. The man was really honest and did not like to bully others. The old eunuch took a deep breath. "Please enlighten me." The man began to sprint. He punched the old eunuch in the chest with a simple and straight punch. The figure of the Great Sway Kingdom's mink temple disappeared in the square of the Wu Ying Palace. But there was a big hole on the high wall. The man waited for a moment. When no one came out, he said, "Emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom, you can either continue to hide or find someone who can fight. If you can't, let everyone fight together." (170) At the edge of the palace, 7 or 8 figures were either hovering in the air or standing on the wall. They were ready to join hands and kill the enemy as soon as the emperor gave the order. These old immortals and Wu Dao Grand Masters knew each other very well and cooperated well with each other. In a one-on-one fight, they believed that none of them would be a match for the foreigner. However, when immortals fought in the world, they did not advocate fighting in pairs. Outside the high wall of the square of Wu Ying Palace, the old eunuch stood up in a tattered red robe. His lips moved slightly as he stood up. The emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom nodded and said, "Be careful." At the same time, in the vast area between the imperial city and the outer city of the capital of the Great Sway Kingdom, there were many mysteries. In Kintianjian, 12 golden armored warriors broke out of the ground from all directions. They were 30 to 40 feet tall and had inscriptions on their bodies. Each of them held a divine weapon that protected the country. A bell rang in a temple, and the sound of Sanskrit lingered. Purple smoke rose from the incense burner in a Taoist temple, and the incense condensed into a huge talisman. Under a stone arch bridge, a white flood dragon climbed the bridge wall and stuck its head out of the railing inside the palace. There was a dragon wall array to protect the descendants of the Gao family of the Great Sway Kingdom. Outside the palace, there was a large array with a myriad of phenomena. After hundreds of years of operation and accumulation of the Great Sway Kingdom, it was used to protect the entire capital from the destruction and threats of the forces on the mountain. Once this array was activated, it could force all the chi trainers and pure martial artists in the capital to be suppressed by the Gao family's dragon chi and drop 1 or 2 realms. If a chi trainer of the upper 5 realms tried to wreak havoc in the capital of the Great Sway Kingdom, even if he was killed in the end, the impact on the capital was still too heavy for the Gao family of the Great Sway Kingdom to bear. However, if they were to face a cultivator of the upper 5 realms whose strength was suppressed to the 10th realm, it was obvious that the capital of the Great Sway dynasty would be able to handle everything with ease. Even if everyone's realms fell, it was still like ants biting an elephant to death. With the destructive power of a 10th realm cultivator, no matter how hard they fought, and left no path of retreat. The capital of the great Sui dynasty, with its deep foundation, would still not be afraid. The formation was like setting up a barrier on the longevity bridge, blocking the flow of qi refinement warriors and martial arts practitioners. They had no choice but to slow down. Back then, the Pearl Grotto heaven that floated above Dali's territory was created by the sages of the four directions. It was said that all spells and abhijna within the grotto heaven were forbidden. Once the spell was forcefully cast, the backlash would be great. Back then, Lu Jimao had only deduced a little of it, and his lifespan was shortened by dozens of years. The power of the formation was evident. Needless to say, Pearl Grotto Heaven was the ancestor of this type of formation. After the old eunuch stood up, he punched his fists hard and shouted angrily, "Come!" The 9 golden illusory dragons, hidden in the dragon wall array of the royal palace, rushed to the position where the eunuch was standing from various places. Streaks of golden light climbed up and then turned into small golden snakes about the length of a finger. They entered the old eunuch's soul through his eyes, nose, mouth, and fused into one. Soon, the old eunuch seemed to have turned into a golden god from the ancient heavenly court. He strode to the hole on the high wall. Every step he took caused golden ripples on the ground. He did not lower his head and bent his back. Instead, he smashed the wall with his hands and walked straight back to the square of Wuing Palace. The officials and generals who assisted the monarch were the dragon followers. The eunuchs and the like were the dragon followers. Both parties had a certain sense of the dragon chi of the monarch. However, it was still unbelievable that the old eunuch, who was one of the gatekeepers of the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, could control the dragon chi of the Gao family for his own use. The qi refinement warriors and martial arts grandmasters at the edge of the royal palace looked at each other with fear in their eyes. Obviously, there must be a big secret behind this. The old eunuch said sternly to the foreigner, "How about we fight again?" If he was said to be a weak 9 nations player in the Great Sui Kingdom before, then his chess skills had skyrocketed, and he had become a top 9 nations player. Li Er looked at the old eunuch and was a little surprised. The old eunuch's body seemed to have been watered with a large amount of golden liquid. It was like the method of summoning the gods of the 2 ancestral courts of the military school. But logically speaking, it should not be. Li Er was too lazy to think deeply. He nodded and said, "That's more like it." In the battle with the vassal of Dali, Song Zhengqiang, in the Dragon Pearl Cave, there were 2 whetstones. One was Song Zhengqiang, who was at the peak of the 9th realm, and the other was the Dragon Pearl Cave itself. But even so, Li Er still could not successfully break through the realm. Instead, he succeeded in sending Song Zhengqiang to the legendary 10th realm, the real limit of martial arts. It was impossible to say that Li Er was not disappointed at all. That was why Li Er agreed with his master, Old Yang, to leave the Eastern Aquarius continent and find his own opportunity to prove his Tao. At that time, the old eunuch revealed the secret of heaven and said, "You, Li Er, break through the realm, not in the line between life and death." Li Er looked around and suddenly realized something. Why did Old Yang ask him to deliberately suppress Li Huai's talent and foundation? And why did Mr. Qi visit that night when they were drinking, seemingly casually talk about the strong draw their swords against the strong? Looking back, it was Mr. Qi who recognized his martial arts. At that time, Qi Jingchun clearly pointed out that Li Er had been walking on the path that Li Er had been walking on, but unfortunately he did not know it. There was nothing wrong with punching a stronger opponent. In the life and death battle with Song Zhengqiang, Li Er had the upper hand. In fact, he did not have much fighting spirit. He was just following his master's orders. Plus, he really wanted to know the strength of his martial arts. So, in the end, he fought to his heart's content. But deep in his heart, Li Er did not feel that he wanted to vent his anger. But now he had become the enemy of the entire Great Sui kingdom. If the reason was to fight for justice for his son, Li Huai, then now that he had enemies on all sides and was surrounded by tigers and wolves, Li Er laughed. He laughed heartily. When Li Er was at the peak of Donghua Mountain, he clearly wanted to say something, but he did not know what to say, so he could only clarify things. So Li Er, who had been a coward for his whole life in Liju Grotto Heaven, thought it through. His son was so obedient and sensible, but he was still bullied. As his father, if his strength of the ninth realm was not enough, and he might not be able to defeat his opponent, then he would break through the ninth realm and achieve the 10th realm first. Li Er took a deep breath and silently felt the invisible pressure from all directions. He said in his heart, "Don't rush. You have to eat one bite at a time. This whetstone is not heavy enough." Li Er, who was unarmed and only had a pair of fists, began to clash with the old eunuch, who had a golden body made from the dragon chi of the Great Sui kingdom and did not have any divine weapons. At the pinnacle of martial arts, there were no fancy moves to speak of. It was just about speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. With the fastest speed and the greatest strength, one would hit the weakest point of the opponent's body. They would wear each other down by wearing each other down. Whoever could last until the end would live. Whoever fell would die. It was that simple. Every time the two most powerful martial artists at the peak of the ninth realm clashed and punched each other, the chi cultivators and martial artists at the edge of the palace would be shocked, and their chi would be disturbed. The fight between Li Er and the Python Soup Martin Temple was no different from a fight between the immortals on the mountain. It was not like a fight in the Jianghu, where the killing power was limited. It was an unwritten rule of the immortals on the mountain to not get close to watch the show. Watching the show would really cost one's life. As for clapping and cheering or commenting on the situation, it was even more taboo. The fight between chi cultivators often involved the use of magic weapons, and a large area would be affected. The more desperate one was, the farther one would be moved. It was very easy to move from one battlefield to another. In addition, if one was not careful, it would cover a radius of several miles and dozens of miles, easily killing one's life. If one still dared to watch the show, was it not courting death? The reason why there were still people who were willing to risk their lives to watch these soul-stirring battles between peak experts was because they wanted to sharpen their minds and borrow the strength of others to improve their own skills. They didn't do it for the sake of commenting on the beauty of this move or the craftiness of this punch. Therefore, the old eunuch, as the gatekeeper of the capital city of the Great Sui Kingdom, still set a rule with Li Er when he was on the verge of death. Whoever leaves the square of the martial meritocrat's palace loses. It could be said that he had put a lot of thought into it. Fortunately, Li Er nodded and agreed. The two of them fought in a small space, creating a majestic spirit that could turn heaven and earth upside down. The square of the martial meritocrat's palace, which was originally neat and flat, had long been cracked by the bricks and stones. Large areas of the ground were rugged and uneven. Even the vermilion high walls on both sides had more than 10 big holes. There were only 4 or 5 behind Li Er. The high wall behind the eunuch in the boa suit was even more broken. There were 3 holes in one place, causing a section of the wall to collapse as if a gate had been opened. Every time, the two of them did not really retreat from the high wall, which meant that the outcome had not been decided yet. There was still a fight to be had. Although the old eunuch was at a great disadvantage, the more setbacks he faced, the braver he became. There was no sign of weakness at all. The bright red boa suit that symbolized power was more and more broken, but the indestructible golden body did not dim at all. After all, in this battle, the Martin Temple of the Great Sui Kingdom had all the advantages. Not only did it turn from the weak 9 to the strong 9, but the imperial aura related to the Great Sui Kingdom's royal family also gathered continuously, making the old man in an invincible position. They exchanged a solid punch. The golden old man's punch hit Li'er's head, and Li'er's punch hit the old man's chest. Li'er's figure flew out. He stepped on the high wall and used the momentum to bounce back, moving forward at an even faster speed. Behind him, a large part of the wall collapsed. The old eunuch was pushed back by the punch. The further back he was, the deeper his feet sank into the ground, plowing a deep trench more than 10 feet long. When Li'er pounced on him, he could only block with his arms above his head. Li'er's punch sank the old man more than 20 feet deep, and a large hole appeared on the ground. Li'er did not give up. He jumped down high, clenched his fists, and smashed the head of the old eunuch who was half kneeling at the bottom of the hole. Bang, bang, bang. In the large hole, there was a series of dull sounds like the rapid trampling of iron horses. Every time the ground shook, the large hole began to spread outwards, and bricks on the surface of the ground shattered and splashed in all directions. That extremely rude and unreasonable man was simply digging a well. The old man could not fight back at all. His body fell, and the golden light on his body exploded continuously. A Realm 10 Chi refinement warrior who was flying on a sword in the air said bitterly, "I just found out that a martial artist at the peak of Realm 9 is so unreasonable." As he spoke, the flying sword under his feet swayed slightly, like the water plants swaying in the turbulent river. If not for the fact that the boatmen and helmsmen were steady enough, they would have drifted far away. First published on Jiuguan Chinese Network, if not for the fact that it was his duty, as a top-notch Qi refinement warrior who was well known in the imperial court, he would not have to suffer in the northwest wind here if the battle of martial arts did not benefit his cultivation at all. The palace of the Great Sui Kingdom had a hidden corridor wall that could secretly lead to various places, such as Qinianjian, the Yamen of the 6 departments, and the new Cliff Academy of Donghua Mountain. His Majesty could walk within the corridor wall without alerting the officials in the palace and the people in the outer city. This was to avoid the need for the people to sweep the streets every time he left the palace. A tall old man with a red ruler hanging from his waist walked slowly. Beside him was a eunuch from the ceremony directorate who was sweating profusely. He was wearing a red python robe, just like the eunuch who fought for the country in the square of Wuying Palace. However, although their identities and ranks were similar, they were actually very different. The eunuch could only carefully urge Elder Mao to quickly enter the palace. However, Mao Xiaodong, who was leaving Donghua Mountain, still walked at a steady pace, making the eunuch extremely anxious. He wished he could carry the old man on his back and run to the palace. In the Cliff Academy of Donghua Mountain, the young man in white who had officially changed his name to Cui Dongshan walked languid to his own school after leaving the peak of the mountain. He had a secluded small courtyard, all by himself. Now, the old ancestor of the Cui family, Xie Lingyue, or rather, the genius cultivator of the Lu dynasty, Xie Lingyue, had become his rightful disciple. They moved into the courtyard together and served him daily life. Cui Dongshan walked into the courtyard and waved his sleeves elegantly. A chessboard and 2 boxes of chess pieces appeared on the stone table. There were already chess pieces on the chessboard. The chess pieces were in the middle of the chessboard. The black and white chess pieces were intertwined, and the situation was very complicated. Cui Dongshan stood and picked up a white chess piece. He was silent and did not place the chess piece. The young girl who had pulled out half of the dragon trapping nail had already recovered her cultivation level as a Qi refinement warrior to the 5th realm. If one looked closely, one could vaguely see that her entire body was overflowing with light. Cui Dongshan sighed and put the white chess piece back into the box. He ignored the chess game and walked into the house. He sat upright and still placed a Confucian classic in front of him and crossed his fingers on his legs. A breeze blew through the book and flipped a yellowed page. The young girl stood at the door. Her eyes were filled with awe and envy. That breeze was actually the unique book-flipping style of the Confucian Academy. It was unfathomable and temperamental. This was the greatest impression she and Yulu had of the young Dali imperial tutor. One would never know what was going on in his head and what he would do next. She suddenly thought of the shabby young man who wore straw sandals all year round. How did he manage to suppress the Dali imperial tutor in all aspects? Was it really just because of a ridiculous title of sir? A battle of temperament was like a tug of war. There was bound to be a winner. Cui Dongshan did not move at all. He allowed the book flipping to flip the pages. He lowered his head and stared at the words taught by the sages. He smiled and said, Alliance once had a catchphrase. In the pugilistic world, we have to convince people with virtue and defeat enemies with looks. My sir has inherited all of this. Therefore, as his disciple, I'm sincerely convinced of my loss. The young girl lowered her eyes. She did not dare to reveal her expression. Cui Dongshan still did not raise his head. He said angrily, Get out of here, ugly. Don't you feel ashamed to be in the same room with such a handsome young man like me? If I were you, I would have killed myself out of shame. The young girl curtsied and said softly, I'll take my leave. Cui Dongshan added, If you want to die, don't die in the courtyard. There's a tall ginkgo tree at the top of the mountain. Go there and hang yourself. The young girl left silently. She came to the courtyard and sat on the stone bench, looking at the chessboard. Her eyes suddenly lit up. It was as if she had found a way out for herself. Sensing the young girl's strange aura, Cui Dongshan laughed in the room. He laughed so hard that he held his stomach. He wiped his tears and said loudly, You want to be my master's wife? I'm going to die of laughter because of you. You're good. You're really going to die of laughter. The young girl instantly fell into despair again. The young man in white in the room was already rolling on the ground laughing. In the palace of the great Sui kingdom, under the big pit in the square of the Hall of Martial Heroes, the old eunuch stood up shakily. The 9 tiny golden dragons retreated from his acupuncture points and returned to the array of the earth dragon wall. The old man was suddenly bathed in blood, but he was in high spirits. He seemed to have benefited a lot from this fight. Although he did not show any signs of breaking through, he was like the weakest 9th Dan national player. He was steadily improving to a strong 9th Dan. But even so, he still could not defeat the man in front of him. He would not continue to squander the precious dragon chi of the great Sui kingdom's Gao family. The old man swallowed a mouthful of blood that surged to his throat and laughed. I've lost. Li Erxiao looked up. In the foggy sky, the winter sunlight seemed to be distorted after passing through the clouds. This was very unusual. The old man said again, But you've lost too. Li Erxiao asked, You used the array to suppress my realm? To suppress me to the 8th Dan? The old eunuch did not hide anything and said frankly, Using the power of an entire city to gang up on a powerful martial artist at the peak of the 9th Dan, there is no doubt about the outcome, but the price to pay is too high. But against a martial artist at the 8th Dan, it will be much easier. Although there is only a difference of 1 Dan, the price paid by the capital of the great Sui kingdom is much smaller, much smaller. The old eunuch revealed his thoughts, which was rare for him. He looked at the terrifyingly powerful martial artist and said, No matter what the reason is, if you want to have an audience with our emperor, you are qualified. But you should not be so arrogant. After all, the court of the great Sui kingdom cares about face. Li Erxiao grinned and said, You mean the fist of a 9th Dan martial artist is not as big as the face of the great Sui kingdom, right? The old eunuch was stunned and said with a bitter smile, You can say that. Li Erxiao held his breath and concentrated. He lowered his energy reserve and took a step forward. For the first time, this man who had not used any moves in the battle took an ancient fist stance. His fist was ancient and unsophisticated. It was strong and fierce. The old eunuch, who had already fallen to the eighth Dan, widened his eyes in shock. The clouds that shrouded the entire capital began to droop. All the chi cultivators of the middle five Dan and the pure martial artists above the sixth Dan in the capital clearly felt the stagnation in the flow of chi. There was even a nameless storyteller who was in dire straits. He looked surprised and hesitated for a moment before he put down the gavel in his hand and excused himself. He ignored the cursing audience and walked out of the temporary storytelling shed. The old man looked towards the palace with a heavy heart. The young girl who was in charge of playing the pipa for the storyteller came to his side and asked softly, "Master, what's wrong?" The old man said softly, "A ninth Dan martial artist forced his way into the palace of the great Sui kingdom. I'm afraid you have to go and see for yourself." The young girl hugged the pipa and tilted her head. She said innocently, "Master, you're a great cultivator of the 11th Dan. Moreover, you're the chief consecrator of the great Sui kingdom. It's embarrassing to be able to fight 11 against 8 without being restricted by the array formation." The slightly hunchbacked old man sighed and said, "Who said it's going to be 11 against 8? It's hard to say. If that person really breaks through the bottleneck, the array formations restriction will no longer exist. Moreover, although I'm at the 11th Dan, I'm not a sword cultivator or a military strategist who specializes in killing. I've never really been good at killing. This is the most troublesome part." The young girl, who knew a lot about cultivation, was shocked. Her face was pale, and she said with a trembling voice, "Master, you must be careful." The storyteller nodded and stomped his feet lightly. Dust rose from the shop and covered the sky. When the dust settled, the hunchbacked old man was nowhere to be seen. Li Erxiao stepped on the void, and his strong figure appeared on the square of Wuying Palace again. First, he broke through the invisible barrier of the great Tao between heaven and earth from the peak of the 8th Dan and returned to the 9th Dan. Then he rose to the peak of the 9th Dan again. Finally, when the man closed his eyes, he slowly threw out a fist and said softly, "Get up." It was as if countless shackles around him broke at the same time. Extremely dark cracks appeared in the void around the man, crisscrossing. With Li Erxiao as the center, strong winds rose. Countless bricks and dust were swept up. On the square of Wuying Palace, a tornado rose from the ground. When Li Erxiao retracted his fist and stood still, the tornado that was as tall as the sky instantly dissipated. The short man standing in the middle of the square opened his eyes and whispered in an inaudible voice, "The feeling of being at the 10th Dan is indeed comfortable. Compared to eating my son's leftover drumsticks, the taste is a little better." The emperor of the great Sui kingdom, who was waiting for news under the eaves, saw the tall old man from the Cliff Academy walk over quickly. He said loudly, "Your Majesty, you can stop now." A breeze blew past him. The stooped storyteller stood beside the emperor and sighed softly. "If you continue fighting, you'll have to tear down half of the capital city." In the heart of the emperor of the great Sui kingdom, the anxious voice of the eunuch in an official's robe stirred up ripples. He transmitted his thoughts. That person actually took the opportunity to break through to the 10th Dan. "Your Majesty, you can't continue to fight head-on." The emperor of the great Sui kingdom did not panic. He only sighed from the bottom of his heart. "Although I saw it with my own eyes, I can imagine that the scene at Wuying Palace must be spectacular." The emperor of the great Sui kingdom turned around and bowed respectfully to the storyteller. He lowered his head and said, "Ancestor, please invite that person here." Mao Xiaodong strode closer and persuaded, "Your Majesty, it's better for me to go. That person is the father of a child from our academy. He heard that his son was bullied badly, so he was angry and wanted to come to the palace to reason with Your Majesty. Your Majesty didn't want to see him before. Now that he's forced to break through and become the third ultimate grandmaster of martial arts in the Aquarius continent. His momentum is at its peak. He may not be willing to stop. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom smiled and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Elder Mao to come. I'll be waiting at the Calming Heart House." After the tall old man swept away, the storyteller said softly, "This matter is reasonable but not reasonable." "You're wrong." The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom nodded and said, "This matter is my fault. The previous disturbance was the fault of the Great Sui Kingdom." Adding the two faults together, the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom said bitterly, "Ancestor, this time it's a bit difficult." The old storyteller, whose clothes were white from washing, smiled and said, "Since things have come to this, either you sincerely admit your mistake or fight with him to the end. Of course, it's not saving energy, but it's also not worrying. You don't have to think too much." The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom smiled and said, "Ancestor, you've thought it through." The old man patted the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom on the shoulder and comforted him, sitting on the throne and wearing the dragon robe. "You have the entire country on your shoulders. Some mistakes are inevitable. If I sat in your position, you don't have to blame yourself if I can't do better. Back then, I stood my ground and chose you to inherit the throne. I still feel that it's right." After waiting for an unexpectedly long time, the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom, who was standing in the corridor under the eaves outside the Calming Heart House, saw Elder Mao striding over with an ordinary-looking man beside him. Mao Xiaodong smiled strangely and said, "Your Majesty, his name is Li Er. He's the father of our Cliff Academy student, Li Huai. He insisted on walking to meet your Majesty. He said that flying around in other people's houses is not the right attitude to reason with people." The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The storyteller, who had been nervous all this time, felt relieved. They walked into the Calming Heart House together. There were only 4 people in the house, and they all sat down. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom, the storyteller, the deputy leader of the Cliff Academy, and Li Huai's father, Li Er. Li Er said, "It's not easy to meet your Majesty." Instantly, the atmosphere became heavy. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom didn't know how to answer. Fortunately, Li Er got straight to the point and said, "The people who bullied my son are the Han family of the Pillar State, the Chu family of Nanxi, and the Marquis of Huayun. I beg your Majesty to let the ancestors of these families come out. I've fought with them one by one. If they think I'm bullying, it's okay. They can come out together. We can borrow more magic weapons from our friends. We just need to trouble your Majesty to find a large and secluded place in the capital city so that we can fight freely. If it's not possible, we can go outside the capital city." Mao Xiaodong held back his laughter and almost laughed out loud at the misfortune of others. The storyteller glared at him, and Mao Xiaodong rolled his eyes. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom was a little stunned. He asked softly, "We have to fight again?" Li Er said sullenly, "I didn't come here to fight with you in the first place. It's just that you, the emperor, don't want to show up and insist on fighting. I can only fight with you. The ones I really want to fight are those who bullied my son from the beginning. Although it's normal for children to fight, even if Li Huai was ganged up on by his peers as a father, I wouldn't say anything no matter how much I love my son. But how can they be so arrogant? Just because their families are better, they think they can bully others. They don't even apologize and don't even return the things they stole." Speaking of this, Li Er said with a sullen face, "If the Great Sui Kingdom thinks you're right, then we can continue to fight. I know the Great Sui Kingdom has a strong foundation and is not afraid of trouble. But Li Er, find it strange. If the officials of the Great Sui Kingdom are all like this, what can my son, Li Huai, learn if he studies in such a place in the future?" Li Er looked at the storyteller on the spot. "Sir, you're a good fighter. The one in red just now is only half a fighter." The stooped old man was drinking tea and almost choked. The emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom smiled and said, "That's fine. I can pass a message to those families and ask their elders to come out. But there's a problem with the Marquis of Huayuan. Although the Marquis of Huayuan is the descendant of a founding general, his family's ancestor has long passed away. He's just an ordinary person, not even a warrior." Li Er was obviously prepared for this. "Then let the Marquis of Huayuan spend money to hire someone. I won't care about this." The emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom asked, "Do we need those families to publicly apologize to Li Huai?" Li Er shook his head and said, "A bunch of old men. How can they apologize to a child? No need. And I don't want my son to be unable to study in peace at Cliff Academy. It's just that I don't like the way those families do things. After the fight, the old men will go home and teach the young men a lesson. That's enough." The emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom breathed a sigh of relief. "Mr. Li Er, you're indeed sensible. If I had known this, I would have met you earlier." Li Er quickly waved his hand and said, "I'm not a teacher. Mr. Mao is. He's one of the 2 teachers in the academy who taught Li Huai knowledge. He even took the initiative to chat with our family of 4 for half a day. He can be considered a real teacher. Those who are polite to everyone are scholars." Mao Xiaodong smiled and said nothing. This face was bigger than the sky. Hearing this, the storyteller finally opened his mouth and said with a smile, "No discord, no concord. Li Huai has such a reasonable father, and Li Huai can study in the capital of the Great Sway Kingdom. It's a blessing for the Great Sway Kingdom. It's a good thing." Li Er said in a low, muffled voice, "I won't say polite words. Anyway, I'll wait here today for those families to come out and have a fight. Your Majesty, I have to say in advance that I have to return to the academy early. Tell those people not to deliberately delay me. Then don't blame me for going to every family." The emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom gave Mao Xiaodong a look, then stood up and said, "I'll send someone to pass on the message." Mao Xiaodong followed and left the heart-nourishing house, leaving Li Er and the storyteller behind. The emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom was a little worried. He walked side by side with the tall, old man in the corridor. "What can you tell me, Mr. Mao?" Mao Xiaodong smiled and said, "It's very simple. Let the people in charge of those clans, whether they can fight or not." "Well, actually in front of Li Er, there is no one who can fight. Let them all enter the palace and then stand still in front of Li Er. They will only bow their heads and admit their mistakes, putting on a pitiful posture of taking a beating and not fighting back. This matter will be considered settled with one stroke. Your Majesty, don't worry. Li Er is so simple and honest that he will definitely not fight back." The emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom stopped and said angrily, "Mr. Mao, tell me the truth. Are you waiting to see me make a fool of myself today?" Mao Xiaodong laughed and shook his head, saying, "To be honest, I didn't know Li Huai had such a father. If I had known, I would have entered the palace earlier. I wouldn't have made such a big fuss. Now your Majesty must be hypocritical. Who knows when he will vent his anger on the academy? The gains do not make up for the losses." The emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom laughed angrily and said, "Vent his anger on my ass. Do I dare to do that?" Mao Xiaodong suddenly stopped joking and reminded in a low voice, "Your Majesty, as your elders said, although it is a bad thing to lose face now, in the long run it must be a good thing." The emperor of the Great Sway Kingdom laughed and said, "I'm not that stupid." The tall old man said mischievously, "If your Majesty was really stupid, I wouldn't dare to bring the students to the Great Sway Kingdom." The Great Sway Emperor summoned the palace chamberlain. After passing down the message, he asked, "This time, Li Er is willing to stop when it is appropriate. Elder Mao's brocade pouch ingenious plan, and Li Huai's 2 gentlemen have contributed greatly. I will not be courteous with Elder Mao. Those 2 gentlemen, do you need me to let the Ministry of Rights commend them?" Mao Xiaodong looked solemn and refused, saying, "No." The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom was puzzled and asked, "Why?" Mao Xiaodong said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, you must know that this is the real knowledge of the Cliff Academy. Why do we need the Great Sui Kingdom to commend us? In the next 10 years or 100 years, the Cliff Academy will continue to teach and educate people. We will cultivate and protect the real scholars of the Great Sui Kingdom." The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom was shocked, as if it was the first time he met the tall old man in front of him. The slight grudge of the emperor in his heart was finally swept away. The emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom took a step back and bowed for the second time today. "On behalf of the Great Sui Kingdom, I thank the Cliff Academy in advance." The tall old man didn't avoid it, which was very suspicious of him. He accepted the solemn gratitude of the emperor and said solemnly, "On behalf of the Cliff Academy, Mao Xiaodong accepts it calmly." When Li Huai left the palace, he walked with Mao Xiaodong in the royal corridor. He felt that he had been tricked by the old man next to him and was a little unhappy. Mao Xiaodong smiled and said, "It's fine as long as they admit their mistakes. Did you really want to beat them until they left the palace lying down? Your son will be studying in the Capital Academy for a long time in the future. They will see each other often. Now let them admit that they are in the wrong. Together with the emperor of the Great Sui Kingdom, they will feel that they owe you a big favor. Isn't that great?" Li Huai sighed and said, "I always feel that these people don't learn from their mistakes. I can't stay in the academy. Elder Mao, please take care of Li Huai and the others in the future." Mao Xiaodong nodded and said, "Of course. Besides, isn't there the old ancestor of the Gao family in Yang County?" A hunchbacked old man appeared in the corridor and nodded with a smile. "Yes, Li Huai, you took the initiative to give in this time. Naturally, the Great Sui Kingdom will be willing to show twice the sincerity." Li Huai nodded and said, "I hope so." Mao Xiaodong smiled and asked, "Li Huai, you were a 9th realm martial artist in Liju Cave Heaven. Why are you still living so shabbily? Now, you are a 10th realm martial artist, one of the top 3 martial artists in the entire Eastern Vase continent. Moreover, your combat power is definitely higher than Song Zhengqiang's. Haven't you thought of telling your family and letting them live a good life?" Li Huai shook his head and said, "Oh, is it really good to let my wife wear flowery clothes and wear gold and silver, let Li Lu have a lot of rouge and face powder, and let Li Huai eat fish and meat every day? I don't think so." Mao Xiaodong joked, "What if your wife and children think so?" Li Huai still shook his head and said, "Someone told me not to do that. That's one thing. Secondly, I think so too. Back in the small town, my wife and her relatives did all kinds of bad things. What should I do then? Beat them to death? Reason with them? Will they listen? They will say one thing and do another behind my back. In the end, only my wife will be the saddest. My family and her family will be in a difficult position. Of course, in Liju Grotto Heaven, no matter how good the family situation is, it can't be that good." After Li Huai completely restrained his aura, he was even worse than an ordinary man. He looked timid, but when he spoke, he was exuberant. He was no longer as dispirited as he used to be in the small town. "Although I've been staying in a small place, I can still understand this logic. My family is safe and stable. No one is hungry. My children and daughter-in-law can eat meat if they want to eat. If I'm hungry, I can drink wine. It's better than anything else." Li Huai looked at the scenery of the capital outside the corridor. There was something in his heart that he did not say. "Even if I'm really a good-for-nothing, in my son's heart, I, Li Huai, am already a good father. I didn't embarrass him. Do you know how happy I was when I found out?" When Li Huai thought of this, he said goodbye and disappeared in a flash. He rushed to Donghua Mountain Academy. Other than missing his wife and children, there was also the matter of his son. He, Li Huai, could now take action. Mao Xiaodong sighed and said, Li Huai finally understood. Many smart people are far inferior to him. The storyteller laughed and said, how can a martial artist of the 10th level be stupid before 60 years old? However, the hunchbacked old man sighed and said, but for now, the weakest of the three, Song Jianqiang, the vassal of Dali, is the most promising to reach that level. It's not just because Song Jianqiang is the youngest. Mao Xiaodong nodded and said, Song Jianqiang's martial temperament is good. It's even scarier than when he was young. The hunchbacked old man laughed and asked, you mean Song Jianqiang dared to fight to the death after that person appeared in the palace of Dali in an absolutely crushing manner? Mao Xiaodong laughed and asked, you want to ask whether the White Jade Tower in Dali is real or fake, right? The two sly old foxes walked side by side without meeting each other's eyes. When Li Huai returned to his residence, his wife and children were eating. Lin Shui had prepared 2 large food boxes and filled the table. The woman and Li Huai sat on a bench, while Li Lu and Lin Shui sat opposite each other. There was also a stool left for the man who had not returned. Li Huai walked to the door empty-handed, and then remembered that he had forgotten to buy something because Lin Shui was present. The woman just gave him a look that said, I'll deal with you later. After Li Huai rubbed his hands and sat down, he found that there was still a jar of wine. Li Huai looked at Lin Shui and asked, do you want to drink with us? Lin Shui hesitated and nodded. I can't hold my liquor well. I'll drink with Uncle Li. Li Huai grinned and said, how can you not hold your liquor well? The woman said angrily, why not? Isn't it enough to have a drunkard in the family? Lin Shui was a smart person. His hands trembled, and he almost dropped the big white bowl that he was holding to take the wine. The usually serious and cold young man was smiling from ear to ear at this moment. Li Huai was also shocked by the woman and almost dropped the jar of wine. Li Huai gnawed on the oily chicken leg and said vaguely, Father, tomorrow I'll go to the foot of the mountain to buy you a jar of good wine. I'll borrow the money from Lin Shui. In the future, I'll ask Chen Pingan to help me pay it back. You can drink as much as you want. Li Huai's face lit up and he sighed heavily. It was as if he had received an imperial edict from his son to drink. In front of his wife, he didn't feel guilty. When the woman was with her son, she always spoke with a pleasant expression, you can buy the wine. Just buy the cheapest one. If your father drinks good wine, it'll be a waste of money. Li Huai poured half a bowl of wine for Lin Shui and another for himself. He nodded and smiled. Yes, yes. Cheap wine is fine. There's no need for good wine. Li Huai rolled his eyes and said, Mother, you're so nosy. Aren't you afraid that father will run away with a little vixen one day? The woman threw a coquettish glance at the man sitting across from her with hidden murderous intent. He dares? Besides, there has to be someone who wants it, right? The man quickly drank a big mouthful of wine and nodded, yes, yes, yes. No one wants it. The woman slammed the table. No one wants it. Whether you have any dirty thoughts in your heart is another matter. Speak. Do you? The man immediately put down the big white bowl, straightened his back, and promised, absolutely not. Then the woman glanced sideways at Lin Shui, who was sitting upright and still drinking wine. She smiled and said to her daughter, Luer, you have to find an honest man to marry in the future. That way you won't be bullied. The young girl nodded slightly. She smiled and didn't say anything. She just bent over and picked up a piece of fish with the bones removed from Li Huai's bowl. Lin Shui only dared to secretly look at the young girl from the corner of his eye. He had only taken a small sip of wine and was a little drunk. It was as if he had seen the most beautiful landscape painting in the world. The next day, Li Huai secretly bought a pot of good wine for his father. He pulled his father to the lakeside and squatted to watch his father drink. He whispered, This pot is expensive. Father, you drink it first. The cheaper pot is in the room. You can drink it at the dinner table later. Mother won't scold you then. Li Huai nodded with a smile and drank vigorously. The man felt that this was much happier than reaching the 10th level. The man asked naively, "It's expensive, right?" The child looked at his father with his hands on his cheeks. He smiled brightly and didn't answer the question. "Father, don't worry. I'm doing well in the academy. Really, I'm very happy that you can come and see me." The man nodded. He only dared to lower his head and drink. He almost drank until tears came out of his eyes. Only then did he remember that he had come back in a hurry yesterday. He seemed to have forgotten that he hadn't seen Kai Jingshan. After drinking, he wouldn't reason with him this time. He would just beat him up first. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.